The main character, named Pharrell, did not understand where he was. There was water around him, sighs were heard, and something terrible was trying to grab him. Suddenly the place changed abruptly, and in front of him appeared a skull with glowing eyes, the look of which chilled the soul. There were screams. Pharrell turned his head and saw a cauldron of boiling water into which people were falling, screaming in pain as they were being boiled alive. All this was controlled by a strange creature that noticed our hero, and began to mumble something about death and karma. Then Pharrell opened his eyes, screaming, sat up on the bed and realized that this was another one of his nightmares. Exhaling, the protagonist looked at his watch and realized in horror that he had overslept and was now very late for his date with Rachel. Having quickly dressed and taken the gift, Pharrell ran to meet his beloved at a cafe because today is their 3rd anniversary. Today, he decided to propose to her. Although he didn't have enough money for a ring, but he did have enough for the phone she had wanted for a long time. The girl was not in the cafe, so he went outside, where a black car blocked his path right at the entrance. The car doors opened, and Pharrell immediately recognized the girl coming out of it, because it was his beloved. A man followed Rachel out of the car holding her by the waist, and she told Pharrell that she had decided to break up with him. After that, they quickly got into the car and drove away without even waiting for an answer from our hero. Pharrell stood motionless, but he understood everything, because he was a poor guy, and no matter how hard he tried, his love alone was apparently not enough for Rachel. The hero was so immersed in his thoughts that he didn't even notice how a passerby crashed into him and almost knocked him off his feet. The man was holding a statuette that fell and broke, causing a passerby to hysterically scream that Pharrell should pay for it. Our main character didn't understand why he had to pay for it, because the man crashed into him himself. Here Pharrell was surrounded by friends of the stranger, who continued to shout that it was a family heirloom and that he had to pay for it. But our hero has no money, so a passerby grabbed him and started looking for money in his pockets. Not finding a penny, the man became very angry and ordered his friends to beat Pharrell. While our hero was being beaten, his new phone fell out. They picked it up and took their friends and left, discussing how much they could sell it for. Pharrell was lying on the ground. His face and body were covered in scratches that were oozing blood. And next to him was a broken statuette. Noticing half of the statuette, our hero took it in his hands, not understanding why the stranger did not take it with him, since it was so valuable to him. Seeing the skull that adorned the statuette, Pharrell remembered his nightmares and a shudder ran through his body. Thinking about this more and more, our hero became seriously angry and threw the raised thing away from himself with all his might. Having released his negative emotions, he exhaled, stood up, shook himself off, and got ready to walk towards home. But suddenly he heard a noise behind him, and turning around he saw that the statuette was flying towards him at breakneck speed. Pharrell didn't have time to dodge it, and it crashed into him, throwing our hero back several meters. Everything around lit up, and from somewhere, a voice came, announcing that the hell recovery system was unlocked. The cafe building changed its appearance. It was now called Satan's Palace, and the entrance to it looked unusual. A tree grew behind the building, from which 3 apples fell right at the door, and not a single leaf remained on the tree. A voice coming from somewhere unknown announced that hell had been created and the new owner needed to register. But Pharrell stood motionless, to which the same voice said that since the owner was not registering, he must be destroyed. And then a beam lit up above the cafe, and the countdown began. There were 10 seconds left until the destruction of the personality. For the first couple of seconds, our hero did not understand what was happening. It seemed to him that he was dreaming all this. But then his hands began to crack. He felt terrible pain and fear, from which he groaned very loudly. Gathering his last strength, he rushed towards the house of Satan, shouting that he had changed his mind and was ready to register. At the 4th second, Pharrell touched the countdown plate and the numbers stopped. The stove lit up and the screen on it went out, but our hero stood motionless, afraid to let go of his hand. When Pharrell was finally convinced that there were no more numbers, he exhaled and removed his hand from the stove, still not understanding what was happening. A voice out of nowhere announced that the new owner had been registered and had his first task, to catch any ghost within 3 days. The voice also said that the reward for the task is the skill of controlling ghosts, and for failure of the task, the worthless owner will be eliminated. Pharrell was angered by being called a lousy owner and yelled at the stove that it had chosen him and was now making fun of him. Anger grew in our hero, and he continued to shout that he had had enough humiliation today, that he had already been abandoned, beaten, and had his phone taken away. And since he is Satan, he wants to be the real him, with yin-yang eyes and a notebook of life and death. Suddenly, part of the plate broke off, and a voice announced the installation of a new task, and the reward for it was exactly what our hero demanded. But if he fails, the owner will not have a second life, to which Farrell laughed and said that he agreed to play such a game. Then there was a loud sound, and our hero saw a crack that went through the building, splitting it in half. The crack grew and already crossed over onto the asphalt, and behind Farrell a hole formed from which light emanated. Our hero looked back and saw someone or something crawling out of a hole in the asphalt. It was the ghost that grabbed Farrell's leg. The ghost was creepy and clearly very hungry. Our hero screamed in fear. He clearly did not expect that all this was not a dream, and he really would have to fight the ghost. Farrell's face was covered in beads of sweat from horror, and when he leaned forward, this sweat began to drip onto the ground in large drops. But the ghost seemed to be waiting for just this. He stuck out his tongue and greedily began to swallow these drops. Our hero was so outraged and angry by this that he gathered his last strength and stepped on the ghost and crushed him. And then a voice informed him that the task was completed, to which Farrell was very surprised, because it seemed too simple to him. And then something incredible happened. The ghost, who had just been lying crushed on the ground, began to move. Little by little he began to rise, his strength returned, and his intuition told our hero that this was not the end. The ghost fully recovered, rose, and began to circle around Farrell, who stood motionless. But then something happened that our hero clearly did not expect. The ghost grabbed him by the leg, but did not attack him. Farrell realized that the ghost not only didn't want to kill him, but he was simply afraid of our hero, and was trembling with fear. And the main character himself became scared, because he did not know what kind of power he now possessed, and how powerful it was. Farrell, afraid of the unknown, ran towards the house because he no longer knew what to do. But the ghost did not leave him, and followed him. Having run to the house, the main character stopped to catch his breath and realize once again what was happening. Farrell looked around and saw that the ghost was nearby. Our hero did not understand what the hell was happening to him. Here the main character heard someone's voice, and raising his eyes he saw a strange and at the same time eerie picture. There was a girl standing on the roof of his house, very pale. She was looking down, and it seemed like she was about to jump off the roof. There was someone else standing behind the unknown girl, but Farrell didn't immediately see who it was. Having looked more closely, our hero stood rooted to the spot and again felt fear, but not for himself. After all, that girl was his neighbor Christine, who was a popular streamer and was currently hosting another live broadcast. The girl noticed Farrell and waved to him, but was surprised at what he was doing there and why he was looking at her so strangely. Christine called him upstairs and asked him to help her by taking part in the filming of her live broadcast. The neighbor was telling something to her subscribers and reading the comments that were written to her, and absolutely did not notice the monster next to her. People asked her why today's content was so weird, since she had never done a live broadcast on the roof. While Christine was thinking about what to answer her subscribers, Farrell shouted at her that she needed to run away from there and tried to warn her about something. The girl did not understand what had happened and why her neighbor was so worried, because she was just filming a video. The neighbor looked at Farrell, and he looked at her, but he didn't see only Christine on the roof. The creepy girl was standing next to her. Here the monster girl's face changed. She was clearly angry about something, and she looked towards our main character. A sharp flash of light, which appeared out of nowhere, blinded Farrell, and he covered his face with his hands. This glow came from the ghost that was chasing him, and it clearly did not mean anything good. The ghost sucked in all the light, and after that his belly became rounded and he began to hiccup, having eaten his fill. The monster girl came down to the ghost and started yelling at him very angrily because he had absorbed the glow. The hungry ghost only hiccuped at her in response, to which the girl became even more angry and began to grin. The monster suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the ghost, growling and making some strange sounds. Farrell didn't understand what was happening and thought it was just another task he had to complete. With a sharp movement of his hand, our hero stopped the girl and threw her aside several meters. After this, Farrell panicked and ran away from the monster, hoping to hide from her, and the ghost rushed after him. Our hero knew he would get a hint or a new skill if he fought her, but he didn't hear any instructions on this task. However, Farrell stopped abruptly and decided to accept the fight, which caused surprise on the ghost's face. Our hero remembered that he was Satan, that he had power, and that now everyone should be afraid of him. The monster girl looked at Farrell and bared her teeth again, angry that our hero was not appreciating her. She suddenly jumped up from her place and spun around our hero, thereby immobilizing him. Her body was wrapped around Farrell's body like a snake. He couldn't move, and she was squeezing him more and more. Our hero tried his best to resist her, but he was not very successful. Meanwhile, Christine was answering questions from her followers, and it was there that she was asked about Farrell. She said it was her stupid neighbor, pointed the camera at him and didn't understand what was happening to him. Farrell, with all his might, began to scream at Christine to run away, as he was afraid that after him the monster would kill her too. The girl did not understand why she had to run away, so she decided to go down to her neighbor and see what was happening to him. Farrell continued to yell at Christine to run away, and the phantom took notice. The ghost began to listen attentively to what our hero was shouting, and it seemed to him that he was being given a command to bite the monster. Farrell fought back with all his might, but he felt he could no longer fight it. Chris continued to broadcast live and tell her followers that her neighbor was a little weird. But she was still worried about his condition, and she decided to approach him and find out what was happening to him. She touched his shoulder, hoping he would turn to her, explain what was wrong, and make this all end. Farrell felt her touch, looked at the girl, and it was clear from his face how much effort he was putting into fighting something invisible. Turning fully to Christine, he saw her frightened face and understood that she wanted to help him, but he knew that she would not be able to do so. Gathering his last strength, he shouted at her to run away from here, because he could not allow the monster to get to her. And then the ghost, who had been nearby all this time, suddenly began to act and attacked the monster girl. He began to bite her with all his might, hoping that this would weaken her grip and she would release Farrell from her murderous embrace. The monster girl screamed in pain, her eyes turned bloodshot, and she began to convulse, trying to throw the ghost off of her. Christine was standing too close to everything that was happening, so the monster pushed her away during the fight with the phantom, and the girl fell. Farrell screamed in horror, not realizing how badly Christine had been hurt. But he couldn't let the monster get to her. Surprisingly, fear for his neighbor gave him strength, and with cries of despair, he began to break free from the clutches of the monster. The monster loosened its grip, and the ghost, realizing this, and seeing that Farrell was about to break free, began to bite the monster girl with renewed vigor. The monster was distracted by the ghost, clearly thinking about how to get rid of him, but it was in vain, because she ignored our hero. Farrell, feeling his advantage and gathering all his strength, abruptly spread his arms to the sides and freed himself from the monster's embrace. There was no time to waste, so our hero turned sharply to the monster girl and grabbed her hand. Surprisingly, Farrell's strength did not leave him, and he threw the monster over his shoulder, slamming her to the ground. From this blow, the ghost, who was holding tightly to the monster with his teeth, fell, but his stomach saved him, and he bounced off the ground like a ball. Our hero realized that he had won, but was afraid to let the monster go, because she was still conscious and could attack again. The monster girl couldn't calm down. She was baring her teeth and screaming that she would tear Farrell apart, so something had to be done. Our hero understood that he could not leave the girl alive, and turning to the ghost, he asked to absorb her. And then the ghost, who had been silent until then, suddenly looked seriously at Farrell and asked if he was sure of his decision. But our hero was 100% sure, so he shouted that this was an order and that he needed to quickly absorb the monster. The ghost opened his mouth wide, laid his head on the monster's chest, and began to eat it very greedily. She screamed in pain, her face changed dramatically. Her eyes suddenly became empty, her skin dried out, and the girl was slowly dying. After a few minutes, Farrell released the monster, stood up from his knees, and realizing that it was all over, wiped the sweat from his forehead. But then the monster girl jerked sharply and raised her hand up. It turned out that she was still alive. She opened her eyes, which were still just as empty, and tried to say something, but she was too exhausted. Farrell turned around in horror, realizing that this task was much more difficult than the previous one, and he had underestimated the monster's strength. Suddenly, our hero felt that his face began to change, and something happened to his eyes. Farrell remembered that this was a reward for a completed task, the yin-yang eyes, and now he saw the name of all the creatures. It turned out that the monster was the ghost of a cursed girl named Zoe, and then she suddenly lit up and came back to life. Zoe was shocked by what happened. She looked at herself and wondered why she didn't become a ghost puppet. And the hungry ghost, clearly not expecting her to come back to life, hid in fear behind the main character, thinking that the girl would attack him. But she, looking at the ghost, only asked with surprise that wasn't he himself a puppet ghost. Farrell, who at that moment had already picked up Christine in his arms and was carrying her towards the house, turned to Zoe and asked what her words meant. But the girl lowered her head, did not answer our hero's question, but simply muttered under her breath that everything had changed, and that everything was no longer the same. After this, she announced that she was postponing her revenge, and rising from her knees, she decided to fly away from here. But suddenly, Zoe stopped and her expression began to change. She clearly didn't understand what was happening. After all, as it turned out, she couldn't move. And having flown away from Farrell just a few meters, she hung in the air. The girl tried to move on, but it was as if someone was holding her back, and she realized that it was all because of our hero. Meanwhile, Farrell, with Christine in his arms, walked towards the house. The ghost trailed behind them, and none of them paid attention to what was happening. Angry, Zoe turned around and looked at the protagonist. Her eyes were bloodshot again, and she bared her teeth again. The girl flew very quickly towards Farrell, attacking him from behind and screaming at him that she did not understand who he was and how he did this to her. Our hero didn't immediately notice that an enraged monster was heading towards him, so he turned his head only when her hand was already near his face. Zoe swung at him, screaming that no one could or would control her, and Farrell covered Christine with his body, as he could not allow her to get hurt. But then the monster's hand froze, and the girl realized that she could not touch the main character and hurt him. She didn't understand what was happening to her, and Farrell froze in horror, expecting terrible pain from her claws. Then, suddenly, a voice coming from nowhere announced that the task had not yet been completed and was still ongoing. Zoe was only concerned about one question: who the hell is our main character? But he looked at her, in no hurry to explain it. Farrell said something that shocked her. He said that he was Satan, and that for completing the task, he would be allowed to use the note of life and death. Returning home, our hero put Christine to bed. She still hadn't come to her senses after hitting the asphalt. He understood that the girl would soon wake up, since there were no visible injuries on her body, but he was still worried about her well-being. Farrell sat down on the couch, looked at Zoe, and decided to deal with her first, realizing that she clearly had something to do with his assignment. But she did not listen to his reasoning, but only looked at our hero with admiration, still not believing that she had met Satan. Zoe turned to Farrell and said that he was sent to her by the gods to help her take revenge and correct her mistake. She assured him that this was our protagonist's mission, and he decided to find out from her what kind of revenge she was talking about all the time. Zoe began to tell that before her death, she was usually a girl and studied at university. She was being pursued by a guy, but she kept turning him down, so he simply raped her. Farrell asked what the bastard's name was, but without waiting for an answer, he fell asleep right on the couch from fatigue. Zoe was very angry about this. She named her offender. His name was Brian, but she added that she would never recognize such a Satan as Farrell. The next morning, Christine came to and realized that she did not remember how she ended up at home in her bed. Having dressed, she was about to leave the room, when suddenly, under her windows, a man named Brian began to call her by name. Looking out the window, Christine saw a man holding a large bouquet in his hands, standing on one knee and asking her to marry him. The girl's face was frozen in horror. She didn't understand why this man was following her. In fear, she moved away from the window and decided that she would not react to all this and would forget about this man. Christine walked out of her room, repeating to herself that she would stay away from Brian and pretend he wasn't there. But then there was a knock on the door, which frightened the girl even more, because she had not told anyone where she lived. The knocking and shouting woke Farrell, who woke up and asked why Christine had gotten up so early. But the neighbor asked him in response what he was doing at home, and our hero reminded her that they were, in fact, neighbors, and rented an apartment together. Christine yelled at him and said that he wasn't listening to her, because she remembered perfectly well that they were neighbors. She didn't understand why Farrell was at home and not at work. Our hero remembered yesterday, and said with sadness in his voice that yesterday he lost his girlfriend and his job, so now he will spend a lot of time at home. Suddenly, there was another knock at the door, and Brian said that he heard Christine's voice and knew that she was home, so he really hoped that she would open the door for him. The girl covered Farrell's mouth with her hand, asking him to be quieter so that her annoying admirer would finally leave her door. But then something happened that clearly no one expected. The key turned in the lock, and the door creaked open. Brian crawled into the apartment, holding a ring and a bouquet in his hand, and saying that he could enter anywhere without a key. Seeing Christine standing with Farrell, Brian was surprised and made a scene of jealousy, asking who this guy was. Our main character looked at the girl and realized that it really looked very strange, which made him embarrassed, as did she. But then Farrell came to his senses and indignantly began to shout at the girl that this was their shared house, and she had given the keys to someone else. Christine explained that she had not given the key to anyone, and taking a pillow from the sofa, she threw it at the guest, trying to drive him away. The man was only provoked by this act of the girl, and he said that if he likes someone, then the key is just a matter of a few minutes. But then Brian asked again, what, she still doesn't understand who this guy is standing next to her, and what he's doing here. Farrell himself did not understand why he had not yet gone to his room, and without explaining anything, he simply went. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly remembered that their guest's name was Brian, and this name seemed very familiar to him. Christine was afraid that she would be left alone with a man she didn't really know, who had entered the apartment without asking. Suddenly, it dawned on our protagonist that in his sleep, He heard Zoe mention the name Brian, and it was he who raped her. Meanwhile, the uninvited guest told Christine that he couldn't help himself because he fell in love with her while watching her stream. The girl, unable to bear it, screamed at him that she didn't even know him and couldn't accept his proposal, and in general, she didn't need a relationship right now. But this only provoked Brian again. He said that a woman's refusal always means more yes than no, and pulling the girl towards him, he tried to kiss her. Farrell approached them, and addressing the guest, said that he had not yet helped one person, and they needed to settle one very important issue. Brian got angry and turned to our hero, yelling at him to fuck off, and that he had no time to waste on talking. Christine was afraid that the man might harm Farrell and screamed, warning our hero to be careful. But the uninvited guest clearly didn't like this. He was unhappy that the girl was worried about someone else, and not about him. Farrell didn't hesitate. He kicked Brian between the legs with all his might, while sarcastically joking that you can't get distracted in a fight. The uninvited guest screamed in pain and flew back several meters, after which he fell to the floor. Our main character clearly didn't expect that he would be able to hit so hard, so he looked at his leg in surprise, not realizing what had just happened. Brian lay curled up on the floor. He was clearly in a lot of pain, and he couldn't get up right away. But gathering all his strength and stepping over the pain, the uninvited guest got up and left the apartment, shouting to Farrell that he would take revenge on him. Christine looked at the open door, at how Brian came out through it, and turning to our hero, she said that now he was clearly in trouble. But Farrell didn't listen to her. He looked at his feet and was still in shock from the fact that he had become so strong. Suddenly, a terrible picture appeared in Christine's head, that next time Brian would not come alone, but would bring with him a crowd of friends who would avenge him. The girl was horrified. She understood that all this was very serious, and her annoying admirer would not leave this situation without revenge. But Farrell began to calm her down, saying that if he returned, then next time our hero would use even more force and beat him to death. The protagonist told Christine that he would take a short nap and go look for Brian, as he had some unsolved business. But the girl couldn't let him do this, because she was worried about Farrell, so she decided to act herself. After all this trouble happened because of her, and she shouldn't let it get out of control, so she decided to call her boss. The boss's name was Mr. Lyle, and she turned to him and said that she wanted to ask him for a favor. Meanwhile, Brian had already managed to get to Mr. Lyle himself, and sitting in his office, asked for help in the current situation. But their conversation was interrupted by a call from Christine, and after the boss talked to her, he made a decision to help Brian, and not her. He said that he would invite the girl along with Farrell for a conversation, and there people would be waiting for them who would be able to take revenge as needed. Brian didn't expect Mr. Lilly to support him, and so he was very surprised by this proposal, saying that it was brilliant. They both laughed and lit up, rejoicing that revenge would be too easy, and the impudent guy would get what he deserved. It was evening, and Christine and Farrell drove up to the office where her boss was already waiting for them. Getting out of the car, the girl immediately introduced the men to each other, and she really hoped that her boss would help them resolve the conflict. Mr. Lilly looked at Farrell appraisingly and concluded that he posed no threat. After that, they all went together to the building where the office was located to talk, and our main character said that he would definitely apologize for his behavior. Zoe flew into the building with them, hoping that she would have the opportunity to take revenge for everything that happened to her. The only thing that upset her was that Christine tried to persuade Farrell not to act or conflict, but Zoe was too eager for revenge. Taking the elevator to the right floor, Christine realized that she had never been here before, and was surprised that they did not go to Mr. Lilly's office. The doors to a large hall opened before them. Guards stood on either side of these doors, and they were invited to enter. Brian was sitting at the table in the hall with his friends, and told Farrell and Christine that he had been waiting for them for a long time. One of the men looked at Farrell, and was shocked that such a thin and seemingly unprepossessing guy could defeat his friend. Suddenly, the doors behind our heroes slammed shut, and they realized that no one would let them go home just like that. Several more men entered the room, all waiting for a command from Brian, who sat with a satisfied grin. Here Christine turned to Mr. Lilly. She did not understand why he did not act, because she trusted him, and thought that he was on her side. But her boss stood behind her pursuer and said that there was nothing surprising about this, since it was he who had set it all up. Brian snapped his fingers and his friends began to act, and he said with a grin that he was glad to see his bride in his domain. The men flew up to Christine, grabbed her by the arms and dragged her to the table. She tried to resist, but was physically weaker. Having lowered the girl onto the table, the men covered her mouth so that no one could hear her, and waited for further instructions. Brian approached Christine and began to tease the main character, asking why he didn't stand up for the girl. because he was so strong in the morning. Then the man put his hand on the girl's chest and said that only he could enjoy her. Christine lay on the table, unable to resist, so she simply accepted her fate and cried quietly. Farrell, looking at all this, reminded him of his morning kick and joked that now Brian physically won't be able to do anything to the girl. But the man clearly didn't like the fact that they were making fun of him, so he ordered his friends to act. At that moment, two men grabbed knives and ran towards our hero, who stood motionless. A fight broke out, during which dust rose, so it was not clear who was winning the fight. When the dust cleared, Farrell stood motionless, his fists clenched and his face tense. The two men who attacked him lay on the floor unconscious and showing no signs of life. Brian and Mr. Lily clearly did not expect such a turn of events. They were shocked by what they saw and seriously scared. Farrell came up to the table and said that he was even glad that he was invited here today, because it would be even easier to resolve their issue. Then Zoe appeared behind our hero, and he looked at her and said that she would handle the rest on her own. Farrell walked up to Christine, gave her his hand, and helped her up, because she had suffered enough these 2 days. He took her aside, telling her that she was now out of danger and could enjoy the show instead of being afraid. Zoe got to work. Flying up to her offender, she extended her hand with sharp nails to his chest. With a sharp movement, she thrust her hand into Brian's chest. He screamed in horror and pain. Beads of sweat ran down the man's face. His eyes were filled with fear, because he did not understand what was happening to him. Mr. Lily watched all this in horror and was shocked by the power that Farrell possessed. He approached the group's advisor, whose name was Harris, and informed him that he needed to somehow get rid of the guy. He gave the order to act because his reputation was at stake, and if he did not take revenge, he would no longer be able to go out on the street and show his face. The man with red hair took out his nunchaku and showed that he was very skilled with them and would easily defeat our hero. Farrell found it amusing that Mr. Lily couldn't leave them alone, because it meant he could practice his power on him. Our hero looked menacingly at Christine's boss and said that it was in vain that he didn't let them go on good terms. But Mr. Lily only laughed at Farrell's words, as he was fully confident that his men could handle him. Christine's boss shouted that our hero was to blame for getting involved with the wrong person, and that he would pay for everything he did. At that moment, the man with the nunchucks had already approached Farrell and swung, but our hero stood motionless. The nunchuck stopped a few centimeters from the protagonist's face, missing him. Suddenly, our hero's enemy froze and stopped moving, although there was no apparent reason for this. Farrell stood there with a smirk on his face, and Mr. Lily didn't understand what was going on and why his man wasn't attacking our hero. At this point, the red-haired man turned to face the boss and attacked him with a furious look, shouting that he wanted to eat him. Mr. Lily couldn't resist, because the guy was physically stronger than him, and then he got hit in the face. Harris looked at this whole situation with surprise and interest, because he understood that Farrell clearly possessed some kind of power. At this time, Mr. Lily was screaming and trying to throw the guy with the nunchucks off himself, but he couldn't do it. The guy had a wild look and empty eyes. He clearly wasn't aware of his actions, and kept shouting that he wanted to eat. Then a punch came to Mr. Lily's nose. A cracking sound was heard, and this meant only one thing. His nose was broken. The man screamed from the sharp and unexpected pain, covered his nose with his hands, and tried to straighten it. Christine, who had calmed down by this point and was watching the events unfold, took Farrell's hand and asked him to stop all this. But our main character calmed her down, saying that everything would be fine, and they would soon go home. Brian was lying on the floor, his eyes empty, his face frozen in a grimace of horror, foam flowing from his mouth. Harris looked at Brian's body in surprise and began to enthusiastically repeat that this was all very interesting. After this, the man headed for the exit, but stopped, saying that his friend was unlucky enough to run into Zoe, and it was his misfortune. Haris looked at the girl with a searching look, his lips spread into a smile, after which he left the room. Zoe was very surprised, because he saw her. Although for ordinary people she was invisible, this meant only one thing: he was not just a person. Farrell also did not expect such a turn of events, and looking after Harris, he thought about who this stranger was. Here Mr. Lily stood up, still holding his nose, and ordered his men to avenge him. But the people lay motionless, showing no signs of life, and clearly no one was going to stand up for their boss. Farrell got fed up with all this, and ordered the guy with the nunchucks to attack Mr. Lily and eat him. He didn't have to wait long, and the guy ran towards his boss, shouting that he was hungry and wanted to eat. Mr. Lily and the man with the nunchucks got into a fight, but the boss clearly wasn't the stronger of the two. He fell to the floor, his face was covered in bruises and very swollen from the blows. Tears were streaming from his eyes. The guy with the nunchucks stood over him, baring his teeth, and still repeating that he was very hungry and wanted to eat. Farrell walked up to him, looked into his whitened eyes, and ordered someone to go back and leave the guy alone. Then the ghost appeared from behind the man. It turned out that he had possessed him, and that is why the guy obeyed our hero's orders and behaved so strangely. Farrell leaned over to Mr. Lily, looked at him with a smirk, and asked if he wanted to continue this pointless fight. But the man didn't answer anything to this. He lay unconscious and was breathing heavily. But one thing was good. He was alive. Mr. Lily came to his senses and said that he was ready to fulfill any demands of our hero after what happened. Farrell replied that if anything happened to Christine, he would be the one responsible for it, and no one else. After that, he called the ghost, saying that they were going home, and he left the body of the guy with the nunchucks, flying out of it. The guy fell to the floor next to Boss. It was unclear whether he was alive or not, and Mr. Lily was very scared of this. Therefore, Christina's boss begged Farrell, asked him to leave him alive, and said that from now on he would help him in every possible way. Farrell turned, looked at him, and grinned, saying that they could have agreed on everything right away without this circus. Christina looked at her boss with a surprised look. It was unusual for her to see him so scared. Mr. Lily rose from his knees and informed the girl that she could go to work tomorrow or do whatever she wanted. Christine began to resist, waving her hands, and explained that after everything she had been through, she was going on vacation. Then Farrell walked up to the girl, took her hand, and led her aside, reminding her that it was all over and that they could now go home. And together they headed towards the exit, leaving this ill-fated office and this terrible building. But already on the way out, Farrell remembered another girl who would not be able to be in the room without him, but who needed to say goodbye to her offender. Zoe hovered over Brian's body, looking at him and not believing that she had taken revenge for all the girls he had managed to offend. And her offender was lying on the ground, and he was dead. His eyeballs were leaking out, and foam was coming out of his mouth. Zoe leaned over Brian's body one last time and said that he had ruined her, but now she had taken revenge and could start living with a clean slate. The girl headed towards the exit, and finally said that she hoped they would never see each other again. Farrell turned to Zoe, making sure she had said goodbye to her abuser, let it all go, and called her. Christine looked into the void in surprise, but there was no one there, and she asked our hero who he was talking to. But Farrell was only amused by this, and he laughed and told her not to pay attention to it. Meanwhile, Harris came to Brian's father and reported that his son was no longer there, and that he had been killed by a ghost. Haris explained that he hadn't figured out where the guy who had caused all this mess had come from, and that they shouldn't act rashly. But Brian's father said that he couldn't sit back and had to take revenge at any cost, and if the advisor wasn't ready, then someone else would. Haris was angered by this behavior and attitude towards him, so he abruptly threw his cigarette on the floor and put it out. He got up from his chair and walked towards the exit, saying that he had nothing more to do here and that they should deal with it themselves. Then a man in a kimono came out from around the corner and said that he felt like Harris was just not ready for all of this. Brian's father said that if the man helped him get revenge, then all the privileges that the advisor had would become his. A new day had dawned. The sun was shining through the windows, but our hero was still fast asleep, which cannot be said about Christine. She got up before him and started to wake up her neighbor, but he told her that he was tired and asked her to let him sleep a little. Christine got angry and started yelling that she wanted to feed him more food, but it seemed like he didn't want to eat. Farrell was hungry, so the mention of food immediately cheered him up. He shouted that he would get up now, but it was too late, because the girl entered the room to him. But then Christine gasped, turned away and closed her eyes, and the whole thing was that the man was naked. Our hero did not understand why the girl reacted to him so strangely, and began to examine himself. But then he realized that he had absolutely no clothes on, although he did not remember taking them off. Christine ran out of the room, screaming at him that he was a bastard, and Farrell sat on the bed, embarrassed, covered with a blanket. A little later, after our hero had already gotten dressed and tidied himself up, he went out into the street with Christine. He reminded the girl that she wanted to feed him a big breakfast, but it was unclear why she brought him to the park. Christine said that it was a shortcut to her favorite cafe, where the food was delicious, but our heroes had no idea that they were being watched at that very moment. The girl was still in shock after what she saw in the morning, but Farrell tried to explain to her that it was not his fault. And then, out of nowhere, two men, painfully familiar to them, appeared in front of them and blocked the road. Recognizing these people as Brian's friends, Farrell realized that he and Christine would not leave so easily, and they would have to fight again. But then, behind these men, another silhouette appeared, and our hero immediately understood who was behind all this. An angry Farrell began to shout that he was disappointed in Mr. Lily, and realized that everything they had talked about before was useless. But then our hero noticed that something was wrong with Boss Christine. His eyes were empty, his eyeballs were missing, and he was too pale. But Farrell didn't have time to figure out the reason for all this, because the men began to attack them. Our hero grabbed the girl and covered her with his body, since he could not do anything else. But then the hungry ghost and Zoe appeared, who managed to intercept the blow and take it upon themselves, stopping it. Farrell was very surprised by this, because he thought that his bodyguards could only appear at night, and he had never seen them during the day. But Zoe, as if reading our hero's thoughts, told him that if they stayed with him all the time, then nothing would threaten them. Christine began to shake her head and look around, not understanding who Farrell was talking to, because she didn't see anyone. But our hero didn't listen to her. He told Zoe that men were different from those they had encountered yesterday, and he thought she felt it too. Farrell decided to use his ability, the yin-yang eyes, to see who was standing in front of them. Our hero saw that each of the men was possessed by ghosts, but they were different from the ghost who was next to him and helping him. Invisible strings extended from the men's bodies and went into the bushes, and it felt like someone was controlling the men. Having told Zoe about this, he heard from her the already familiar phrase that these were puppet ghosts. Farrell immediately remembered the evening when he first saw the girl, and how surprised she was when she found out that his ghost was not a puppet ghost. Christine, who had been watching our hero talk to someone invisible all this time, began to worry even more and not understand what was happening. But Farrell only listened to Zoe, who told him that there were powerful sorcerers in the city who captured creepy ghosts and infused them into people. But then our hero's attention was drawn to his ghost, who, as always, was hungry and who really wanted to eat the puppet ghosts. Farrell said he didn't mind him having a snack, and the ghost, delighted, flew towards the men. But Mr. Lilly stopped the ghost with a swing of the sword he had in his hand, and the hungry ghost didn't have time to do anything. Christine's boss chuckled and said that now no one would be able to take possession of his body. Zoe also decided to take action and flew towards Mr. Lilly, hoping to grab him. And she even succeeded. She penetrated his chest with a sharp blow of her hand, and began to act as usual. But Boss Christine didn't react to this in any way. He didn't even shout, he just threw Zoe aside. After this, Mr. Lilly ordered the other two men to act and kill our hero. They ran towards Farrell, swords in their hands, but our hero stood motionless and understood that he was stronger than them. The main character remembered that yesterday everything was exactly the same, and he defeated these men without any problems. With one movement, he knocked out one man first, and he flew back several meters. After that, he also threw the second man away from himself, and now the two of them were flying back to Mr. Lilly. One of them did not drop his sword during the fall, and holding it in his hand, swung it by inertia. Boss Christine stood motionless, frozen in horror, as a very sharp sword, blade first, entered his throat. Mr. Lilly's head flew off and rolled across the asphalt, and his body fell to the ground with a crash. Farrell froze in horror. He had never seen anyone die before, at least not like this. Christine, who still did not understand what was happening and was in a panic, lost consciousness from what she saw and fell onto the asphalt. Farrell ran up to her in fear, making sure that it was just a fainting spell. He began to remember how to provide first aid. A police car stopped near them, but our hero didn't pay any attention to it. He was only thinking about his neighbor. The car doors opened with a bang and a girl who was a police officer came out. The girl introduced herself. Her name was Neil, and she held the position of vice captain of the criminal investigation department. She said that someone called her here, and when she saw the scene that was happening in the park, she was shocked. With one movement of her hand, the girl grabbed the gun and pointed it at Farrell, ordering him to stop. Neil stood motionless, pointing the gun at our hero, screaming that he was crazy and needed to get away from the girl. Farrell clearly did not expect such a turn of events, and when he saw the gun, he became even more frightened, since it would be more difficult for him to stop the shot than for a person. Out of fear, he unclenched his hands, and Christine's head, which he was holding, began to fall to the ground. When she fell, the girl hit her head very hard. Blood spurted from her nose, and she never regained consciousness. Farrell was horrified. He didn't expect Christine to get hurt, because he did everything to prevent this from happening. Our hero began to run around the girl, trying to bring her to her senses and giving her artificial respiration, but it didn't help. Neil put her gun back in its holster, realizing she had to take a completely different approach. The girl ran to Farrell, shouting to him that she could help Christine and she would stay alive. But instead of providing first aid, Neil grabbed our hero by the arm and pulled him away from her. After that, she hit him sharply and screamed that there was only one way to help Christine, and that was to subdue him. Neil had knocked our hero to the ground and completely immobilized him. Now she was ready to take him to the police station. The man in the kimono was pleased with himself and everything that had happened, telling someone on the radio that he had defeated Farrell. He grinned and figured that our main character would be busy for a while, and then they would figure out how to destroy him. Neil brought Farrell to the police station, only the problem was that he was unconscious. Her colleague immediately realized that the girl had once again used her signature blow on our hero, after which all the people she had detained took a long time to regain consciousness. The man looked at Farrell and did not understand how to interrogate him, and how long this state would last. Neil couldn't believe her eyes, saying that the man had just been very energetic and that he was probably pretending. The girl approached Farrell, and it was at that moment that he came to, holding his head and complaining of pain. Our hero realized that he was mistaken for Mr. Lily's killer, and while he was unconscious, he overheard the police conversation. The murdered man was nicknamed Brother Dragon, and had a rather complicated past, but the rest of the victims at the crime scene were just slackers. The employee expressed doubt that Farrell was the criminal, but Neil said he simply was not at the crime scene and did not see what happened. The girl, seeing that our hero was looking at her, said that she didn't like it when all sorts of psychos stared at her like that. Neil was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that she had forgotten to tell her colleague some important information. Leaning over, she whispered in his ear so that no one could hear that Zhang Bing from X Group had died. This news shocked her colleague, and he began to stutter in surprise, and then fell silent altogether. Neil said that she had been spying on this group for 2 years, and that they could hide this news from everyone else, but not from her. The source told her that before his death, the man had met and communicated with a young guy, and the girl believed that Farrell basically matched the description of the guy the witness saw. She then reasoned that Zhang Bing had died, and then the dragon brother had been killed, and with a suspect, this crime could be solved. After all, the girl didn't even doubt for a second that our hero was the killer of those two. But then she discovered that there was no one in the chair, and her suspect had somehow managed to escape. Neil and her colleague were shocked by this, because they were in the office the whole time and did not take their eyes off him. The girl realized that she needed to act immediately, because Farrell could not have gone far from the site. Neil was angry with herself because she had lost the main suspect in the case, and catching him would now be more difficult. Running out into the street, she began to look around, hoping to see at least some trace of the missing man. But there was no trace of our hero around the police station, so it was necessary to think about the next move. Meanwhile, Farrell was deep in thought about the fact that he had become a killer, and that he didn't know what to do now. Our hero was so carried away by his experiences that he did not realize that he had ended up in Satan's palace. But raising his head, Farrell saw in front of him a familiar building with a skull above the entrance. Our hero did not understand where Christina had gone, and how he had moved from the police station to Satan's palace. Then a bright beam of light lit up above the building, and this meant that a talking plate would appear. The light blinded our hero, and he froze in anticipation of a new task or some other information. Some mechanisms came out of the light, gears started spinning, and little by little it all began to turn into a slab. The system informed our hero that his new mission was complete, and now he was allowed to use the Book of Life and Death. But the only thing our hero was thinking about now was Christine's condition, because it was unknown where she was and what was wrong with her. Here, the palace of Satan began to disappear, the walls began to crack, and Farrell no longer understood whether all this was really happening to him now, or whether it was a dream. After the wall completely disappeared, our hero saw the hospital building and came closer to see what was there. Almost immediately, he noticed the room in which the doctor was standing, but something about his appearance made Farrell wary. Our hero did not immediately notice Christine lying in bed, but was very happy when he saw that she was alive. The doctor reached out his hand to the girl, but clearly not to check her condition, and for a second Farrell thought he wanted to strangle the girl. In a panic, our hero began to scream and realized that he urgently needed to act, otherwise something irreparable would happen. Farrell ran and jumped into the hospital window. At that moment, he was not thinking about anything except that he needed to save Christine. From the force of the jump, the glass in the ward cracked, and our hero flew in, knocking the doctor off his feet so that he flew several meters away. Farrell himself was not hurt at all. He landed very successfully and began to assess the situation. The doctor was lying on the floor and no longer posed a threat, because after taking a deep breath, he immediately passed out. Our hero ran up to the girl and whispered her name, but she didn't react to him in any way because she was still unconscious. The door to the ward suddenly opened and the main character became wary, as he thought that the doctor had managed to call for help. But it was Neil who went to the hospital immediately after Farrell disappeared, because she was afraid that he would want to finish what he failed to do back in the park. Our hero was at first glad that it was not another ghost, but then he remembered that he was accused of murdering Mr. Lily, and that she would try to detain him. Then Farrell's attention was distracted by something more interesting. He looked at the floor and saw what he saw today in the park. A dark, snake-like thing that had crawled out of the doctor was wriggling across the floor and was trying to crawl towards the police girl. Farrell, without thinking twice, activated his yin-yang eye skill and saw that it was a puppet ghost. Neil spoke to our hero, threatening him that she would use force again if he decided to escape. But Farrell did not listen to her. The main character understood that he could not allow the ghost to possess the officer and, with her help, harm Christine. He turned to the police girl and asked her to be careful, but she only smirked at his warning. The girl decided to come closer to Farrell and thus saved herself, not allowing the puppet ghost to grab her. Niall blocked our hero's path and said that he had nowhere to run, and therefore it was better to surrender now. The main character began to calm the girl down and asked her to listen to him, but it didn't help, because she was very aggressive towards him. Then the sounds of approaching police cars came from the broken window, and apparently there were a lot of them. Looking out the window, Farrell saw 3 cars with flashing lights that had already pulled up to the hospital building. Police officers got out of the car. There were quite a lot of them, and our hero felt like a particularly dangerous criminal. The commander shouted at them to hurry, to be careful and to capture the suspect at all costs. Farrell knew that he couldn't escape from here so easily, and that the more people there were, the more problems there would be. Neil approached Farrell and informed him that he was caught and had nowhere to run because he was surrounded. But our hero didn't really listen to her. He was watching the puppet ghost, who had already crept up on the girl and was about to enter her. Farrell knew he had to take action and decided to call on his hungry ghost for help. Our hero ordered him to attack and eat the puppet ghost so that it would not possess anyone. The ghost seemed to be waiting for exactly this, and he rushed at his victim with all his might and at breakneck speed. He grabbed the puppet ghost, pulled it away from the policeman's girlfriend, and began to suck it greedily into himself. At this moment, Farrell stumbled, fell to his knee, and did not immediately notice that his hand had dived under Neil's skirt. When he noticed this, he became very embarrassed, worried, and began to try to explain something to her in a stuttering voice. But the police girl was no less embarrassed than he was. She clearly did not expect such a turn of events. Neil was seriously angry at such impudence on the part of the suspect, hit him, and once again became convinced that he was a pervert and a psycho. Our hero understood that he didn't have time to deal with the girl, because other employees were about to burst into the ward. So he ordered Zoe to keep an eye on Christine to keep her safe, while he dealt with whoever was controlling the puppet ghost. But Zoe was outraged by this. She did not understand why she should obey Farrell, and Neil did not understand at all who he was talking to. But our hero did not pay attention to all this, because he did not have time. So he, together with the hungry ghost, ran out of the room and followed the tracks. The policewoman realized that he was running away and shouted after him that this time he wouldn't succeed, and that she wouldn't let him go so easily. Farrell didn't listen to what Neil was shouting at him, as all he could think about was that he needed to act as quickly as possible. Our hero and the hungry ghost ran up the stairs, realizing that whoever was controlling the puppet ghost wanted them to go up to the roof. Farrell was very angry about all this. He wanted to quickly deal with his enemy and return to Christine. Our hero and the hungry ghost had already reached the exit to the roof, and they understood that they were about to see the one who was behind all this. Then Farrell saw Zoe next to him, and did not understand why she disobeyed his order and left Christine unattended. But the girl explained to him that she and the hungry ghost could only keep a certain distance from him. And here it was, too great. They stopped, saw their enemy, and unanimously decided to quickly grab him so that Christine would be safe. Farrell turned to the man standing in front of him with a complaint and said that he had made him a murderer. Our hero got really angry and said that he would take revenge on him for everything he had done and would return his bright name. There was no more time to waste, and Farrell ordered his friends to seize the enemy who stood in their way. But the man was not at all afraid of all this, but on the contrary, he only grinned, saying that these were just 2 primary forces that he could handle. The enemy of our heroes brought 2 fingers together in front of him, and a bright light began to emanate from him. He looked at his opponents with a grin, and it was clear that he was confident in his abilities. Zoe and the hungry ghost were shocked by what happened next as their enemy began to slowly disappear. Farrell was no less surprised, and clearly did not expect this to happen. Now he could not see his enemy. The girl noted to herself that since she became a ghost, the moments when her enemy disappears frightened her most. Our hero asked the hungry ghost if he could see anything, but he only looked at his master with fear. Then the ground shook, and Farrell crouched down to sense the vibrations where their enemy was. But he felt a sharp blow from below, from which he rose and flew several meters up. Our hero landed on the ground and understood that it would now be much more difficult to defeat the man. Our heroes tensed and stood with their backs to each other, waiting for the next blow and hoping to see at least something. Zoe suddenly remembered that Farrell had the ability to see the invisible, and she reminded him of the yin-yang eyes. Our hero felt embarrassed that he himself had not remembered this and had not used this ability. Farrell was very inspired by the fact that he had his own unique skill, and that with it, he could quickly defeat the man. He used his abilities and began to look around, but he saw no one on the roof except them. Our hero told Zoe that he didn't see anyone and didn't know how to proceed. The hungry ghost began to sniff around to catch the scent of their enemy, and he even thought he smelled it. He tried to concentrate on the scent, and it seemed to him that their enemy was near them. He saw something glowing, opened his mouth, and tried to swallow it. Farrell also noticed it and was surprised. The phantom failed to swallow the light, and he realized that it was a deception and that they were simply making fun of him. But then it dawned on our hero, and he grinned and said that it looked like he had a plan for further action. Farrell decided to share his idea with the ghost girl, hoping that she would help him. Zoe looked at him with disbelief and asked if this would really work and if he was sure he wanted this. But our hero had no doubts about his actions. And turning to the hungry ghost, he said that he did not expect that he would become his talisman. The girl flew up to the hungry ghost, grabbed him, and began to lift him up, and Farrell clenched his fist. Swinging, our hero hit the ghost in the stomach with all his might and quickly ran to the side. The hungry ghost's eyes filled with tears, his cheeks puffed out, and he could barely contain himself. Zoe held him very tightly, rising even higher with him, realizing what was about to happen. And then the hungry ghost started to vomit. But the girl was waiting for this, so she started to spin him. The vomit flew all over the roof and landed on the man in the kimono, causing him to begin to manifest and become visible. Our hero was very happy that he was right, and understood that now it would be easier for him to defeat the enemy. Zoe lowered it down, holding the exhausted hungry ghost in her arms, and grimaced because it all looked so disgusting. The man in the kimono looked at them very carefully, and from his gaze it was clear that he was very angry. Farrell, realizing that they needed to act quickly as they had a chance to defeat the enemy, ordered Zoe to capture him. They decided to act together, and the girl attacks from above, and our main character from below, and so he can't get away from them. But the man again made a strange figure with his hands, joining his fingers, and something like an electric shock ran through them. Farrell and Zoe saw their enemy suddenly spin like a top, forming something like a tornado, and they clearly did not expect it. Our main character and the girl were thrown to the side several meters by this whirlwind, and they could not get closer to the man. The girl looked carefully in the direction where the man in the kimono had just been, but did not see him, as the rising dust blocked her entire view. But then their enemy appeared behind her back, and with an evil grin he grabbed the girl and attacked her. The man, with a sharp movement of his hand, hit Zoe in the chest, which she clearly did not expect, and therefore screamed. After this blow, she lost all her strength and was immobilized, and a light appeared around her, which slowly destroyed her. After Farrell flew into the wall and hit his head, he slowly came to his senses. Looking up, he saw what their enemy had done to Zoe and screamed in surprise because he was very afraid for her. The ghost girl was flying down to the ground at breakneck speed and was clearly unconscious. Our hero understood that she was about to break, so he crouched down and, pushing off the ground with all his might, jumped up. Having caught Zoe, he looked at her. She was all glowing and seemed to be slowly burning, and he did not understand what was happening. Having landed on the ground with her, Farrell was very angry and understood that at any cost he had to take revenge for all this. In a fit of emotion, our hero looked at the hungry ghost and shouted at him to grab the man in the kimono. The ghost was shaking all over with fear and did not move. He understood that the same thing would happen to him as to Zoe. Farrell didn't understand why the ghost wasn't following his orders, and didn't notice how his enemy was already standing behind him. Our hero heard a strange sound, turned his head in panic, but it was too late, because the man in the kimono had already struck. The enemy struck Farrell in the face, and it was so strong that our hero cried out in pain. The main character flew into the wall at breakneck speed, and the blow was so strong that he briefly lost consciousness. The man in the kimono understood that Farrell did not have the power that he himself had, and he was just a guy who learned small skills from somewhere. The hungry ghost saw that he would be next, and so he tried to escape from their enemy. But the man noticed him, used his powers, and the hungry ghost flew to the side several meters. The same thing happened as with Zoe. The ghost began to burn, disappear, and he was clearly in a lot of pain. Farrell slowly began to come to his senses, not understanding what had happened to him, and for a moment it seemed to him that he had died. He looked up, saw his hungry ghost burning, and knew they had lost this fight and would not get out of here alive. The man in the kimono spun through the air like a fury and flew towards Farrell with the intention of finishing him off. But then Nile burst onto the roof and shouted at the man not to move and to stay where he was. She pointed the gun at him, and he began jumping around the roof at breakneck speed, doing everything he could to prevent her from shooting him. The man in the kimono did not expect uninvited guests, and understood that he might have to get rid of the girl. But then other employees came up to the roof, all of them armed, and pointed their pistols at the man. Neil didn't understand what was happening, and thinking that it was Farrell's accomplice, she became even more angry. The girl pointed a gun at our hero and said that he was accused of murder, indecent behavior, and escape. Neil took out the handcuffs and fastened them to Farrell's hand so that he couldn't run away anywhere else. The remaining police officers pointed their guns at the man in the kimono and ordered him to lie down on the ground. The man grinned and had already come up with a plan of action in his head that would help him get rid of our hero. With one hand, the man in the kimono took something out of his sleeve and slowly began to read some kind of spell. The sky darkened, and puppet ghosts began to appear around him out of nowhere. They wrapped themselves around the employees, immobilized them, and began to penetrate their bodies to deprive them of their will. Neil was also attacked by a puppet ghost that coiled around her body like a snake. Farrell tried to see something, but because it suddenly became dark, he could not see anything at all. The girl sharply pointed the gun at our hero and understood that she did not control her body, and it was as if someone was controlling her. She tried to resist, but to no avail, and with a sharp pull of the trigger, she shot Farrell in the head. Our hero screamed in pain, his world seemed to split apart, and he began to fall into the abyss. Farrell didn't understand what had happened or where he was, so he started looking around. Here our hero saw that he seemed to be in some parallel world, and saw what was happening at that moment on the roof. Farrell saw the familiar screen and demanded an explanation, because he did not understand whether he was still Satan or not. A message appeared on the screen that he had died, and that this was a problem. But our hero could not believe it. The voice told Farrell that he was about to receive instruction on his skill, and he remembered that the yin-yang had not worked against the man in the kimono. After this, our hero turned to the panel and decided to find out what was happening and why his enemy froze. Farrell had a lot of questions about his condition. He didn't understand if he was dying, and if he died, then Satan would also die or not. Our hero understood that he was missing something important, but he didn't understand what, just as he didn't understand why his enemy was so strong. The screen reminded Farrell that he not only had the yin-yang eye skill, but also the notebook of life and death. Our hero remembered this, but had absolutely no idea how to use this skill, so he began to demand instructions from the screen. Farrell calmed down a little and decided to think, because the system had never abandoned him in trouble before, and explained everything. A keyboard appeared in front of him, and our hero realized that the system would help him defeat his enemy. Farrell began typing the name of the man who had long since died, but who could clearly help him. It was Mo Tzu. The system asked if he really wanted to revive him, and having received a positive answer, it lit up with a bright light. Farrell was watching the scene very carefully, and then the silhouette of a man appeared in the light. The silhouette slowly descended, and a bright flash emanating from it blinded our hero. The light cleared and Farrell saw a man who looked somewhat like his enemy, and the man asked why he had been called here. Our hero was frightened by the resemblance, although he understood that it was another person, but he still involuntarily cried out in surprise. Motsu took a few steps forward and began to examine the place where he had ended up. The belt on his robe came undone, and the man began to slowly undress, first exposing his chest and then his entire body. Motsu approached the place where the two worlds touched each other and began to study very carefully what was happening there. Farrell didn't expect the man to strip completely naked and even choked when he saw it. Motsu looked closely at the people who were on the roof and understood that he had entered a new world, and according to the rules of this world, he had to change his clothes. Here, the man changed his image completely and began to look very stylish, wearing a suit, glasses, and holding a cigarette in his teeth. Our hero clearly did not expect such a transformation, and noted that not only his appearance had changed, but also his manner of communication. Motsu said that he had many skills and that he was not inferior in them to Farrell's enemy, whose name was Lu Ban. The man then said that he knew absolutely everything about our hero, and knew that he was strong, but not strong enough. He continued his speech and said that since Farrell was a man who was ready to become Satan for the sake of peace, he would not leave him without attention. So Motsu promised to help him, and grabbing our hero by the shirt, he lifted him up. After this, the man swung very hard and threw Farrell several meters to the side. Our hero somehow landed on the ground and lost consciousness for a short time from the force of the impact. But when he came to his senses, he turned his head to the side and saw something very strange. Someone's eyes were looking at him. Suddenly, the floor became liquid, like thick mud, and from this liquid, a very creepy skull began to appear. Farrell screamed in surprise, rose up on his hands and began to back away, hoping that the skull would not reach him. Having stood up on his feet, our hero saw a terrible picture ghost begin to crawl out of the floor, and they all reached out to him. He realized that he was trapped and could not resist the creatures that were pulling him into their quagmire. Motsu watched this closely, and then suddenly jumped up from his place and flew at breakneck speed to help our hero. Grabbing Farrell by the shirt, he very quickly pulled him out of this abyss of ghosts. But some of them never let go of our hero. The man looked at all this very carefully and said that they now had material for armor. Motsu grabbed our hero very tightly and pressed on his chest with his free hand. The man removed his hand, the place where it had been lit up, and the ghosts greedily began to penetrate Farrell. Motsu simply stood over our hero, watched everything that was happening, and had no intention of helping him in any way. Farrell screamed in pain as the ghosts tore him apart, and there were too many of them. The man continued to stand with a serious face, watching our hero's torment, and asked if he felt strength. But Farrell could no longer answer, because the number of ghosts increased, and all this turned into a huge lump. Motsu looked straight into our hero's eyes and informed him that he himself was the key to his armor. Farrell didn't understand what the man was telling him. He was exhausted and didn't know how to proceed. Out of nowhere, a sharp flash of light appeared, from which a vibration emanated, and she slowly began to shrink. The man with a serious face said that this light was power, and that only a powerful heart could control it. Looking closely at our hero, he asked if Farrell was ready to accept this unlimited power. But Farrell couldn't answer him. He was enduring the pain that the ghosts were inflicting on him with all his might, and he was clenching his teeth tightly. Our hero's face began to change. Half remained human, but the other half took on a creepy appearance. And Farrell began to doubt that the system had made the right choice and appointed him Satan, because he believed that there was no more shitty Satan than him. Our hero closed his eyes and images from his past appeared in his memory. He remembered how his beloved left him. Following this, he remembered the policeman's girlfriend and the fact that she considered him a murderer and a psychopath. Our hero did not notice how the light absorbed him, and he began to disappear, shrinking to a small dot. This point turned out to be his eye, but greatly modified, and light still emanated from it. After some time, the eye began to blink very slowly and eventually opened completely. A bright red light emanated from the eye, and Motsu watched everything that was happening very carefully and was afraid that our hero would not cope. At that very moment, there was a loud crack and the eye began to split into small pieces. From the broken eye, Farrell's hand emerged and rushed upward. This meant only one thing: our hero was gaining strength. The eye began to stretch in all directions. It could not withstand what was happening inside it. And Farrell continued to crawl out of the eye, no matter what, but his body had changed. Our hero shouted that even though he was abandoned, he was not trash. And with these words, he tore his eye apart and was completely free. Motsu quickly jumped away from Farrell and said that only after complete despair does a person gain true strength. And our hero was just disappointed in life. And that is why he was chosen and appointed by Satan. Farrell appeared before Motsu in his full form. His skin was white, and the system reported that the Asura armor had been activated. The man looked at our hero and said that he looked exactly as described in the ancient texts. He looked more closely at Farrell and realized that something was bothering him, but he didn't yet understand what it was. Our hero looked at himself and said that he didn't care how it all worked. The most important thing was that he would not die in battle with his enemy. Farrell looked at Motsu and asked him not to go anywhere, as he still had a lot of questions. The man was not against answering them, because there were many useful things in hell that he had studied and that he knew about. But our hero decided to ask questions later, because now he needed to finish what he started. So he ordered the system to bring him back, and immediately the parallel world he was in now split into pieces. Our hero landed in the spot where he was before he died from a shot to the head from Neil's pistol. The gun was also pointed at him, and the policewoman slowly pulled the trigger. The situation repeated itself. A shot rang out that should have killed Farrell by hitting him in the head. But now our hero was different, and he had a necklace of the eyes of the ghosts that had possessed him around his neck. These eyes began to look around, assessing the situation, and now no enemy or danger will go unnoticed. The bullet was flying towards Farrell very fast, and it seemed like it was about to enter his head again, and he would die again. But this time, everything was completely different, because our hero became stronger, so he stopped the bullet by grabbing it. Luban was stunned when he saw this. He realized that Farrell's appearance had changed, his hands had changed, and a necklace of eyes had appeared on his neck. But our hero told his enemy that it was too early for him to be surprised. because this was not all he was capable of. With a sharp movement of his hand, he grabbed the puppet ghost that was wrapped around the policeman's girlfriend and tore it apart. After the ghost left her body, Neil lost consciousness and began to fall to the ground. But our hero managed to pick her up in his arms, looked at the girl, and said that maybe she couldn't hear him, but he wanted her to know that he wasn't crazy. After that, he sat her down on the ground and made sure that she was safe and that nothing was threatening her anymore. The man in the kimono didn't understand how it was possible that the boy, who couldn't even dodge a normal attack, had become so much stronger. At this moment, Farrell very quickly moved to Zoe, who was lying on the ground and was completely exhausted. He brought his hand to her. It illuminated the girl with light and breathed life force into her. Zoe opened her eyes and looked at the renewed Farrell, and he only smiled back at her and thanked her for her help. After that, our hero left the girl alone and decided to help the hungry ghost, so he ended up near him. Farrell touched him and informed him that he had come to rely on them, but now it was his turn to fight their enemy. The man in the kimono was irritated that our hero was stalling for time and chatting too much, so he decided to act first. He stood on the railing, began waving his arms, and puppet ghosts flew out of his sleeve and headed towards Farrell. But the necklace of eyes moved and began to look around, seeing every ghost and every movement of Luban. Our hero had no trouble repelling all the attacks of the puppet ghosts that were flying at him. Grabbing the last one, he squeezed it in his hand with all his might, and chuckled at the fact that his enemy was repeating himself in his actions. The puppet ghosts had completely disappeared, leaving only crumbs of them, and Farrell reported that in addition to the malice, there were now hundreds of hungry souls in his body. Luban has been manipulating souls to do evil, but it's time to put an end to it all. Our hero very quickly found himself behind his enemy and said that now he would feel all the anger and malice of the ghosts that were now inside him. Farrell leaned towards Luban's ear and asked him how he felt now and if he was afraid of him. But the man in the kimono only became more angry and said that he was not going to give up. Our hero, with a sharp movement, grabbed his enemy by the hand and pressing on it, broke it in half. Luban clearly did not expect such a turn of events. He froze in horror and did not immediately understand what had happened to him. The arm was hanging, it was broken in the middle, and it would now take too long to heal. Enraged and thinking of nothing but revenge, the man tried to hit Farrell, but he deftly jumped away from him. Luban chuckled and informed our hero that he was convinced that he had become stronger, but he also had an ace up his sleeve. With his healthy hand, he made a combination of fingers. A bright light came on, and another ghost appeared. This ghost went down the building, rose back up, but not alone. He wrapped himself around Christine and lifted her up. Luban revived the rest of the police officers and said that even without one arm, he still had the strength to defeat Farrell. But our hero destroyed the puppet ghosts that were inside the employees, and the men fell to the ground unconscious. The man in the kimono jumped down from the railing holding the ghost with his good arm, which wrapped itself around her. He was very angry. Christine was at his mercy, and it was impossible to predict his next actions. His eyes were filled with rage, and he said that up until now, he had only been assessing Farrell's strength. Luban grinned and said that our hero had no idea what he was about to face. The puppet ghost squeezed his hand tighter, and the man's face changed dramatically, and his eyes became even more furious. Then something began to happen that horrified our hero, because at the same time the ghost began to squeeze Christine tighter. The man in the kimono made a beastly sound, and feeling his advantage, he continued to act. Christine rose even higher. The ghost wrapped itself around her more and more tightly, and it seemed that it was about to crush her. Little by little, the girl's body began to crack, and it became clear to Farrell that his enemy would not leave her alive. Luban turned to our hero and reported that the number of souls he had tamed was much greater than it might have initially seemed. Farrell looked at him in bewilderment and said that he thought it all seemed childish. But the man in the kimono was not going to retreat. He took a few steps back and continued his speech. Luban said that young people always show off as soon as they learn a new trick, but when they encounter him and his power, they all run away in fear. So Farrell needs to prove that he is stronger than him, and this can only be done by winning. Our hero stood and looked at his enemy, not understanding why he was doing all this, and why he was boasting that he was invincible. But Luban was not going to shut up. He smirked that Farrell was still inactive, even though his girlfriend's life was coming to an end. Our hero raised his eyes and looked at his neighbor. He understood that something irreparable would soon happen to her. The snake wrapped itself around her body more and more tightly. She was already on the verge of death. But he did not know how to act in this situation. Looking down at his enemy, our hero could no longer just stand there and watch everything that was happening. He gathered all his anger, put it into his fist, and swung it, ready to hit the man. But at the last moment, he was stopped by a strange sound. He heard a crunch and did not understand what it was. At that moment, Lu Bang set his broken arm. It healed before his eyes and was completely restored. The man in the kimono raised his hand and said that Christine's spirit was the perfect match for another ghost that he would now possess. He clasped his hands together and said that it was time to end all of this, and a bright light began to emanate from him. The snake squeezed Christine's body even tighter. Deep cracks formed on her face, and the girl's breathing became barely noticeable. The sky darkened, clouds appeared out of nowhere, and rain began to fall from them. But there was something unusual about it. The drops hit the railing, a hissing sound was heard, and the places they touched began to corrode. A few drops fell on our main character, and he, feeling a burning sensation, began to shake them off. There was a groan. It was Nile. She was also being hit by acid rain, and it was clearly painful for her. Farrell understood that if he didn't do something now, the girl would simply disappear, so he flew towards her at breakneck speed. But then, the hungry ghost decided to help his master, and began to suck in the clouds, and along with them, the acid rain. This gave our main character an advantage. He, without wasting time, ran up and hit his enemy. Lu Ban clearly didn't expect this, so he didn't have time to group himself and felt the full power of our hero. Farrell swung again to finish off his enemy, but he, sensing that he was about to lose the fight, simply disappeared. The ghost that was wrapped around Chris disappeared along with the man, and so she flew down to the ground at a furious speed. Our hero looked up, saw this, and realizing that the girl was about to crash, jumped to catch her. Having caught his neighbor, he began to transform back into a human, and told her that they could finally go home. Our hero headed towards the exit. Holding Christine in his arms, he wanted to quickly bring her to her senses and make sure that she was okay. But then conscience and humanity made him stop, and he glanced to the side. He looked at the policeman's girl who was still lying unconscious, and he couldn't leave her there. Our hero carefully sat Christine down on the ground and asked her to wait a little longer, while he headed towards the Nile. Farrell went down with the girl and sat her down at the entrance to the hospital, hoping that she would receive medical attention there. After some time, Neil regained consciousness, opened her eyes, and frantically began to remember what had happened. When the images of recent events appeared in her memory, she jumped up from her seat and did not understand where the suspect and his partner had gone. Seeing empty handcuffs on her hand, the girl realized that the criminals had escaped again. But she, cursing them, promised herself that they would be caught. Meanwhile, our hero and Christine were already home. But he felt that he was being cursed, and Neil would not calm down until he was behind bars. Farrell's neighbor was lying unconscious in her bed, and it was clear from her expression that she was in very bad shape. Our hero ran around her bed in panic, not knowing what to do, and blaming himself for everything that happened to her. Placing his hand on Christine's head, he wished her a speedy recovery, but the girl began to bleed from her eyes, nose, and mouth. Farrell panicked even more, realizing that this was a very bad sign, and that he might soon lose her. Our hero's eyes filled with tears. He didn't understand what to do or how to help his neighbor. Then the hungry ghost leaned over to Farrell and whispered in his ear that he thought Christine needed to eat something good, and then she would have strength. Our hero began to cry even harder. He could of course try to make her soup, but they had too few ingredients for that. Zoe also leaned towards Farrell, and she had the exact same idea that Ghost had voiced earlier. Our hero became even more upset by this, and said that he didn't have money for food, and even if he had money, he would have sent the girl to the hospital with it. All three heroes were dejected. Their heads hung low, and they did not understand what to do next to help the girl. But then it dawned on Farrell, because he was endowed with power, and he could fix everything. He was Satan, and not just a man. Our hero was very happy, and now he had a plan with which he could not only feed Chris, but also earn money. Farrell immediately moved to a parallel world and found himself near his palace of Satan. Our hero, inspired by his plan, ordered the system to give him the Book of Life and Death. A keyboard appeared in the air, and he began to quickly type on it that he wanted to summon the best chef and the founder of cooking. Everything around lit up, smoke appeared, from which after a while came out the one whom Farrell had summoned. It was a young man who was the god of cooking, and in this situation, our hero's savior, and his name was Yu Yuin. Farrell looked at him carefully, and did not understand why the man looked like that and was dressed so strangely. Then Motsu, who, as it turned out, was still here, looked out from behind Yu Yuin and reported that the man was, in fact, dressed in step with the times. The men greeted each other by shaking hands and introduced themselves, one as a master of cooking, and the other as a master of knowledge and martial arts. Farrell was very angry at this and hit Yu Yuin with all his might, saying that he didn't call him here to show off. The culinary master did not expect this, and when he came to his senses he tried to find out what he had done. But our hero understood that his time was limited, and Chris could get worse, so he hit the man again. Farrell yelled at him to do him a favor and looked at his apron and the writing on it. The apron said that Yu Yuin was the best cook, but he said that 3,000 years had passed and he had not practiced at all. Motsu watched all this with interest, and when he heard that the cook needed help, he immediately took action. The Master of Knowledge jumped to the side, and in the place where he had stood before, a large scroll appeared. This scroll began to unroll at a furious speed, and on its pages, there were many recipes from all over the world. The scroll was wrapped around the cook, and he looked at the pictures with great surprise, studying what was written. Yu Yuin thought about it, and said that cooking had changed so much in 3,000 years that he needed time to study it. Motsu came up to him, took him by the hand, and told him to stop being modest, because in fact he was sure that the cook had already memorized all the culinary techniques. When asked why he was so sure of this, the Master of Knowledge said that it could not be otherwise, because they were both geniuses. But Farrell clearly didn't like all this, and he hit the cook again, saying that he had called on him not to chat, but to cook the food. Yu Yuin jumped up and, freaking out, asked why our hero kept hitting him and not Motsu, and who Christine was who couldn't wait for her dish. Our hero became more and more angry. He wanted to help the girl faster, so he angrily said that the cook was asking too many questions. Farrell grabbed the cook by the scruff of the neck and dragged him into his world, realizing that he couldn't delay any longer because Christine was only getting worse. Our hero pushed Yu Yuin into the kitchen and ordered him to cook at least something edible. The chef picked up a knife and a frying pan and began to create his culinary masterpiece. The work in the kitchen was in full swing. Yu Yuin moved at breakneck speed, and soon the apartment was filled with the delicious aroma of cooked food. The chef served his first masterpiece, announcing that it was filled with nutritious vegetables and meat. Following the first dish, he served the second, which was no less tasty, looked appetizing, and was called love rice. But Farrell was still not happy, and hit the cook again, saying that the girl would not be able to eat all of it because she was in a coma. Yu Yuin stood up, adjusted his cap, and said that he was sorry, because he was too absorbed in his work, ignoring the patient's condition. It was already evening outside. The sun was starting to set. Our hero went to the window and realized that a lot of time had passed, but the girl still hadn't come to her senses. Half an hour later, the cook finally completed the task and prepared soup for the girl, which she managed to feed, and Farrell was pleased with this. But Yu Yuin, looking at the patient's condition, said that Christine had lost a lot of yan energy, so the soup was not effective in this case. The cook said that they urgently needed to find a place where they could cook chicken over a fire. After all, with the help of the yin spirit, you can restore the yang spirit so that the body can recover, and then the girl can be healed. Without thinking twice, Yu Yuin grabbed our hero by the hand and led him outside to find what they needed. Only he chose a strange path, jumping out of the window, although the cook was not embarrassed by anything about this, because he wanted to quickly prepare an antidote for the girl. Yu Yuin and Farrell were slowly floating through the sky, and then the cook decided to clarify why our hero's girl was so badly hurt. The guy was very embarrassed when he heard this question, and blushing, he replied that Christine was not his girlfriend yet. Continuing on his way, our hero was so inspired by the thought that he and the girl were considered a couple that he didn't even care where they were going. The cook, seeing Farrell's state, grinned and said that the guy should hurry up with winning the girl. But our hero was outraged by these words, and he ordered Yu Yuin to be silent, because he had called him not for chatter, but in order to save Christine. But the cook was not going to shut up and continued, saying that people of Farrell's age who were not married were generally of no use to anyone. He looked at our hero with great disapproval, pointing his finger at him, and added that people don't marry losers. At these words, Farrell became seriously angry and hit the cook on the head with all his might, ordering him to shut up. Yu Yuin's eyes popped out of his head from the force of the blow, and he lost his balance with a cry. Our main character and the cook began to fall down to the ground at breakneck speed and could do nothing about it. They fell near some building. Both were safe, although the landing was not the softest. Yu Yuin sat up, adjusted his cap, and announced that this place was their destination, the intersection of yin and yang. Farrell began to look around to see where they were, and was surprised to find that the intersection was a simple barbecue restaurant. And then, out of nowhere, two cooks from this cafe appeared. They were surrounded by fire, their eyes were glowing, and our hero did not understand what was happening. Yu Yuin chuckled and said that fire was exactly what they needed now, because it would help in saving the girl. Farrell looked at him with fear, not understanding what the man meant, and for some reason afraid of what was about to happen. And the chef began his fiery speech, saying that when he entered the kitchen, his body, tempered by fire, was completely out of his control. And then something incredible happened, because as soon as Yu Yuin entered the kitchen, it burst into a bright flame. People passing by stopped and froze. They began to watch the cook's actions with great surprise. But this didn't bother the man at all. He continued to cook, and it was clear from his appearance that he was enjoying this activity. A crowd of onlookers suddenly began to gather around the cafe, some following the smell, while others, seeing the fire show, stopped and watched what was happening. Farrell and the two chefs who originally owned the cafe were shocked by the number of people. Yu Yuin finished preparing her dish, which turned out to be chicken, which looked absolutely delicious and smelled just as delicious. But our heroes were noticed not only by ordinary passers-by, because some were attracted by the noise coming from the street. That man was Harris, who stepped out onto the balcony and looked down in surprise at the huge crowd of people. Looking closely and observing what was happening, the man saw a familiar face in the crowd. He was very surprised and clearly did not expect to see our hero, who was still alive. Harris remembered the first time he saw him and what he did to Mr. Lilly, Brian, and all his friends. The man adjusted his glasses, not understanding what Farrell was doing here in his yin-yang exchange place. Taking off his glasses completely, he shouted into the crowd with a grin that he would destroy our hero, but no one heard him. After a short time, which our hero spent with the cook on the way home, the chicken was delivered to Christine, and she, having come to her senses, began to eat it greedily. Farrell, Zoe, and the hungry ghost were shocked by what was happening, and decided that if miracles had a taste, then it definitely tasted like chicken. Our hero turned his head to the side and saw the ghost drooling, forming a large puddle on the floor. Yu Yuin looked at all this with a grin and said that his cooking is always liked by everyone, even ghosts. Meanwhile, Christine ate the whole chicken and looked at Farrell and said she wanted more. And the chef, who was standing nearby and was pleased with his work, said that he was so professional that his food could revive even the dead. But our hero got tired of watching Yu Yuin's self-admiration, and he kicked him and ordered him to cook this wonderful chicken for them all, and as much as possible. While Farrell was distracted by the conversation with the chef, Christine decided to get out of bed, despite the fact that her strength had not fully recovered. She quietly approached our hero and, unexpectedly for him, hugged him around the waist, thanking him for not abandoning her in trouble. Christine did not let him go, saying that the guy should help her meet her parents. But then the girl suddenly fell silent and began to cry. Farrell clearly didn't expect the girl to come to her senses so quickly and turned around to look at her. Christine repeated her request, saying that she wanted him to help her meet her parents. She then went on to say that she saw her neighbor transform and defeat their enemy. She knew that it was he who saved her, and she understood that he had some kind of power. Therefore, Christine had no doubt that he would be able to fulfill her request. The girl looked away and told Farrell that he had become different. And our hero, stroking her head, said that he was exactly the same as he was before. But Christine, clinging to him tighter, said that she knew about his power and wanted to possess it too. Farrell looked the girl in the eyes and said with confidence in his voice that this was not a force, and he just sometimes saw spirits. After these words, Christine began to cry even more, saying that she just wanted to see her parents, even in spirit form. The girl was still exhausted, so she slowly sat down on the chair. Farrell handed her a handkerchief, and she said that the last time she saw them was when she was a child. One day, her parents came to her room and said that they were going on an expedition to search for the dragon's tooth. They had dreamed of finding him their whole lives, and after her brother gave them his approximate location, they went there. They left together with their brother, and Christine never saw them again and did not receive any news from them. After her parents and brother disappeared, the girl was sent to an orphanage, where she grew up. And that's why she decided to become a video blogger, hoping that her parents and brother would be able to see her. Everyone in the shelter said that her relatives were dead, but she didn't believe them. And burying her face in Farrell, she said that she really hoped to meet them at least once more. She looked at the man, and of course he could not refuse her request. Christine stood up from her chair abruptly, although it was difficult for her, and said that she wanted to go searching with her neighbor. Farrell, realizing that he would not take her with him, decided to tell her about it. But unexpectedly for him, the girl hit him sharply, saying that she didn't even want to hear about it. Our hero did not understand where the girl got her powers from, and why she reacted that way to his words. But then Christine suddenly closed her eyes, began to lose consciousness, and fall to the floor. Farrell managed to catch her and realized that she needed rest to fully recover. The man sat the girl down in a chair and decided that while she was resting, he would find out what happened to her parents. Our hero went to a parallel world to the system and summoned the Book of Life and Death. He quickly began typing on the keyboard that he wanted to call Christine's parents. But the system responded to him that no matches were found for this request. Farrell couldn't understand how it could be that there was no record of them in the book. But then Mo-tsu came to his aid, saying that this was all because our hero had not indicated the names of his parents. and the inscription that he is simply calling the girl's parents won't work. Then Yuyuin appeared and said that perhaps he could help Farrell with something, at which our hero got angry and shouted at the cook that he shouldn't be there at all, because he was busy cooking chicken. But the man, turning to Motsu, said that he had Christine's saliva and that her parents could be found through DNA. A second screen of the system appeared in front of the Master of Knowledge, and Farrell did not understand how it was possible to call it up without his help. But Motsu explained that this was not the same system, but a duplicate of it that he had made himself. And then the man, pointing at the screen, very happily announced that he had managed to find his parents. Yuyuin approached our hero and said that the girl's parents were in the place where they were cooking chicken. Farrell didn't understand why they needed to go to that place again, but Motsu promised to explain everything. The thing is that in this era, there are still people who practice yin-yang transformation, even though it is prohibited. The cook and our hero turned to the man and asked in surprise why this was banned, since it was a fusion of 5 elements. The master said that the yin-yang transformation makes the strong even stronger, because all points of the human body are connected together. The sick become healthy, and with the help of this enormous power, the dead can be brought back to life. Farrell thought about it and said that it was the same as the Book of Life and Death. And then Motsu smiled and said that he wanted to try to make a fake book. A cloud of dust appeared and the master began his work. The sound of the hammer could be heard. After some time, Motsu showed a keyboard that looked exactly like the Notebook of Life and Death. The master began to quickly type something, and everyone froze in anticipation of what would happen next. But then it became clear that something had gone wrong, because the keyboard was covered in cracks. It shattered into small pieces that hit Motsu in the face, and the system began to make strange sounds. A warning sign appeared on the screen and everything around lit up red. Our heroes did not expect this, and with fear in their eyes they began to watch what was happening. A warning message appeared on the screen, telling everyone to behave well and not make any more duplicates. Farrell grinned and said that he was glad, because no one else could access the Book of Life and Death. After this, our hero announced that he was ready to go to the place of yin-yang and sort it all out. The cook, afraid that Farrell would take him with him, said that he could only cook, and that was all. And all the adventures are absolutely not his specialty, and he may not cope. Motsu seemed to go crazy at this point, and began to say that he would try to duplicate the system again. But Farrell didn't care about them anymore. He decided to go there with Zoe and the hungry ghost to find the girl's parents. And so our hero, having gathered his friends, went in search of what was so important to Christine. Having passed through the portal, they found themselves at the building of the very cafe where they had recently been roasting chicken. Farrell doubted that he would find the girl's parents, and did not understand where exactly to look for them. Seeing the iron door, our hero thought that perhaps that was where they needed to go. Without thinking twice, he opened the doors and very carefully entered the room. There turned out to be a completely ordinary warehouse where food was stored. But the hungry ghost seemed to have smelled something and went looking for it. Farrell and Zoe realized that it looked like what they were looking for was inside this warehouse. And then the door they entered slammed shut with a bang, and our hero headed towards it. Fearing it was a trap, Farrell pulled the handle and hoped he was wrong, but the door did not give in to him. It seemed to be closed from that side. He tugged at it with all his human strength, but it still wouldn't budge. Our hero was very upset and angry by this fact, so without thinking twice he began to transform. But even when he used his inhuman strength, the door remained closed. And then the pen ended up in Farrell's hands, and he realized that he still had poor control over his strength. The hungry ghost sensed something and began to quickly push the boxes aside. There was a small hole under the boxes, from which a bright light came out. Suddenly a light burst out, hitting the hungry ghost, and it fell down dead. The light was so bright that it began to penetrate into the room, and the hole began to grow with it. Zoe screamed at Farrell to stay away from the hole, but he didn't listen to her, because the hungry ghost needed help. Here our hero's attention finally switched to a bright flash, and he saw something terrible. The floor throughout the room became cracked and began to move apart. Light penetrated into the room, and the hole grew larger and larger. Zoe screamed and flew to the side. She was seriously scared for her owner. It was not just light, but some kind of force that broke through to the outside. The flash was so strong that it pierced the roof of the building, illuminating the entire city. Zoe looked up in fear, afraid to imagine what had happened to Farrell. But then our main character emerged from the cloud of smoke, holding the hungry ghost on his shoulder. Farrell was in his Asura armor and it saved him, but his friend never came to his senses. Suddenly a strange sound was heard, and our hero did not immediately understand what was happening. Right before our eyes, the hungry ghost's wound began to heal rapidly. Our hero, seeing this, was very happy, and did not notice how he began to transform back. Zoe reported that the hungry ghost is recovering by absorbing the spirits of Asura's armor, and the girl realized that if he was not stopped, Farrell would remain completely unprotected. There, by the time the hungry ghost had almost completely healed, only a small hole remained in his head. But our hero didn't care about the armor. The most important thing for him was that his friend remained alive. Seeing that the ghost was completely healed, Farrell began to laugh loudly with happiness. But the adventures did not end there, and the ground under our hero's feet began to crack. Remembering the light and fearing what awaited them next, Farrell looked down in horror. A huge hole appeared in the floor, and our hero stumbled and fell into it. He flew down several meters, still holding the hungry ghost on his shoulder. A new bright flash of light almost hit our hero, but he managed to dodge. Landing on the ground, he saw in front of him the man who controlled this light. The hungry ghost hit his head on Farrell and slowly began to come to his senses. Zoe followed our hero and saw a man with a huge bow, who had another light arrow in his hands. The arrow was released and flew towards Farrell at breakneck speed. Our heroes clearly did not expect this, and were frightened and did not understand what to do. Farrell and Zoe dodged, and the arrow spun and flew into the wall, creating a hole there. The girl said she recognized the man as Harris, the advisor they had seen in Mr. Lily's office. Our hero also remembered him and decided to turn around to take a closer look at the enemy. Zoe warned Farrell to be careful because Harris is collecting ghosts of all levels in the city, and he is very powerful. The girl remembered that she had already met him a long time ago, and that he had the power of ghostly control, which frightened her. Our hero got very angry and decided to act, so he ran at full speed towards Harris. Zoe was very scared of this, because she understood that our hero was not as strong as his opponent. Suddenly, a double of Harris appeared, with exactly the same bow, and Farrell didn't know what to do. Our hero could not distinguish between the real enemy and his copy. Farrell watched very carefully, afraid to miss the next wave of light. And Harris and his double suddenly fired their arrows, which headed towards our heroes. One of the arrows hit Farrell directly and pierced his armor, creating a hole in it. Zoe was very afraid for her master because she could not allow him to die. The girl flew towards Farrell as fast as she could, hoping that she could save him. But she completely forgot about caution, and another arrow flew through her chest. Our hero, who came to his senses, saw the girl fall to the ground. Farrell sat up and told Harris that he was there to find Christine's parents, and he didn't want to fight. But now he will have to act, because he is very angry. Here, from the necklace that was on our hero's neck, the eye of one of the ghosts separated. This eye began to slowly melt, and black liquid began to flow out of it. This liquid dripped onto Farrell's body and slowly flowed down to the place where the wound was. The wound filled up, began to hiss and slowly heal, thereby giving our hero strength. And now he stood there, completely healed, and ready to rush into battle. Farrell gathered all his strength and was determined to destroy the enemy. Our hero pushed off the ground so hard that it cracked in that spot. Farrell jumped and flew towards Harris, his armored arm thrust forward. The hand passed through his enemy along with our hero, but he did not make a sound. As Farrell landed, he looked towards Harris, but there was only a cloud of dust. Our hero remembered that 2 arrows were fired at him, but only one pierced the armor. At this time, the enemy again pulled the bowstring and prepared a new arrow to launch. And Farrell realized that Harris had simply cloned himself and created a dummy that had just been destroyed. So, without wasting any time, he picked up speed again and jumped towards his enemy. Our hero found himself behind Harris and reached out his hand to try to grab him. But then something went wrong and the enemy simply disappeared, leaving behind only a glow. Farrell began looking for the man, but did not understand where exactly he was. There was a sharp flash of light, which came from nowhere. Harris did this, and what happened was something no one expected, because he created a large number of clones of himself. Our hero was shot at by a huge number of arrows, and he did not understand which of them was real. Farrell began to dodge all the arrows flying at him and did not know how to act next. Jumping to the side and landing on the ground, he felt that part of his armor was missing. Next to our hero was the hungry ghost, who had come to his senses. Farrell covered his face with his hands and saw that there was very little armor left. Our hero did not understand where she disappeared to, because he was not wounded, and not a single arrow passed through him. Farrell turned around and noticed a hungry ghost sucking into his armor. Our hero looked at his hand and saw that it had become completely human. Realizing that he no longer had the power he once had, Farrell didn't know what to do now. But then the hungry ghost, who had eaten his fill and gained strength, began to get up. His body began to hiss, and some strange changes began to happen to him. A puff of smoke appeared, and after a few seconds, the silhouette of a man was visible in it. When the smoke cleared, the hungry ghost had disappeared somewhere, and in his place sat a child with his back turned. The boy turned his head, looked and smiled, but Farrell didn't understand who it was. It was the reincarnated hungry ghost who had become a man and was looking at our hero with great joy. The child quickly ran towards Farrell, screaming with joy, and tried to hug him. But then the boy's attention switched because he saw a bright flash of light. The hungry ghost said that he was very angry because Harris hurt his master. Having taken out some chains from somewhere, the child began to untwist them with a sharp movement of his hand and shouted to the enemy that he was ready to take revenge. The chains moved towards Harris, ready to strike him. Hungry Ghost grabbed the bow, pulled it towards himself, and tore it from the enemy's hands. The next step was that the chain began to wrap around all the clones, Harris. The doubles began to move closer to each other, and the chain continued to surround them. The Hungry Ghost handled his weapon very skillfully and put all his anger into it. After a while, Harris's doubles were completely drawn to him and disappeared. The enemy stood alone and was completely immobilized, as the chain restricted his movements. But this was not enough for the Hungry Ghost. He wanted to destroy Harris. Farrell clearly didn't expect that his servant now had such power, and looked at him in surprise. Noticing this, the Hungry Ghost stopped and turned to his master. The child was so happy to see our hero that he immediately ran to him and rushed to hug him. The boy looked at Farrell with love, adoration, and was grateful that he made him human. Taking advantage of the moment, Harris disappeared, thereby clearing the way, and the Hungry Ghost pointed this out. Here, the rest of Asura's armor that our hero had fell to the ground with a crash. The child did not expect this, and realizing that his owner was left without protection, he screamed. The Hungry Ghost fell to his knees and began to beg Farrell for forgiveness, because he understood that this was entirely his fault. The boy cried and explained that he was very scared and did not notice how he ate all the energy contained in the armor. Our hero was not angry, but noted to himself that he needed time to get used to his friend's new appearance. Zoe, who was nearby, also thought that she had a hard time taking the Hungry Ghost seriously in his guise. Then Farrell looked at the girl and told her that something had happened to her clothes. Zoe lowered her eyes and abruptly covered her body with her hands, because she was almost naked. Our hero looked at his hand and saw the remains of his armor on it, and Farrell thought that since his power could change the Hungry Ghost, it would help Zoe get her clothes back. Pointing his hand towards the girl, he saw that her clothes were starting to appear on her again. Our hero was glad that it worked and that he spent some of his armor to help Zoe. Then the room they were in suddenly shook, as if an earthquake had started. Farrell didn't understand what had happened and was afraid to imagine what awaited them next. But the Hungry Ghost, with an unperturbed expression on his face, told his master not to worry, because he would run away and check everything. The child ran away, and Zoe said that they needed to be on guard because the shaking could be related to Harris and he could attack. Farrell understood that the one that the Hungry Ghost had caught was not the true body of their enemy, but only one of the illusions. Our hero and the girl looked in the direction where the boy ran and thought that they needed to keep an eye on him. Otherwise, he would lose control again. Then the voice of the Hungry Ghost was heard, who said that he had found something interesting. There was a noise in the darkness, as if someone had moved part of the wall, and then a huge cloud of dust appeared. Then the Hungry Ghost looked out and called loudly to his friends, telling them to come to him quickly. Farrell and Zoe walked down the corridor and entered some small room. In this room, our hero saw two tormented ghosts, who repeated the same female name. Farrell immediately discovered two skeletons of these ghosts, and it was not difficult for him to guess that they were Christine's parents. Our hero looked very carefully and asked the couple if they were the girl's parents. One of the ghosts turned around and asked if he really knew their daughter, and if so, he asked him to tell her that they would not be returning. Farrell did not understand the man's strange behavior and looked at him in bewilderment. The second ghost of a woman began to calm the man, saying that their daughter had most likely grown up long ago and was doing well. After all, Christine has always been a smart girl, and her mother believes that she lives a happy life. But the man still couldn't calm down. And pushing his wife away, he said that he didn't believe that their daughter was living well without them. The couple started arguing, shouting at each other, and our hero did not understand how to act in this situation. Farrell tried to get the girl's parents' attention, but they shouted at him. Our hero turned to his friends, telling them not to tell about what happened to Chris. But the girl's father heard this phrase and realized that his daughter was in danger. The man grabbed his wife and shouted at her that their daughter was in some kind of trouble. But the girl's mother didn't believe it, and pointing her finger at our hero, suggested that she find out all the details from him. The father began to shout at our heroes, demanding that they tell him where their daughter was and what happened to her. The Hungry Ghost noticed a strange chain that was attached to the head of the girl's parents and would not let them go. The child decided to remove them from the ghosts so that they would become free. But as soon as the boy touched them, something green, like ivy, began to crawl out of the wall to which they were attached. The plant captured Christine's mother. She fell down, groaning in pain, and Farrell didn't know how to help her. The hungry ghost felt guilty about what was happening, and then the flower captured the girl's father. Zoe looked at all this with great surprise and said that she was seeing something like this for the first time. Our hero ran up to Christine's father and asked him not to move, saying that he would help. But the man shouted that no one should touch the flower, because they would not be able to help, and no one would escape from the tooth of the true dragon. Farrell remembered that Christine had told him that her parents had disappeared just when they had gone looking for the plant. The girl's father said he was glad to meet his daughter's friend and hear that she was doing well. But our hero couldn't give up so easily, so he decided to fight the plant. Zoe and the hungry ghost, realizing that if their master touched the flower now, he would die, began to scream. The girl grabbed Farrell by the hand and pulled him aside, and the boy took out his chain and began to cut the plant with it. But the chain, alas, couldn't cope, and the flower still grew very quickly throughout the room. Our heroes retreated back and left the room, and at this time the plant had already completely absorbed Christine's parents. Farrell rushed forward again, shouting that he had to save the man and the woman because he had promised the girl. But Zoe and the hungry ghost held him back, saying that they first needed to figure out what they were dealing with. Our hero was very angry at his subordinates and shouted that he was Satan, and it was up to him to decide who would live and who would die. Farrell decided to save Christine's parents, so he turned to the system and ordered it to give him the Book of Life and Death. Our hero ordered to revive the girl's parents and tell him all the information about the dragon's tooth. The screen displayed messages that the request was rejected, and the system and the book would not be able to help Farrell this time. Our hero got really angry, and so without thinking twice, he hit the screen with his fist as hard as he could. Then everything suddenly began to change, and the parallel world began to slowly disappear. The system threw Farrell back into the real world, and he did not understand why this happened. But there was no time to think, because the wall cracked and a plant burst out of its cracks. It is unclear where people appeared from who said that our hero broke the seal, caused a pogrom, and will now answer for it. One of the men, shaking his fists and cracking his fingers, said that since they had been discovered, they were ready to accept the fight. And the sorcerer next to him grinned and said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. Immediately the man touched the ground, and the places where his hands had been lit up with a bright light. From this light came another man and woman who greeted our heroes. The light was very bright, so Farrell and his team could not see the faces of their enemies. Our hero realized that this light was attracting them to the company of strangers, and this attraction was so strong that it was impossible to resist it. The water in the building's pipes began to hum very loudly, and the walls around them became covered with cracks. The equipment was old and seemed about to explode. The light disappeared, and our heroes realized that they found themselves in some ancient building. One of the men reported that they had entered an underground city that was built in the 19th century. Farrell turned to him and asked who he was and why they were all here. To this, the stranger replied that they had all been urgently summoned by their superiors, as a powerful enemy had appeared. And this enemy was our hero, because he defeated several strong people from their team. The man said that their Group X was currently holding a meeting at the main office. Their leader was very furious that the seal protecting the dungeon was broken by Farrell. Harris was very surprised to learn that our hero managed to break it. The leader shouted that information about the underground city and the dragon's tooth must not be allowed to become known to anyone else. But the advisor muttered that his superiors could do whatever they wanted. But this place did not belong to them alone. Harris walked over to the window and looked out, thinking that the boss didn't understand anything about their business, but he was still useful to him. The man, having finished his story, said that he was sent here to destroy our hero and prevent information from leaking. After that, he created several of his illusions, and they all headed towards Farrell at breakneck speed. The man hit our hero in the stomach, and he flew to the side from the force of the blow. Since Farrell's Asura armor was lost, he fell and lost consciousness for a while. The hungry ghost ran up to his master, who came to his senses and began spitting blood. The boy became angry and, shouting that he would avenge his master, took out his chain. But she simply passed by the enemy without touching him or causing him pain. Zoe screamed that this was not their real enemy, but just a mirage. And then a real man appeared behind the hungry ghost, and he was very serious. The enemy hit the boy with all his might, and he, not expecting it, flew to the side. The chain began to wrap around the old pipes, and they began to hum even louder. The hungry ghost landed deftly on the ground, realizing that he had underestimated the man, who turned out to be strong. Farrell understood that the boy would not retreat and would fight to the last. Therefore, our hero, having decided for himself that he could not let his ward down, gathered the last remnants of his armor. The enemy saw Farrell's hand begin to change, and he realized that this was the very force that had destroyed the seal. So he immediately switched to our hero and headed towards him, saying that he had to stop this force. Here, the hungry ghost, with a sharp movement of his hand, pulled off his skull-shaped hairpin. She turned into a sword, and the boy said that he was furious because his master was constantly being hurt, and he was ready to take revenge. Farrell didn't notice the enemy flying towards him, about to attack him. But the hungry ghost saw all this perfectly well and jumped towards our hero. The boy's sword sank into the ground near its owner, preventing the enemy from getting close to him. This time gave our hero an advantage. He gathered the rest of his strength and half reincarnated. The hungry ghost stood motionless, and a light emanated from the sword which surrounded Farrell, creating a kind of armor. The enemy looked sarcastically at our heroes and said that this would not stop him. The man created his clones again and they united into a pointed shield. But the hungry ghost was so angry and confident that this did not frighten him. The boy took the handle, pulled it down very hard, and the sword bent. Then the child climbed onto his weapon and began to shout that he had already seen all these tricks from his colleague, and they did not impress him. The hungry ghost pushed off the sword, and holding the chain in his hand, flew towards his enemy. The boy began to spin around and prepare to attack the man. He shouted that no matter what shield his enemy had, he would not be able to stop him. The sword flew through the enemy, piercing his chest, and he screamed in pain. But the man's wound immediately lit up with a bright light and began to heal. The sword fell to the ground with a crash, and the enemy looked at it in bewilderment. Farrell, Hungry Ghost, and Zoe looked at the man in great surprise, not understanding why he was still alive. The girl noticed that their enemy's skill was different, and he was using some kind of trick with refraction of light rays. Zoe knew she was missing something important, but she couldn't figure out what it was. Our hero looked at his armor and noticed that it had started to disappear again. The girl said that Farrell needs to check his armor with the eyes of yin-yang, but our hero did not understand what she meant, and simply began to examine himself. After thinking about it, he guessed what the girl was talking about and turned on his vision. Farrell saw that someone was pulling out Asura's armor and feeding on his power. And this time, the hungry ghost had nothing to do with it, because it was clear where the tracks led. The armor slowly moved away somewhere behind the door, where a bright red light was burning. Zoe found it suspicious that the master was losing his power, and their enemy had developed an inexplicable light armor. Our hero told her that everything seemed strange to him ever since he met Chris's parents. And then the girl realized that the whole point was that this was a place where yin-yang energy merged. Zoe explained that her master's power was dependent on spirits whose energy was yang, and this place seemed to be sucking that energy out. So the girl turned to Farrell and said that it would be better for him not to use his power here. But our hero did not understand why and how he could defeat the enemies without armor. Zoe realized that this was all a trap, because the enemies on the other side of the door clearly hoped that Farrell would use his power. And while he's fighting here, they'll take advantage of this to absorb Asura's armor. A man heard our hero's conversations and turned around, realizing that the plan to absorb the power could fail. He took a running start, started creating mirages again, and headed towards Farrell. But the hungry ghost was on guard, so he swung his chain again and said that he would not allow his master to be harmed anymore. The boy said that he would deal with the man himself, and his friends could go further. The enemy began to break the chains, saying that he would first deal with the child, and then move on to Zoe and Farrell. But the hungry ghost's face changed, his eyes lit up with anger, and he promised to finish off the man first. The enemy turned around, looked at the guy, and said that he would regret his words. Suddenly, the man's muscles began to grow at an incredible rate, and he increased in size. The t-shirt he was wearing burst and only shreds remained. The man cloned himself again, and had an equally strong double. The hungry ghost looked at all this, not understanding what to do next. Meanwhile, the enemy was already heading towards the guy, and looked very frightening. The man knocked the hungry ghost off its feet, causing it to fly up and fly off to the side. And the enemy turned around and, seeing that Zoe and Farrell had disappeared into the tunnel, calmed down, as he realized that their trap had worked. In another room, people much scarier than those they had met before were already waiting for our heroes. Farrell and Zoe walked through the tunnel and felt like they had taken a wrong turn. There was a dead end ahead, and our hero was getting weaker with every second because he no longer used armor. Farrell looked at the pipes and columns that were in the tunnel, but he didn't understand what to do next. Remembering the plan of the dungeon, which he accidentally saw, our hero understood that the door they entered was the right one. And then he noticed that one of the columns was slightly different from the other three. Farrell started to touch this column, but Zoe was very wary of it all. And then a crack appeared in the stone, from which a bright light came out, like from Harris's arrows. Our hero remembered what was in the closet and shouted at Zoe to move away. Here, Farrell quickly removed his hand, and also began to carefully step back. The column hissed sharply, began to move, and in the middle of it there was a door. Our hero happily told Zoe that this was the way out, but she replied that she found it all too suspicious. Farrell realized that they simply had no other choice and called the girl to follow him. Suddenly, our hero's strength left him, and he stopped to catch his breath. Zoe realized that her owner needed help. She couldn't leave him alone, and so she went after him. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost took his chains and very quickly attached them to the door to the tunnel. The gears started to turn, and with a roar the tunnel was closed, so that the enemy would not go after Farrell. The man stopped because he did not expect that the boy survived. The enemy looked towards the hungry ghost, asking in surprise how he survived his blow. But the boy was serious and said that he could not do otherwise, because he promised to avenge his master. The hungry ghost reached for his broken sword and took it in his hands. The boy said that if his enemy really thought he was dead, then why didn't he lower his defenses? Because the simple fact is that when man was faced with imminent danger, he instinctively knew that he would not win. And now that the hungry ghost has ensured that his master has escaped the threat, he can act. After all, the guy doesn't want to be scolded again for eating something extra. But ever since the hungry ghost took on human form, he's been hungry as hell. So the guy decided not to waste any more time, and taking his sword with both hands, he began to increase its size. After this, the sword changed shape, turning into a huge and very sharp scythe. And so the hungry ghost, who was very serious about the fight, looked closely at his enemy. He attached his chains to the scythe, thereby increasing its strength and power. Taking the scythe along with the chain, the boy began to quickly spin it around himself. And after that, he turned to his enemy, informing him that he would now happily eat his delicious soul. To which the man increased in size again and said that he would tear the hungry ghost apart. The boy began to laugh loudly, because he was glad that his enemy did not retreat. He swung his scythe sharply and announced that they were in for a tough fight. The hungry ghost grinned and promised his enemy that he would be killed today. But the man looked at him very seriously and said that he would punish the guy for his insolence. The enemy bared his teeth and, pushing off the ground, flew towards the boy. But the hungry ghost stood motionless, only the chain swirling around him. Meanwhile, in the tunnel corridor, gears began to turn and another door began to open. A cloud of dust appeared after it opened, but Farrell and Zoe headed in that direction. Looking out the door, the girl said that she was worried that they had left the hungry ghost behind. In the room our heroes entered, someone was waiting for them. It was a man who began to threaten them from the doorway. Zoe and Farrell looked at him very carefully and with anger in their eyes. The man stood on the balcony with the girl and was angry that our heroes could not be stopped by a man named Hideus. Our hero pointed his finger at him and shouted that now, just as unsuccessfully, the stranger could try to stop him. The man started shaking his head and said that he thought Farrell was just a piece of shit and that he had caused them a lot of trouble. Our hero looked closely at his enemy and recognized in him the one with whom his beloved Rachel had left. Farrell was glad that he would finally get his revenge, so he immediately turned on his armor and looked at his enemy with a grin. But the man waved his hands and said that he himself was against violence and would not fight. But he has a ward who wants to fight our hero. This girl stood next to the man and looked very carefully at Farrell. Suddenly, she jumped sharply onto the railing and, pushing off, flew down. Landing in front of our hero, the girl stood motionless but ready to fight, and the man began to leave the room, wishing Farrell good luck in his fight with the girl named Gandharvas. Our hero couldn't miss his enemy, and so he ran towards him at full speed. But then the girl decided to stop him and jumped to block the road. She then kicked Farrell with a sharp movement of her leg, sending him flying to the side. Our hero stood on the ground, and from the force of his landing, the floor beneath him became covered in cracks. Farrell was very angry, as he was prevented from taking revenge, and he looked very closely at the girl. Our hero understood that although he did not want to fight the girl, he simply had no choice. He picked up speed and jumped towards her, putting all his anger into his blow. But then Farrell's hand stopped in front of her face, because she reminded him of someone familiar. Our hero looked very carefully at Gandharvas's face and saw familiar eyes. Farrell jumped back from the girl, because he did not expect what he saw. Zoe looked at him very carefully, and our hero looked at his enemy in bewilderment. After all, standing in front of him was his beloved Rachel, and he didn't understand how this was possible. Zoe asked Farrell who the girl was, and he replied that she was his ex, whom he didn't expect to see here. But then, our hero remembered how she left him, and anger took hold of him again, so he was ready to fight. Zoe said that she would deal with her herself, because it would be more difficult for him to kill her. And people will laugh if he fights with a woman, but she will handle it without any problems. Farrell was glad that Zoe took it upon herself, because it was really hard for him to fight Rachel. The girls immediately began to fight, and our hero did not waste time and went in search of a man. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost wrapped his chain around Hideus and knocked him to the ground. The man looked at the guy and did not understand how he overcame him, because it was impossible. But the hungry ghost only smirked, because he knew that the man had simply overestimated himself. After this, the boy jumped off his opponent and told him that in fact, the man was not that strong. Grinning, the hungry ghost reported that he had met stronger enemies. After these words, the boy grabbed Hideus by the face and said that now it was time to have a snack. The man began to scream in pain as his face and body began to shrink. The hungry ghost opened its mouth and began to greedily absorb Hideus's soul. The boy was hungry as always, so nothing could distract him from his meal. When he had completely absorbed the soul of his enemy, he smiled, for he had eaten and avenged his master. After this, the hungry ghost placed his scythe on his shoulder, removed the chain from his body, and went in search of Feral. Hideus's body, which had no soul, remained lying on the ground. Meanwhile, Zoe and Rachel stood opposite each other, waiting to see who would attack first. But the enemy stood motionless, which puzzled the girl. At this point, Zoe couldn't take it anymore and flew towards Rachel, hoping to catch her off guard. Having struck the first blow, the girl did not expect that her opponent was stronger than she thought. The force of the blow sent Zoe flying back several meters, but she was unharmed and not even injured. The girl was very angry, and realizing that she had underestimated her opponent, she was even more serious. Zoe understood that by killing the girl, she would avenge the pain that Rachel brought to her master, and this was very important to her. Suddenly, the enemy sat down on the ground and burst into flames, which was completely unexpected. Zoe looked at this very carefully, and was glad that her enemy was defeated. The girl decided to leave the enemy and quickly go to her master. But then someone called Zoe by name, and the voice seemed painfully familiar to her. Turning around, she saw a girl's hand reaching out to her from the fire. Zoe couldn't believe her eyes, because it wasn't Rachel there anymore, but a very close person. The girl's sister, named Zixi, was burning in the fire, and she was reaching out her hands to her. Zoe couldn't believe it, and as she flew closer to her, she heard cries for help. The girl put her sister on her lap and did not understand how she ended up there and what happened to her. Zixi cried in pain and despair, and said that she was very glad to see Zoe. But then the sister's face suddenly changed, and she again became Rachel, who looked at the girl with a grin. Zoe clearly didn't expect this and silently looked at her in great surprise. Rachel, with a sharp movement of her hand, pierced the girl's chest through and through. Zoe released her claws in pain and hit her enemy very hard. Rachel flew back several meters from the blow, but didn't even scream. Zoe looked at the girl and asked her in bewilderment who she was. But she simply said with an unperturbed look that she herself did not know. She may be Pharella's ex, or she may be Zoe's twin sister, but her current name is Gandharvas. And with these words, the girl took out a fan with sharp peaks from her pocket and opened it. Zoe looked down, needing to switch off the image of her sister and get it out of her head. After that, she raised her eyes and looked at her enemy, who said that the girl would die in agony. And the two of them, accelerating at full speed, flew at each other. Meanwhile, Feral went in search of the man who had hidden from him. But he saw not him, but Harris, who was standing opposite some flasks of water in which the bodies of girls were floating. The advisor grinned and told our hero that he was glad to see him again. To this, Feral said that he did not expect that the search for Christine's parents would cause so many problems. Here on the floor, some very strange drawing appeared, reminiscent of a pentagram. Harris turned to our hero and asked him, with a serious expression, if he regretted being here. But Feral, approaching one of the flasks with the body, said that, on the contrary, he was very glad that he was here. Closing his eyes, he reported that he felt there were many suffering souls in this place. He heard them screaming in pain and loudly begging to be let go. Our hero saw them clearly and did not understand how to help them all. They were all being used for something terrible, and Feral was desperate to find out what. Our hero was very angry, and looking at Harris, he shouted that all these souls needed to be released. Then the sorcerer appeared from somewhere and laughed loudly at Feral's words. Some symbols began to glow under our hero, and he realized that it was a trap. Feral was shocked, because he had never seen such signs before and did not know what to expect. In horror, he tried to get out of this circle, but he could not do it. And the sorcerer only became angry about this, and with irritation he increased the power of the drawing. Our hero fell to the ground and immediately tried to get up, but all attempts were unsuccessful. Harris laughed at the sight of it all and said Feral might not have to fight. After all, they are at the intersection of yin and yang, and all the actions of our hero are useless. Harris began to absorb Feral's power, and our hero screamed in pain from the pain he was experiencing. The large pentagram that was on the floor began to glow even more strongly and brightly. The old man said it wouldn't take long, but Feral knew he wouldn't give up that easily. At this time, Zoe and Gandharvas fought to the death, but their strength was equal. The girl stepped back and smirked, because she understood that they were not fighting at full strength. But she got tired of it, so she looked at Zoe very carefully and started to act. Gandharvas changed her face again to Zixi and began to beg her sister not to kill her. But Zoe couldn't look at it, so she looked down. But a second later, she was already flying towards the enemy, screaming for her to stop using her sister's face and speaking with her voice. Gandharvas managed to protect herself by covering her face with her fan and was glad that she had angered Zoe so much. The girl smirked and said that despite all her strength, her opponent was weaker. After that, she kicked Zoe with a sharp movement of her leg and she flew back several meters. Gandharvas threw her fan up and it began to spin very quickly. She looked emotionless and said that her anger was much stronger than Zoe's. The fan rose up and the blades that were in it began to detach. They slowly descended and surrounded the body of Gandharvas, and from her appearance it was clear that now they would all fly to Zoe. Then she looked at the girl again and with a smirk on her face told her to go to hell. The needles flew towards Zoya at breakneck speed and pierced her body, and Gandharvas laughed, saying that defeating the girl was as easy as pie. But then, from the cloud of smoke, a very loud female laugh suddenly rang out, and Zoe very quickly found herself behind her enemy, who stood there in bewilderment. Gandharvas turned around sharply and wanted to hit the girl, but she managed to dodge. Zoya saw two bright balls in her hands and said that the girl had underestimated her in vain. After all, she is not just an ordinary ghost, but a servant of Satan himself who gave her power. Gandharvas clearly didn't expect this, and her eyes widened in surprise. A bright light pierced the girl's body and she screamed very loudly in pain. Farrell resisted, and was unwilling to give in to the advisor and share his power with him. The drawings on the floor began to glow even brighter, and began to slowly change colors. Our hero said that these signs would not hold him back, and he would fight to the last. And then Farrell started crawling towards Harris, who just grinned and said that he would still finish what he started. At that time, Zoe continued to direct the light towards Gandharvas, and hurt her. The girl's face began to change again, and she turned into Zixi, begging for mercy. And Zoe looked at her and began to cry because she missed her sister very much. But then anger got the better of her again, because she understood that the girl standing in front of her was no longer Zixi. So without thinking twice, she pierced her to death with a sharp flash of light. Sitting down on the ground, Zoe lowered her eyes and looked at the girl's body again. The girl screamed in pain, because Gandharvas's body still had Zixi's face on it. At that moment the hungry ghost entered the room, and he was very happy to see Zoe. The girl was sitting on the floor, and there was no face on her, so she did not immediately notice the appearance of the boy. The hungry ghost ran up to her and couldn't believe that she was sitting, because before she had always only flown. Realizing that Zoe wasn't going to fly anywhere on her own, he began to think about what to do with her. And then a wonderful idea came to him, because he remembered his new power. Having tied the girl with his chain, he lifted her up, and leading her along, said that they were going to look for their master. Meanwhile, the sorcerer who was in the room with Farrell changed his expression. He shouted that his ward Gandharvas had just been killed. Due to the man's distraction, the connection between Farrell and Harris weakened. The advisor's face changed, and he told the man to stabilize himself. And Gandharvas was just a defective product that was created to win Harris's trust. Farrell was very happy when he heard the news of the death, because it meant that Zoe was alive. The sorcerer grinned and said that after the death of our hero, he would take his wards for himself. Farrell screamed again in pain and said that they were cowards for not being able to fight him in a fair fight. Our hero began to threaten through gritted teeth that as soon as he got out, he would not spare any of them. Harris sat and looked at the flask in which the girl's body was floating, and did not even listen to what Farrell was telling him. All he could think about was that after gaining new power, he would be able to meet her. The advisor remembered the day of her funeral and how she lay in the coffin. Harris couldn't watch this and went outside to recover a little, but thoughts about the girl's death would not leave his head. And out of anger and despair, he squeezed the jar he was holding in his hands. There was a man behind him, and Harris turned to see who it was. A bow began to appear in his hands, because he was afraid that the man could harm him. But the stranger said that he was not going to fight, but simply came to talk to him. They both looked at each other, and the man said that he wanted to offer a tempting deal. Harris wasn't interested in his words, so he pulled back his bowstring and said he'd rather kill the man right now. With these words, he released the arrow without thinking, and it flew towards the man. The stranger began to dissolve, but finally asked Harris to think about his offer. After disappearing, the man left behind a business card containing information on how to contact him. The stranger and his friend were watching Harris and knew that sooner or later he would contact them, like everyone else. After some time, the man stood near the tall building that was indicated on the business card. He approached the entrance, and the rune that was depicted on his hand suddenly lit up. Harris entered the building and walked down the long corridor, hoping to meet at least someone. Entering the office, he saw a man sitting in a chair and looking at the guest. Then the guy who was in the park looked out from the next room and happily greeted Harris. But the guest was clearly not happy to meet him again, so he looked at him without emotion. The man laughed, saying he was very surprised that Harris cared so much about his girlfriend. And the guest quickly took the bow in his hands and fired his light arrow at the impudent man. He was very angry, because the girl was the only one he really cared about, and he couldn't allow himself to laugh at this. The man did his disappearing trick again, and so the arrow simply exploded in the air. But then the man who was sitting in the chair and watching everything that was happening shouted for them to stop. The man turned out to be the honorary apothecary Azure Stone, and he calmly said that this was not the place to fool around. The persuasive man stepped aside and whispered in Harris's ear that this fight was no match for who won. Azure Stone turned to the guest and asked him why he had come to them, and Harris replied that he just wanted to know how to revive the girl. The pharmacist said that there are 6 paths of reincarnation, and only a person who has gone through all of them will be able to revive another. Harris pointed his arrow at the man and said he didn't have time to listen to any incoherent nonsense, but Azure didn't even twitch an eye, and reminded that the girl was dead and needed to be revived. And only the person who goes through all 6 paths and, finding himself in hell, takes possession of the Book of Life and Death will be able to do this. Harris put away his arrow, and the apothecary ordered him to follow Carol, who would tell him all the details. Behind the man stood the one he didn't like so much, but he had no choice. Carol smiled at him and said that they would have a wonderful time together. The men left the office, but Azure Stone remained sitting in his chair. Carol asked Harris if he liked the nickname Divine Bow, and said that he got this nickname after the death of the girl. The man, not expecting this question, dropped his weapon and became very angry. He looked at Carol seriously and said that he never regretted not saving the girl. After all, he once saved 17 children by killing the ghosts that attacked them. But even if he had another chance, he would not save the girl. But when asked why he came here then, Harris replied that he wanted to resurrect her. Carol laughed very loudly at the man's words and said that he was very interesting. Entering the room, they saw the body of some girl lying on the table. Carol said that it was a woman he had dated before, but unfortunately she died in an accident. Harris felt sad and looked down at the girl's lifeless body. But then a soap bubble appeared in the man's hands, containing someone's silhouette. And Carol said that this is the spirit of one of the twin girls, whose name was Zixi, and who died from Brian's torture. He directed this bubble towards the chest of the dead girl who lay in front of them, and she opened her eyes, the veins on her face swelled, and the woman screamed in pain. Harris was shocked by this and realized that the girl was alive again. Meanwhile, she sat up, placed her feet on the floor, and slowly rose up onto them. The girl stood in front of the men and looked at them without emotion. Carol looked at Harris and said that now it was time for them to talk about the deal. As time went on, Harris became an advisor, and at the same time a hired killer who carried out orders for Group X. He had already lost count of all his murders, and silently carried out orders. He had a goal, because Group X promised him that if he worked for them, they would revive the girl. Carol was around a lot, watching Harris and finding out what he felt when he killed people. But the advisor always assured himself that the people he ordered deserved it. Carol was always trying to make him feel guilty, and so he often hinted that he might stop killing. But as a rule, Harris did not listen to him and silently left the crime scene. The Luli, of course, resisted the advisor, but he was always stronger. Time passed. The number of people he killed grew, but Group X still could not calm down. He killed on command, everyone in a row, even women who were innocent. Harris stopped remembering the names and faces of his victims, and was completely cold-blooded. The Brian he worked for was a terrible man, and would order the killing of anyone who crossed him in any way. Carol smirked every time Harris was given new orders to kill. He knew that this was only the beginning, and that the advisor was completely at their mercy. Many innocent people suffered at the hands of Harris, who did not even understand what they were paying for. His boss ordered him to kill women who refused him intimacy, and their husbands as well. Each time, Brian's tasks became more sophisticated, and Harris could not refuse them. The advisor was tired of all this, although he knew that he could not retreat. The next time Brian ordered the woman to be killed, Harris stood up silently and left. This was exactly what Carol was waiting for. So he grinned and said that he was glad for this emergence of character. But the advisor pointed his bow with a light arrow at the man and looked at him very carefully. Suddenly, Harris screamed in pain and did not understand what had happened to him. It was Carol. He used his strength, which he had never shown before, and said that no one dared to threaten him. Harris fell to the floor, writhing in pain, and realized that he had underestimated his enemy. He couldn't get off the ground, no matter how hard he tried, and he realized that he was completely at the mercy of Group X. Carol turned his back on him and said that it was time for them to go and carry out Brian's orders. But realizing that Harris was now exhausted, he asked if he needed help with the contract killing. The advisor looked at Carol and understood that he would still have to kill another innocent girl. After this, Harris stood up, tears streaming from his eyes, but he pulled himself together and said that he could handle it himself without help. Carol laughed and said that he would then be happy to look at all this. Thus, the advisor became a hostage of Group X and always followed their orders without question. He destroyed a huge number of souls. All of them were here and begged Farrell for help. Harris thought back to the present day and said that soon he would finally be free and save the girl. Our hero looked at the advisor and was furious that he had destroyed and not let go of so many innocent souls. But Harris responded that he simply had no choice, because he did it in pursuit of his goal. The sorcerer ordered Farrell to shut up and promised that his torment would soon end. But our hero continued to address the advisor, saying that he knew that he was not a terrible person. But Harris looked at Farrell and said that he had no idea what kind of person he really was, or what he was capable of. Then the drawing on the floor suddenly glowed golden, and the sorcerer announced that everything was ready. But then something happened that no one expected, because our hero began to change dramatically. The sorcerer looked at Farrell in surprise and did not understand what was happening. Our hero turned into a real Satan, and grinning, said that they made a mistake when they brought him here. The sorcerer looked at Farrell in horror, completely not understanding what was happening. Our hero turned silently and looked at the man with a grin. At this point, the sorcerer screamed and blood began to flow from his eyes and mouth, but he did not immediately understand what had happened. The man was forged by ghosts who gouged out his eyes and made him blind. Farrell looked at this and said that the man had the sin of greed and he paid for it. Harris didn't understand why our hero had transformed, since the signs were supposed to suppress his aura and armor. But Farrell explained that the trap was made entirely of souls, which he happily absorbed. The advisor stood up and said that since the sorcerer had failed to complete his task, he would do it. Harris offered Farrell to surrender without a fight, but he only smirked. The advisor, without thinking twice, suddenly fired a beam of light towards our hero. Farrell was able to put up a defense and said Harris's punch was much weaker than he expected. The advisor looked seriously at our hero and became very angry at his words. The men began to fight each other, and Farrell easily parried all of Harris's blows. Our hero really liked that he became stronger and almost invulnerable. Farrell also said that he actually learned a lot during this walk. For example, how to properly use your new satanic power. He was helped in this by the changes in Zoe and the hungry ghost that occurred when Farrell shared the armor with them. At that moment, Harris grabbed our hero and slammed him into the ground with all his might. But absolutely nothing happened to Farrell, and this greatly surprised the advisor. And our hero just laughed loudly because all this made him very happy. Harris decided to try again, and gathering all his strength, delivered another blow to Farrell. But this didn't work either, which caused surprise to appear on the advisor's face. Our hero lay unharmed and laughed, seeing how his opponent was trying to do at least something. Jumping back and getting to his feet, Farrell said that he himself did not expect such an effect from his armor, but nevertheless, he understood how to use it, because it was created not for attack, but for defense. Therefore, if he does not resist, then no enemy will be able to hurt him. But Harris made our hero very angry, so he couldn't leave him alive. The advisor began jumping around Farrell and tried to hit him from every side, but it was all useless. At this point, Harris had an idea that he thought was excellent and decided to stop. The advisor asked Farrell how he was going to stop him while in this turtle shell. Harris hoped that our hero would transform back into a human, but it was not to be. Farrell was very quickly next to his opponent and hit him. In doing so, he clearly caught Harris off guard because he did not have time to repel the attack. From the force of the blow and the terrible pain, the advisor screamed and began to spit blood. Harris fell to the ground, completely exhausted, and Farrell looked at him. After that, our hero said that the strength of his blow directly depends on the anger of the souls crippled by the advisor. Harris looked up at Farrell, and it was clear from his gaze that he was very angry. Our hero was not going to give up, and said that now the advisor would experience all the pain of the souls he had ruined. Farrell also added that Harris will feel their suffering, and they will finally take revenge on him. A bright flash of light flew towards the advisor, and he raised his hand and covered his face. Harris managed to get to his feet and tried his best to block Farrell's blow. The advisor covered his face with his hands and resisted, but he had nowhere to retreat. Farrell was surprised because he didn't expect Harris to be so strong, and then a light arrow was fired at our hero, which he dodged. The advisor fired arrows one after another, hoping that one of them would definitely reach its target. Harris said he would not let anyone stop him because everything he did was for his purpose. Farrell looked at him very carefully, but he knew that he couldn't leave the man alive. So he knocked the advisor down with a sharp movement, thereby disarming him. The man lost consciousness and fell to the floor, and our hero looked very carefully at the flasks with the bodies. He decided to come closer to the one his opponent was looking at all the time. Farrell looked at the girl very carefully and asked who she was, but Harris, who had come to his senses, did not answer him and tried to get up again. Our hero, seeing this and realizing that the advisor would not give up, decided to use his power again. Farrell understood that because of the girl, Harris had destroyed so many innocent souls that it could not be left like that. So, having said that it was time to end all this, he threw the advisor back and he hit the flask. But then Farrell's face changed, and he didn't expect what happened. Harris suddenly lifted off the ground, started screaming, and a bright light emanated from him that blinded our hero. The advisor landed on the ground and said that he was tired of chattering and it was time to act. A light shield appeared behind Harris, and the man was clearly intent on killing our hero. The advisor said that he was the divine bow, and behind him stood the deity who would defeat Farrell. But then someone called Harris by name, and he froze because the voice was familiar to him. It was the girl who was in the flask. She came to life, got out and hugged the man. The advisor began to cry, because he had been waiting for this for so long, and was glad that it finally happened. Harris raised his limp hand up to touch her face, and blood poured from his mouth. The girl inserted her hand into the advisor's chest, piercing it right through. Blood was now flowing not only from Harris's mouth but also from his eyes, but his lips spread into a smile. With a sharp movement, the girl pulled her hand out of the advisor's body, and he fell to the ground. After that, she licked the blood from her fingers, and was very happy. Harris lay there, and before he died, he said he was finally happy. After these words, he left forever, and dropped his magic bow, which fell loudly to the floor. The girl meanwhile climbed out of the flask and stood up on her feet, looking very attentively at our hero. Farrell applauded her, and said that she was a good girl, and had helped him a lot in his case. She put on a beautiful show, which he watched very carefully and with interest. But this absolutely does not mean that he will leave her alive, because she is dangerous to people. The girl looked at our hero very attentively and scrutinizingly. After that, she bared her teeth and informed Farrell that he now had a new enemy. The girl picked up speed, opened her mouth and attacked our hero. Farrell grabbed his opponent and dragged her, leaving her no chance to escape. The girl looked at our hero and said that he would regret getting involved with her. But Farrell didn't listen to her. He threw his opponent aside, away from himself. The girl let out a very loud scream and her eyes lit up with anger. Here the woman suddenly began to change shape and began to turn into a huge beetle. Our hero stood motionless and watched what was happening with a very serious face. Having released some of the ghosts from his armor, he directed them towards the girl, and they wrapped themselves around her hand. After that, he clenched his powerful fist and flew towards his opponent. The hand was already at the beetle's face, but then Farrell suddenly froze and lowered it down. Our hero became embarrassed and said that he had completely forgotten because you can't hit girls in the face. So he just grabbed her hands and threw her aside with all his might. The girl fell to the floor, and from the force of the blow her head was broken, after which she died. Her body began to transform and now she looked quite cute. Farrell walked up to the girl and looked at her to make sure she was dead. After that he walked up to Harris and looked at him very carefully. He was also dead. Our hero felt sorry for these people, and believed that they were both victims of circumstances. But he could not leave them alive. Finally, it was all over, and they could go in search of their friends. But then loud footsteps were heard in the distance. Someone was quickly running into the room. It was the hungry ghost, dragging a completely exhausted Zoe along with him. Farrell turned around and said with a smile that he was very glad to see them. The boy ran up to his owner and wanted to hug him out of joy. But he didn't have time to do this, because he noticed Harris's dead body behind our hero. The hungry ghost ran very quickly towards the advisor to look at him. Farrell looked at the boy and saw that there was a huge abrasion on one of his legs. Then he looked up and saw Zoe and realized that their battles had been very difficult. The girl was unconscious and without strength, so our hero decided to free her from the chains. Touching them, the rings began to unclench and disappear, one by one. Zoe fell, but Farrell caught her, telling her that she could now rest. The girl fell asleep, and our hero laid her on the ground, since he still had business here. Farrell was very sad because he felt the mental pain that Zoe was going through, and he couldn't help her in any way. But then the hungry ghost caught his attention, and our hero was shocked by what he saw. The boy grabbed Harris's bow and began to bite it very greedily, trying to eat it, but it turned out to be very tough, so the hungry ghost's teeth began to crumble. The guy sat down on the floor and started crying very loudly, as he clearly did not expect this. Farrell walked up to him and stroked his head, trying to calm him down. After this, Our hero took the onion and said that it was not food, and there was no need to try to eat it. Then, out of nowhere, Master Motsu appeared and started shouting, because he was clearly very surprised. Yu Yuin looked at him with interest and bewilderment, because he did not understand why the man was reacting like that. But the master, in a commanding tone and very confidently, asked Farrell to give him the bow. Our hero did not want to clarify what was valuable in this thing, and simply gave it to Motsu. When the bow was in the master's hands, he looked at it very carefully and said that it was the bow of the sun. The cook obviously knew what it was and looked at the find in surprise. After this, Yu Yuyin ran up to Motsu and began to take the bow from him. Suddenly, the system abruptly reported that the trophy had been transferred, and Farrell realized that this was indeed something valuable. A fight broke out between the Master of Cooking and the Master of Knowledge, in which they took the artifact from each other. Our hero watched the men's squabbles very carefully, but it all seemed childish to him. Deciding not to waste time, Farrell began to transform back into a human, because it was time for them to return to Christine. The hungry ghost grabbed his master by the shirt and stopped him. The boy decided that it would be a good idea to resurrect Harris, and suggested this to Farrell. Our hero looked down and seriously thought about this proposal. But after that, he informed the hungry ghost that Harris was already in Nirvana, so there was no point in resurrecting him. He looked at the advisor's body again, and said that there were things that were better not to do. After that, Farrell looked at the girl, for whom he felt sincerely sorry. Our hero told his friends that since he decided not to resurrect them, he would at least bury the couple together. Farrell didn't take long to think and took action, so he snapped his fingers. Fire came out of his hand and he directed it straight at the bodies of the enemies he had defeated. Taking Zoe, our hero said that it was time for them to go home, because they were expected there. As they walked home, Farrell reflected that even though Harris was dead, he clearly wasn't the boss. He also remembered about the girl's parents, and that he never found out what a dragon's tooth was. Carol watched the heroes leave and noted to himself that his experiment had failed. Then a vial with the girl's soul appeared in his hands, and he already knew that Farrell would soon meet her again. Suddenly, our hero stopped and realized with horror that he did not know how to tell his neighbor about what had happened to her parents. He began frantically making up some kind of story so as not to shock Christine. After a while, they all found themselves at home, where their neighbor Farella was already waiting for them. He was very excited and began to lie to her on the fly, realizing that he could not tell the whole truth. He told Christine that he had not been able to meet her parents. The girl thought that since they were not in the afterlife, then perhaps they were still alive. Farrell didn't want to upset his neighbor, because he understood that she was already too weak. So without thinking twice, he reassured her and said that it was actually possible that her parents had not died. Christine took a promise from Farrell that he would not stop looking for them and would definitely find them. Our hero had no choice but to reassure the girl. They sealed their agreement by holding each other's little fingers, because he knew that by promising her this, she would recover faster. As Farrell lay down in bed, he thought about how he didn't know where to look for information about the dragon's tooth. He didn't know what to do next, and he was freaking out because even as Satan, he was so useless. Suddenly, the room began to change dramatically, and he fell out of bed and found himself in a parallel world. Our hero did not understand what had happened and why his system had called him here. A message appeared on the screen stating that the rescue of the spirits was complete, and Farrell's level had increased. Then the system said that it was now time for it to expand our hero's domain and improve hell. Everything around began to change, and instead of the cafe building, huge houses with golden roofs appeared. Farrell began to look around, not understanding what was happening around him. Master Motsu, our hero, and cook Yu Ying watched the changes in hell. All three were silent, looking at the screen, and were in complete shock from what was happening. At some point, Farrell couldn't take it anymore, and shouted with all his anger that he didn't understand why they needed this stupid expansion. And the system reported that although the battle with the divine bow was over, their adventures were just beginning. After Farrell found himself in a parallel world, the system reported that his level had increased. Motsu, together with Yu Yuin, noticed that the system was flirting with our hero. The man did not understand what was happening, so he was angry, but tried to pull himself together. Farrell thought that the reasons why the system had decided to expand were not so important now. After all, this could mean that she could finally give him information about the dragon's tooth. He quickly typed a request on the keyboard, but a message appeared on the screen saying that the information was still unavailable. Our hero looked at the system in bewilderment, not understanding why it was hiding information from him. The man started shouting that he had worked so hard to win, but in the end, he had received no thanks. Motsu approached him from behind, patted him on the shoulder and said that there was no need to focus on such trifles. After this, the knowledge master turned around and said that Farrell had better pay attention to something else. Our hero saw a bright light. His eyes widened because he was shocked. A huge cannon called Mo-Dee's Undertaker appeared from the light. Mo-Tsu said that all the primordial power was collected in this cannon. And although the man has succeeded in using the armor of 100 souls, he could use some additional weapons. Souls give great power, but it is still not enough. So the Master of Knowledge, the Undertaker, handed it to Farrell. Our hero realized that this shotgun was converted from Sun Hao's weapon and has tremendous power. Mo-Tsu said that whoever was hit by this pistol would no longer have to worry about their own burial. The man was glad that he now had a weapon that had such power. And the Master of Knowledge began to laugh, saying that one should not expect less from Mo-Dee. At this point, Mo-Tsu suddenly became very serious and warned Farrell to use it with caution. Yu Yuan said with a grin that if our hero suddenly lost the shotgun, the Master of Knowledge would not be able to get another one. But these words angered Mo-Tsu, and he hit the cook, saying that he should not interfere in the conversation. The Master of Knowledge said that although he didn't want to admit it, Yu Yuan was still right, because such a weapon was difficult to obtain. Mo-Tsu looked at the bow of the sun-faced god and said that he would try to make something out of it, but it would take time. After all, this bow originally belonged to a mythological hero named Hou Yi. But after this, the Master of Knowledge said that his master need not worry and continue to work further. Mo-Tsu snapped his fingers sharply and said that Undertaker would always be by our hero's side. And this shotgun is a great addition to Farrell's armor, but he can also use it on its own. Our hero made a very serious face and said that he would gladly prove that he was worthy of wearing his armor. After that, the man turned around and walked towards the exit to the real world. Mo-Tsu took a hammer in his hands and said that now he had a long and hard job ahead of him. After that, he walked up to the bow and started doing something with it, and Yu Yuan watched with interest. As Farrell was returning to his world, he heard the television on, reporting that the Grill's restaurant was on fire. Hearing familiar words and names, our hero stopped and froze for a while. The news was on TV, and they were talking about the fire that Farrell had started. The man looked very carefully at the screen, and it said that at the moment the cause of the fire had not been established. After our hero heard that no one noticed him and did not accuse him of anything, he exhaled and turned off the TV. He carefully placed the remote control on the table, a little confused. After all, he thought that his hellish flame would only incinerate the underground city, but the restaurant would remain untouched. Farrell knew that someone had deliberately set fire to that restaurant to cover up all traces. But when he lay down on the bed, he thought that all this was not so important. Because on the whole, nothing bad had happened. And the fact that all traces have disappeared does not mean that those who were in the underground city will not come for him. Then the door to his room suddenly opened, and Christine entered, which greatly frightened our hero. The neighbor was very angry, and told him that she was tired of seeing him mourning his ex. But Farrell said he wasn't pining over her at all. He was just relaxing, and he has a feeling that if he goes for a walk today, he will definitely run into trouble. But then Mosey appeared and told our hero to go and have some fun. The man stood and looked at the Master of Knowledge, and Christine did not understand why her neighbor was staring into space. Farrell told the girl that she was right, and that he would go for a walk after all. Our hero went outside and went straight to the park, but there, he met Neil. She didn't recognize him, but she still got angry, saying that if he interfered with her work, she would arrest the man. Farrell, glad not to be arrested, apologized, and said he was just out for a walk. Our hero was very amused by the fact that the policewoman did not recognize him and seemed to have forgotten about the whole story. The man reached the bench, sat down on it, and thought that the walk had really been better than he had imagined. But then Farrell heard someone approaching him from behind, and so he turned around in horror. A man approached our hero and said that he had been looking for him for a very long time. Farrell looked very carefully at the passerby and could not understand where he knew him from, but the stranger reminded him, saying that it was in his cafe that they cooked grilled chicken. Our hero froze in bewilderment. He still did not understand who this man was. But then it dawned on Farrell, because standing in front of him was the very owner of the grill restaurant. He pointed his finger at him and said that he remembered this man. The stranger was pleased with this and asked our hero to call him Grill Master. Farrell looked at the man very carefully and asked what he wanted from him. And then the grill master said that he wanted to offer him to grill together. Our hero thought he had heard him wrong and asked him to repeat his proposal. The grill master looked at Farrell very carefully and repeated that he wanted to offer him a grilling session together. Our hero said that he is more of a traditionalist, so the chef would be better off looking for someone else. The master looked at Farrell with bewilderment and asked what could be so unconventional about grilling. And then our hero realized that the man had not said anything indecent, but was simply offering to cook together. The chef said that the last time the grill cooked by Farrell's friend tasted absolutely amazing. Therefore, he suggested that they unite in order to easily take over the entire grill business of the city. Our hero felt a little awkward about the man's offer, since he himself doesn't know how to cook at all. But then it dawned on him that he himself did not need to take part in the cooking. After all, he has the god of cooking, Yu, who is currently not busy with anything and will do everything for him. Farrell grabbed his new acquaintance by the hand and thanked him for giving him a great idea. After this, our hero ran very quickly towards the exit of the park. Moving away from people, he very quickly headed to a parallel world. Approaching Yu, the man informed him that it was the cook's time to shine. The cooking god looked at Farrell without emotion and informed him that he had already been shining for many years. Our hero, with a very sharp movement, hit Yu on the head, and from the force of the blow, his eyes popped out of their sockets. Farrell let off steam and exhaled, and the cook stood up after the blow and angrily adjusted his hat. After that, our hero pointed his finger at Yu and told him that he would be working as a chef in his restaurant. The man looked at Farrell very carefully and with surprise. And our hero, patting Yu on the shoulder, said that he was counting on him very much. After this, Farrell, who was very pleased with his plan, decided to go looking for a place for the restaurant. Walking down the street, he saw a huge crowd standing and looking at something. Our hero really wanted to see what was going on there, but he didn't have time because someone called out to him. Farrell thought that they were his enemies and grinned, quickly turning around. But then he realized that this was not at all the one he expected to see, because the man was completely unfamiliar to him. The stranger said his name was Leon and handed over his business card. Our hero looked at it very carefully and read that the man was from the Sky Company. After this, Leon asked Farrell to get into the car, as his boss wanted to discuss some business with him. Our hero wondered for a moment if it was a trap, but then decided to take a risk. Although he was not very confident, he still got into his new acquaintance's car, and together they went to meet with the management of the Sky Company. Leon turned and said that Farrell was living proof that a commoner could become a great master. But our hero didn't really like this statement, and so he looked at the man very seriously. Here they drove up to some high-rise office building, and the car braked sharply. Leon got out of the car, opened the door for Farrell, and asked him to follow him. After they reached the 40th floor, the man announced that the company president was expecting our hero. Entering the office, Farrell saw a man sitting at a computer. It was a master of the Southern Ocean named Xiaoyi, and he was glad to finally see our hero. Farrell didn't understand why the man wanted to meet him so badly. Xiaoyi began to sort through the books on his desk, looking for something, and said that he had two reasons for the meeting. First, he wanted to thank Farrell for saving him from the terrible Brian. Our hero stood there with a completely stony face, and still did not understand what they wanted from him. Meanwhile, Xiaoyi found some piece of paper in the books and took it out. Putting it on the table, the man said that secondly, he wanted to ask Farrell to fulfill his request. Our hero grinned and asked why the master was so sure that he could help with something. Xiaoyi said that since our hero was able to destroy Brian while he was under Harris's protection, he could handle it here too. Farrell asked in surprise, wasn't the skybow a small fish for them? To which the master grinned and said that of course not, and therefore our hero was obliged to help him. Suddenly, Xiaoyi clapped his hands and said that he had prepared a reward for the task. After that, Leon appeared behind Farrell, holding a suitcase in his hands. The men put the suitcase on the table and opened it, and inside it were paper bills. Seeing the huge sum of money, the hero did not believe that now all this belonged to him, and therefore, very quickly closed the suitcase. The huge amount of money went to Farrell's head, and he was ready to do anything. Xiaoyi briefly explained his request to him, and after that our hero got into the car and went home. And the master, standing at the window, grinned, because he had no doubt that Farrell would agree to help him. Our hero rode home in silence, thinking over his plan of further action. After returning home, Farrell threw the suitcase with money on the floor with a sharp movement. Zoe and the hungry ghost opened it and were shocked by what they saw. The girl looked at our hero in surprise and asked where he got this money from. But the man was in no hurry to tell them what had happened, and simply replied that it was a long and complicated story. But after that he added with a grin that they would all have to risk their lives for this money. The hungry ghost, hearing the words about death, became very angry and asked who dared to touch his master. Zoe grabbed the angry guy and asked the master what he meant. Farrell said the people who gave him money would never understand how amazing the Book of Life and Death is. The hungry ghost and Zoe looked at their master in great surprise, and he immediately went to a parallel world in order to find out the necessary information from Motsu. The Master of Knowledge did not understand why our hero was asking him so many questions. But the man said that it was all because the system only gave him instructions, and when he asked it something, it hung up. But here Farrell sank down and said that he considered it a shame for Satan not to understand the Book of Life and Death. Therefore, our hero asks the Master of Knowledge for help in understanding the system, since he was able to make a copy of it. After these words, Mosey suddenly laughed very loudly, which looked a little creepy. Here the Master of Knowledge took out a board and a pointer from somewhere and announced that Farrell had addressed the right person. Of course, he didn't manage to make a copy, but he already knows enough about the Book of Life and Death. As the main element of hell, the book is used not only to count life and confirm death. She also brought back to life our hero, the Master of Knowledge Motsu, and the god of cooking Yu Yin. But this is all nonsense. The most important feature of this book can be described in just one word. After this, the Master of Knowledge pointed at the system screen with a pointer, and the word conditionality was written there. Farrell began to wail in great surprise and did not understand what this word meant. Motsu hurried back to the board and said that he would be happy to explain everything now. Simply put, causality implies a connection between all events that occur. All events that happen are recorded in the Book of Life and Death. Most often they are used as evidence of guilt when going to hell. But also with the help of a book, you can change the connection between events. This is why our hero can go out into the street without any problems, and this is why Neil did not recognize him. After all, the Book of Life and Death had changed his conditioning, completely erasing the incident with Mr. Lily from his memory. However, such radical changes cannot be made at will. After all, the Book of Life and Death is not a toy, and therefore it always carefully chooses its owner. Realizing that Farrell had not fully grasped the information, the Knowledge Master decided to give an example. He said that the more events are connected with our hero, the more difficult it is to change them. This time the Book of Life and Death made changes. People will never know what Farrell did. Our hero got very angry, saying that these were all small things, and he wanted more. The man looked at Motsu and could not calm his emotions. But the Master of Knowledge reminded him that only Farrell could control the book due to being Satan. Our hero looked down, and Motsu said that in this world nothing happens for no reason. You can't try to get something without giving something in return, and he hopes that Farrell, like Satan, can build hell anew. It was not for nothing that the Master waited for this for so long, but our hero seemed not to listen to him, and silently headed to his world. The man found himself in his room, lay down on his bed and thought about the future with a smile on his face. Farrell said the man who gave him the money sounded convincing, but the old man didn't know what he had done. Our hero was convinced that Xiao Yi wanted to trap him. The hungry ghost struggled, but Zoe held him and asked what they would do now. Farrell leaned back on the bed, exhaled calmly, and announced that they would rest. Zoe and the hungry ghost looked at their master in surprise. The girl did not believe what she heard, and so she opened her mouth in bewilderment. But our hero said that she simply didn't grasp the essence of what was happening. The incident that happened to them was not an ordinary conflict. To put it simply, Farrell is not such a good person, because he does everything for his own benefit. Even at the very beginning, he helped Zoe completely against his will. The girl and the hungry ghost looked at their master in bewilderment. At this moment in the parallel world, Yu Yin said that Farrell was better than he thought. Motsu replied that our hero was indeed a very good man, and such people always win the trust of other people without any problems. Yu Yin added sadly that most good people don't live long. The Master of Knowledge said that he didn't think about it, because his job was to continue making suitable equipment for Farrell. The god of cooking agreed with Motsu, and said that our hero is Satan after all, so he should be able to handle everything. The Master of Knowledge muttered irritably that Yu Yin had become tiresome to him by lounging around, so he ordered him to go and grill barbecue. Farrell continued to sit on the bed in his room and tell Zoe that no matter whether he was good or bad, he was still a human being. Our hero understood that he would not be able to forgive Group X for their actions in the underground castle, and most importantly, he could no longer allow all this to happen again. From the very beginning, all battles with the wards of Group X were not easy, and after this thought, our hero covered his right hand with Asura's armor and clenched it into a fist. The man understood that Group X was now against him and that war would soon await them, and Farrell will fight alone against the entire enemy team. Out of anger, our hero's hand became ablaze with fire, and he declared that he would never give in to Group X. After this, the man directed all his fire and negativity at the money, which immediately caught fire. Farrell said that eradicating evil and promoting good is Satan's motto. Therefore, they have no need to do anything, even if this so-called trap turns out to be an ocean of fire or a mountain of knives. All they have to do once they get there is to push forward and cut off the way back. Zoe and the hungry ghost looked at our hero in surprise and confusion. The money burned completely, and the man said that it didn't matter how dangerous these traps were, because they would survive them. And every time they overcome one obstacle, the strength of Group X weakens, and they themselves become only stronger. so Farrell asked his friends to help him and rush into battle with him. Zoe looked at her master and said that she had always been in the dark, and he was the one who opened her eyes. At this point, tears began to flow from the girl's eyes and drip onto the hungry ghost's face. Zoe said that for his sake, she was ready to face any danger. Then the hungry ghost shouted that he would gladly devour all of our hero's enemies. The man laughed and said that he was very glad that everyone had given their consent to the fight. At this point, Farrell's face changed dramatically, and beads of sweat began to roll down his face. Zoe and the hungry ghost headed towards our hero, not understanding what had happened to him. The man drooped and looked down, and the girl and the guy stood and looked at him. Farrell then pointed towards the suitcase and said that this was all their money. Night fell, and a red blood moon suddenly appeared in the sky, which clearly did not bode well. Niall was in ambush, so she stood by the column of the building and looked out from it. The girl received reliable information about the location of the criminal she was interested in. Neil already imagined how she caught him, and was given a reward for solving the case. She was looking forward to it and was very happy, because this was her main goal. Meanwhile, Farrell and his friends were heading to the address that Xiaoyi had given him. The building where the man directed him turned out to be a huge temple in the middle of the forest. Our hero reasoned that it was quite a bold decision to use such a place as a base, but he had no doubt that this was the very place where many deaths occurred, and all the photographs that Xiaoyi showed him were taken right here. Besides, all these photographs were clearly taken a long time ago. He felt that something unclean was going on in this mountain village, and in the temple itself. Regardless of who this old man was, his words turned out to be absolutely true. Farrell saw a huge number of ghosts on the temple grounds. Our hero laughed and said that if they attacked him, nothing good would come of it. The man sat down at a stone table that was on the temple grounds and began to watch the ghosts. Then Zoe flew up to him and said that she had flown around the entire area and had not found anything suspicious. Farrell said it was not surprising given how much time had passed since the photos were taken. Here our hero heard some strange noise in the forest and realized that there was someone there. He hoped that it was one of his enemies, so he immediately hurried there. Zoe, Farrell, and the hungry ghost sat in the bushes and began to watch what was happening. But it turned out to be Neil, who was also in ambush and waiting for something. At first, our hero was upset, because he did not expect to see a person here. But then he thought that maybe the police girl was also part of Group X. So, unable to bear it any longer, he stood up abruptly and shouted for Neil to take him to her boss. The girl did not expect someone to sneak up on her from behind, and so she screamed loudly. Farrell realized that Neil was not involved in this matter, so he grabbed her hand sharply. She gave in to the stranger because she was shocked by his behavior and did not have time to understand that she needed to resist. Our hero understood that he had to get Neil out of here before something serious happened, and he was accused of murder again. Here the girl began to slowly come to her senses, and asked if it was him she had seen recently in the park. Without waiting for an answer from the man, Neil abruptly put handcuffs on him. Farrell didn't expect this turn of events and looked at his hand in shock. The girl reported that she had received information about a group of criminals using this temple as a place of conspiracy. And our hero arouses her suspicions because he walks here in the middle of the night. And then there was a very sharp sound behind Farrell, and he turned around in fear. A very large and angry dog suddenly appeared behind our hero. She opened her mouth and a large bright ball lightning flew out. It was the first time Neil had seen anything like this, and so she screamed very loudly in fear. Farrell understood that the girl's life depended entirely on him, and therefore, he began to immediately activate his armor. Grabbing Neil with one hand and covering himself with the other, our hero abruptly jumped to the side. Neil didn't look at the man. She couldn't believe that all this was happening for real. But our heroes didn't have time because the dog spat out ball lightning right at them. The ball immediately headed towards Farrell and Neil, and upon touching the ground, exploded. By this point, our hero had already completely transformed into armor and realized that his enemy was very strong. He hugged the policeman's girlfriend and shielded her from the lightning strike. Neil looked at Farrell and didn't expect what she saw, because his appearance was completely changed. Our hero did not hesitate and, standing up, said that now the dog could not escape from him. The man blocked the girl's path with a sharp movement of his hand and asked her to hide somewhere far away. Neil wasn't used to hiding, so these words made her angry for a while. But realizing that she was powerless against this enemy, the girl ran, shouting to Farrell to be careful. Our hero grinned because he understood that everything would be fine with him. The dog bared its teeth, and Zoe and the hungry ghost appeared next to the man. Neil ran away and realized that she needed to figure out how to help Farrell. Having run far enough, the girl stopped to catch her breath, and still did not understand where this dog came from. But then Neil seemed to break out in a cold sweat, because she remembered something very important. Meanwhile, the dog growled very loudly and was about to attack our hero. The man stood and looked at his enemy, smirking, because he had no doubt that he would win. But the dog was also absolutely serious, and so it growled again. Farrell touched her and told her that she had to behave. The hungry ghost, who decided that his master was in danger, jumped up and flew towards the enemy. With one movement of his scythe, he very boldly chopped off the dog's head. After that, the hungry ghost landed on the ground very quickly. The boy turned and looked at his master, smiling at him. But then Farrell screamed very loudly because the hungry ghost was in danger. The dog's head was torn from its body and flew sharply downwards, straight at our heroes. The man managed to catch her and stop her, and the hungry ghost watched everything that was happening as if spellbound. Farrell screamed and called for Zoe's help, ordering her to get the guy away from him. The girl picked up the hungry ghost and flew up with him, saying that he was okay now. But then the dog's mouth suddenly closed, and our hero remained inside it. Zoe and the hungry ghost screamed out of worry for their master. But then the man hit the dog's head with a sharp blow of his fist and jumped out of it. Farrell walked up to his friends and pushed them back with a sharp movement. After this, our hero flew up to the dog, which had already risen to its paws again, and hit it. The dog grew a new head, and he growled very loudly and even more angrily, and Farrell, Zoe, and the hungry ghost began to attack their enemy with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Niall ran as fast as she could through the forest, because she wanted to help our hero. The girl remembered that she had already seen a similar dog in this temple. Then, behind the policewoman, there was a roar, a sharp explosion, and she jumped in surprise. Neil turned and looked back, and then realized that she had to hurry. She made a decision for herself that she didn't need to focus on the sounds behind her, but to concentrate on her task. Meanwhile, Zoe, Farrell, and the hungry ghost were fighting the resurrected dog. The angry boy took out his long chain and pointed it towards the dog. The chain spun very quickly and began to wrap around the body of their enemy. The dog resisted, growling even louder and spitting saliva out of anger. But the hungry ghost was very serious, and he did not intend to give up. Meanwhile, the dog decided to attack the boy and leaned towards him. But then the guy's owner came to his aid and attacked the dog from behind. Farrell's blow caused the dog to lose his balance and fall to the ground with a crash. The dog opened his mouth in anger, and a new huge ball lightning came out of it. But the dog didn't have time to throw it at our hero, because at that very moment, the hungry ghost tied her up. The boy sat on the ground and really hoped that he had managed to immobilize his enemy. But at that moment, the dog suddenly dissolved into thin air and reappeared in a new place, and the chain flew down. Farrell didn't understand how this had happened, and what was worst was that he didn't know what to do next. Meanwhile, the dog did not wait for their next actions and sent ball lightning at our heroes. The man shouted at his friends to hide behind his back. After this, Farrell swelled up and covered Zoe and the hungry ghost with his armor. Our hero looked at the bright light that came from the lightning and was determined to reflect the blow. Zoe and the hungry ghost were behind the man, trying not to move. Farrell became very angry and, gathering all his strength, clenched his fist. After that, he hit the ball lightning very hard and it bounced off him. All this power quickly flew upward and exploded with a roar there. At that moment, our hero found himself behind the dog, and a great idea came to his mind. And saying that up until then he had only endured the dog's explosive attacks, he took out his shotgun. Our hero grinned and said that now it was time to respond to the dog in kind. The dog became wary for a moment, but continued to growl very loudly. But the man did not hesitate and, aiming the Undertaker Modi, shot straight into the dog's head. The shot was incredibly powerful, and sounded like an explosion, and was also accompanied by a bright flash of light. The dog's growling immediately stopped, and its body trembled and fell to the ground. Farrell grinned and looked at the shotgun and said that it was a nice little thing. Our hero stood on the ground, and next to him lay a dog that had no head. Zoe and the hungry ghost looked out from behind the man and did not understand if this was the end. Then the boy ran very quickly to the dog and shouted that he wanted to taste it. Zoe grabbed the hungry ghost and asked him with interest what he was doing. And Farrell, looking closely at the dog, understood that all this was clearly not the end. Then, out of nowhere, a huge puff of smoke appeared, and the dog recovered again. Our hero shouted to his friends to all step back and hide behind him. Here the dog struck a very strong blow, but the man, Zoe, and the hungry ghost managed to jump back. A huge hole was created in the ground where the blow had been struck, and Farrell knew his armor wouldn't be able to handle it. The dog suddenly appeared behind our heroes and continued to growl very loudly. Here the hungry ghost took off his hairpin, and his braid was in his hands again. The guy jumped towards the dog and upon landing, very quickly parried his blow. Zoe, who was scared for the hungry ghost, screamed for the dog to let go of him. After this, the girl quickly headed towards the dog to attack him. But then Farrell pulled out his Modi Undertaker again and pointed it at the enemy. Our hero shouted to his friends to move away from the dog, and then shot at it. But absolutely nothing happened to the dog, and the man did not understand why. The hungry ghost swung his scythe in anger and screamed at the top of his lungs. After this, the guy got down on his knees and was very determined. His whole face was covered in veins, and he bared his teeth as he looked at his enemy. The dog looked at the hungry ghost with surprise and bewilderment. After that, the guy ate part of the dog and said that he expected so, because his enemy turned out to be edible. The dog did not understand what was happening, and when he raised his paw, he saw that part of it was missing. After this, the dog growled even louder and was determined to take revenge. But then something happened that neither Farrell nor Zoe expected at all. The hungry ghost swallowed the entire dog and then sat down on the ground. Our hero looked at the guy and asked him if he would definitely be okay after this. But the hungry ghost smiled and said that everything was fine, because he had just eaten and nothing could happen to him. After these words, the child began to breathe very heavily and fell to his knees. The man and Zoe looked at the hungry ghost, not understanding what was happening to him. The boy was exhausted, and his soul slowly began to leave him. Farrell knew his friend was dying and didn't know how or what to do to help him. Our hero began to drive away all these thoughts and began to frantically think about what to do. Motsu then appeared and told the man to shoot the hungry ghost with the Undertaker. After all, we need to knock this terrible and very embittered spirit out of him. Realizing that Farrell was not making any progress, Motsu yelled at him to deal with the spirit as quickly as possible. After these words, our hero took out the Undertaker Modi and pointed it at the hungry ghost. The shot was, as always, very powerful, and the spirit left the guy's body. Zoe flew up to the unconscious hungry ghost and picked him up. At that moment, the spirit again turned into a huge dog and stood in front of the man. Farrell said he didn't care who the dog was, because there was no one in this world who couldn't be beaten to death. Meanwhile, Neil ran to the right place and was very happy about it. An altar appeared before the girl's eyes on which, under glass, sat a dog. Then it dawned on Neil, because she remembered that she had already read somewhere about this altar. The girl saw mentions of him in the archives, and realized that the large dog that attacked them was the spirit of Tengu. He was sacrificed a long time ago, and of course he became very embittered. After this, Neil took out her gun and pointed it at the altar. The girl hoped that if she destroyed it, the spirit dog would also disappear. But the bullets just couldn't penetrate the glass. After firing a huge number of shots, she ran out of ammunition. Neil looked at her gun and realized she hadn't brought a spare magazine. Then the girl looked at the altar and realized that it did not look like a human creation, and she needed to figure out what to do with it. Then, behind her, a very loud roar was heard again, and Neil jumped in fear. Turning around, the girl hoped that Farrell had everything under control there. But thinking that she had more important things to do now, Neil extended her hand towards the altar. Then the girl came up with a brilliant idea, and she didn't think long before turning it into reality. Neil realized that she might not be able to touch the statue itself, but she could steal the entire altar. And taking it in her hands, the girl ran as fast as she could to help our hero. Neil really hoped that Farrell knew what to do with this altar. Meanwhile, the dog was clicking its teeth, growling, and trying to bite our hero. Farrell looked at him and said that he really had a bad dog. However, the man was not going to give up, and so he clenched his fist and hit the spirit with renewed force. After this, Farrell jumped back a few meters from his enemy. Looking at the dog, our hero said that the spirit has no abilities other than immortality. But in the man's opinion, there is nothing eternal in this world. The dog walked up to Farrell and opened its mouth, preparing to attack him. Light began to come out of the dog's mouth, and this meant that a new ball lightning would soon appear there. But our hero could not allow this, and therefore began to strike the dog multiple times in the face. After this, the man said that the spirit was clearly hostile towards the living, and would fight them until its last breath. Then the dog rose again from the cloud of smoke and growled even louder than before. Farrell didn't understand what he was dealing with, or who the dog really was. But he could not hesitate, so he gathered his strength and struck the dog again. Zoe watched everything that was happening from the side and did not know how to help her owner. The hungry ghost was still unconscious, but at least he was alive. The girl was excited and very worried about our hero, but the man did not look at Zoe. He was fighting with the dog without stopping. Suddenly, Farrell heard quick steps behind him and turned around sharply. It was Neil who reported that this altar was definitely connected to the monster. Our hero did not understand what she was talking about and began to watch the dog's reaction. Meanwhile, the dog very quickly rushed towards the girl and appeared in front of her. The dog's grin was so ominous that Neil began to doubt that she would survive this battle. The dog quickly closed its mouth, hoping that it had eaten the girl. But Farrell managed to grab her and run away, saying that he would not allow this to happen, because good dogs do not bite people. Niall screamed at our hero, reminding him of the altar she held in her hands. After these words, The man put the policeman's girlfriend on the ground. Neil handed the altar to Farrell and said that it should definitely influence this monster. Our hero stretched his hand towards this altar and felt its enormous power. But the man didn't have time to touch him, as the dog tried to attack again. Farrell managed to parry the blow, and using his strength, blew up the evil dog. The spirit began to recover again and turn into a huge dog. Our hero turned his head, looked at the dog, and asked him to stop making noise. After all, the man really wanted to know where this sinister spirit came from. So Farrell immediately reached into the altar and touched the dog that was there. At first, our hero felt nothing and froze in bewilderment. But after a few seconds, the man felt a sharp and piercing pain. Farrell's mind began to tear itself apart, but he tried to gather all his thoughts together. And then pictures appeared before our hero, which were memories of the altar. The man understood that the spirits wanted to show him something very important. Here Farrell plunged into the memories of the altar, and saw in the sky the same bright red moon that he saw today. Our hero thought it must be just a lunar eclipse. Then the man heard voices behind him, which announced that they were beginning the sacrificial ritual. Farrell was met with a vision of men carrying someone in a cage. Our hero got angry and therefore shouted at them, asking what they were up to. But no one reacted to the man, and after a while, the one who was sitting in the cage was already lying in front of the altar. This man was wrapped in bandages, resembled a mummy. A stranger in a hood approached him and said that there was no need to be afraid. After all, soon all this man's torment will end, and he will be in a better world. After this, the stranger in a black robe raised his hand with a knife and said that they would meet in the next life. Farrell couldn't watch all this calmly, so he screamed very loudly. Without thinking twice, our hero walked towards the man and ordered him to stop all this. But no one responded to his screams and words, and after Farrell touched the man, everything dissolved. Our hero did not understand what was happening, and he was very abruptly thrown back out of his memories. The man was shocked by what he saw and realized that he could only be an observer. Then the memories came back to Farrell and he saw a blood moon. The robed man stabbed his victim to death and announced that the sacrifice had been successfully completed and the Tengu had been banished. Our hero shouted that he didn't understand why they showed him all this. But then the man began to remember all the words that the stranger in the robe had said. Before killing his victim, he told him that they would see each other in the next life, and that Tengu is finally banished and can no longer devour their moon. Farrell turned back into a human and felt all the pain that came from the ghosts. Our hero looked at the altar and understood that there were a lot of souls in it. All these ghosts said that the man in the robe promised them life after death, but it never came. And then one of the souls looked at Farrell with anger and screamed that she wanted his next life. Our hero stood motionless, and ghosts began to fly out of the altar at breakneck speed. The souls did not understand what was happening, because no one had disturbed them for so long. After the ghosts were released, they became very angry. The souls began to circle around the altar, screaming in pain and suffering. After this, they all united together into the figure of a huge dog. This dog was very angry, and the spirits told him to destroy everyone who stood in their way. Farrell watched everything that was happening very carefully, and then it dawned on him. After all, there was never a sacred spirit named Tengu in this altar. Our hero closed his eyes, from which tears were flowing, and opening them, he used his yin-yang skill, and the man saw the true image of the dog, which consisted entirely of the souls of unfortunate people. Farrell walked up to the dog and touched his nose, saying that he could feel the ghosts suffering. And after this action, the image of the dog dissolved, and the souls scattered in different directions. Our hero understood that the ghosts were stuck in eternal torment, complete darkness, and were constantly waiting for a break in light. Therefore, the man was not at all surprised that their attacks were full of fury. Farrell knew that all he needed to do now was destroy the altar. Our hero hoped that once the container was gone, the spirits would finally become free. So without thinking twice, the man raised his hand up and clenched it into a fist. Farrell hit the altar several times without stopping, and it began to crack. Our hero became very sad about everything that was happening, because the ghosts never received their second life. The man always thought that Satan was just a prestigious title, but it turned out that with this title came a certain responsibility. One of the ghosts flew very close to Farrell and bit him. Our hero said that he was not in pain at all, and after that, the souls began to rapidly attack him. Zoe and Neil were shocked by what they saw and began to scream in horror. But the man shouted back at them not to move and not to come close to him. The ghosts were eating Farrell, but he knew it was just a small pain. And this pain will never compare in strength with the suffering that souls have experienced all these years. The altar was destroyed, and the ghosts coming out of it became more and more numerous. With each bite of a new ghost, our hero felt their pain and suffering. But then the man remembered that he was able to summon the Master of Knowledge and the God of Cooking. Farrell did everything himself, without using the Book of Life and Death. Our hero was losing his strength, and so he fell to his knees and began to spit blood. The man sat on the ground, and the souls circled around him and continued to devour him. Zoe and Neil rushed to Farrell's aid, but he tied up the girls, telling them not to move. Our hero said that the underworld owed all these souls a rebirth. The man turned back into a human and began to slowly rise from the ground. Farrell shouted that he was Satan, and if souls had any grievances, they could enter him and take revenge on this world. Motsu began to shout that our hero had gone mad, because the grievances of souls had been accumulating for more than 1,000 years. But the man just grinned and said that if the underworld still existed, then the souls would have already been reincarnated. And if Farrell dies here, then he is not worthy of calling himself Satan. After this, the souls completely absorbed our hero, and he slowly began to die. The rope that tied the girls disappeared, and Zoe realized that its owner was most likely dying. The Master of Knowledge and the God of Cooking also watched everything that was happening very carefully. Yu Yuin pulled a knife out of his pocket and said that the gentleman had gone crazy. Motsu did not understand what his friend was planning, so he grabbed his hand. The Master of Knowledge ordered Yu Yuin to stay here, put away the knife, and not do anything stupid. But the God of Cooking pointed his finger at what was happening to Farrell, and he indignantly asked why Motsu was inactive, since their master could die. After that, Yu Yuin raised his knife up and began to chant a spell. The Master of Knowledge stood in the man's way and said that he would not allow him to do anything. After all, he believed that the God of Cooking should not pay for other people's mistakes. The two men were serious, so they started fighting with each other. Yu Yuin pushed Mosey away and said that it was not actually their master's fault. But the Master of Knowledge shouted sharply and reminded the God of Cooking that Farrell was Satan. Yu Yuin, who was about to go to help our hero, suddenly stopped. He looked at Motsu and said let it be as he wanted. After this, Yu Yuin lay down to rest and added that he would pray for their master. The Master of Knowledge was angry for a while because he understood that after Farrell's death, a new master would come to them. But then he laughed very loudly and said that he would not allow our hero to die. The next ghost that bit Farrell for some reason started to cry. He looked at our hero and felt that he was hurting him. The man, seeing this, laughed and tried to calm his soul, saying that it didn't hurt. But his appearance said otherwise, because Farrell was completely exhausted and blood was flowing from his mouth. Zoe and Neil saw this and were very worried about our hero. The girls very quickly headed towards the man, wanting to help him. Yu Yuin and Motsu watched everything that was happening in surprise, and they understood that Farrell was now in great pain. The God of Cooking asked the Master of Knowledge if he thought our hero needed help, but he replied no. Then the onion that was lying on the table began to slowly rattle and glow. But the men did not notice this, because they were arguing about what was the right thing to do. Then the bow suddenly rose up above the table and glowed much brighter. Motsu turned around abruptly and was shocked when the artifact began to manifest itself. Yu Yuin and the Master of Knowledge silently watched what was happening. Farrell lost consciousness, and then a bright light appeared above his body. Neil and Zoe stopped and watched as our hero's body rose up. Our hero woke up, looked down, and didn't understand what was happening to him. After that, he landed on the ground and stood motionless for some time. After some time, the man came to the realization that he was completely fine and completely healed. Yu Yuin and Motsu were surprised because they didn't understand what just happened. Zoe was very happy that her owner was healthy, so she threw herself into his arms. Farrell laughed and told her that he too was very glad that everyone was alive. But the joy did not last long, because they continued to be surrounded by angry ghosts. The souls headed towards our hero, and he was afraid that terrible pain awaited him again. The ghosts stretched their hands towards the man, but their faces no longer expressed anger. The souls could not get close to Farrell, as the light that came from the bow burned them. The ghosts looked at our hero, and in chorus expressed their respect to him. The man, who expected anything but this, was shocked by what he heard. The souls were kneeling before Farrell, but he ordered them to rise, but the ghosts did not listen to him. They bowed their heads before our hero, and thus expressed respect. Tears streamed from their eyes, and they thanked the man for keeping everyone alive. But Farrell told them that it was he who should ask for forgiveness, because the underworld had abandoned them. One ghost shouted very loudly that our hero was wrong and had nothing to apologize for. After all, it doesn't matter who they were in life, because it cannot justify all the sins they committed. And that is why the souls knelt before the man and thanked him for his mercy. Here, the ghosts very loudly and in unison told Farrell that they were grateful to him. These words shocked our hero, and he looked at them with great surprise. After this, the ghosts stood up and said thank you for feeding them and saving them by sacrificing his body. The souls united in formation, and again in chorus, and very loudly thanked for the release from the ocean of suffering. The man watched all this and said that the ghosts were very easy to please. But after that, Farrell said that he still needed to finish the business of releasing them. The souls did not understand what all this meant, and so they froze in anticipation. Our hero began to read the spell, and a bright flash of light appeared in his hands. The man gathered all the souls into this light, and said that now they would find peace. Yu Yuin lay on the floor and smirked as he saw Farrell skillfully handle the spell. Motsu approached him and said that the god of cooking looked very happy. Yu Yuin continued to smile and said that the two of them had no reason to be sad since everything ended well. The Master of Knowledge said that it was true, and he was also happy because they did not need to get used to a new owner, since the old one survived. After this, Motsu approached Farrell and asked him to give him the souls, since he knows what to do with them. Our hero did not specify what would happen to them, because he completely trusted the Master of Knowledge and handed over the souls to him. At this point, Yu Yuin rose from the floor and asked Motsu when he was going to tell Farrell everything. But the Master of Knowledge said that some things should be learned at certain times. Otherwise, all this can lead to trouble, because now our hero does not need to know everything. According to Motsu, Farrell is not yet ready to accept his responsibilities. Yu Yuin clearly disagreed with his colleague's opinion, but he couldn't object to it. So he threw his knife into the air and said that he was just a cook and would not argue with Motsu. The Master of Knowledge stepped aside and turned his back on the god of cooking. After that, he took the ball that was filled with souls and threw it aside. A stone appeared in Motsu's hands, and he looked at it very carefully. And squeezing it tightly, he began to very quietly chant some kind of spell. At the end, the Master of Knowledge said that he was calling upon the powers to take care of the lost souls in the name of Satan. And then the ghosts that were released began to drown in the swamp. Farrell sat down on the floor and exhaled, because he managed to cope with another problem. But then our hero felt a sharp pain in his hand and grabbed it. Yu Yuin looked out and said that it all looked quite impressive. Farrell glared at the god of cooking and asked if he was making fun of him or if he really thought so. Yu Yuin was puzzled and said that he absolutely seriously thought that all this was impressive. After this, the god of cooking came even closer to our hero and looked at him very seriously. Yu Yuin pointed his finger at the man and told him to never forget that he was actually Satan. Farrell hung his head and said that he never forgot about that. Motsu, the god of cooking, approached him from behind and placed his hand on his shoulder. Yu Yuin became very angry and started shouting at the Knowledge Master that they almost lost their master. Motsu spread his hands and reminded the god of cooking that just a minute ago, he was happy with everything. Yu Yuin said that if Farrell had failed, they would have had nowhere to even cry. The Master of Knowledge grinned and looking at our hero said that everything was fine with him now. Farrell looked up at the sky and saw that the moon had finally returned to its normal appearance. Our hero understood that everything was really over, and now they could go home. The man stood up and realized that he had not yet fully come to his senses. But then Farrell turned his head and heard the conversation between Yu Yuin and Motsu. The god of cooking said that their master had miraculously survived, but he was betting that he wouldn't be able to cope without their help. Our hero looked at the men in great surprise and suddenly realized that he could die at any moment. Yu Yuin realized that their conversation had been overheard, so he extended his hand to Motsu. Here the Master of Knowledge took out an onion from behind his back and gave it to the god of cooking. Yu Yuin ran to his seat, saying that he wanted to quickly learn this thing. Farrell pointed his finger at Motsu and asked if it was true that they wouldn't come to his aid. The Master of Knowledge asked not to be angry with them, and asked why our hero rushed into battle with the dog with such confidence. After all, Farrell already knew that the dog was immortal, and that this was all just a trap. Our hero began to move into a parallel world, and Motsu said that he did not expect this from his master. The man looked at the Master of Knowledge in surprise, and asked if he had done something wrong. Motsu replied that it was not quite so, but Farrell had simply missed one detail. The Master of Knowledge asked our hero in a very calm tone what kind of place this was where they were now. Farrell looked at Motsu in bewilderment, and said that this place was hell. The Master of Knowledge reproachfully said that this place was not a hotel, and our hero could not leave and come here whenever he wanted. Once he enters the place of transmigration of souls, his past life disappears. Farrell was shocked, and Motsu continued, saying that the ghosts of hell can only leave this place through reincarnation. At one time, everything changed in hell because the wheel of karma was broken. The river Styx dried up and hell turned into a desert. But our hero coped with everything perfectly and gave this place hope. Farrell said that if that's the case, then it means that even Motsu and Yu Ying can't get out of here. But then the Master of Knowledge stopped our hero's thoughts, saying that they were different. Therefore, the man can safely continue to use Yu Yuin for his own purposes. After that, Motsu said that Farrell could rest here for a while without any problem. After all, our hero is still, after all, their master and Satan. Farrell lowered his head and said that the Master of Knowledge had never spoken to him like that before. Motsu had already told him a lot, but our hero wanted him to explain more. The Master of Knowledge began to laugh and said that his master was a real sly one, but he personally believes that Farrell is not yet ready to know everything. Our hero leaned against the wall and said that he considered it a shame that there was nowhere to sit in this place. The man very slowly began to walk here and there and look for a place where he could rest. Meanwhile, Motsu went to Yu Yin, who silently looked at the bow lying in front of him. The Master of Knowledge asked him if the God of Cooking had found anything new. Yu Yin said he didn't know if it would count as a find, but he had learned how to do something. After these words, the God of Cooking touched the onion and fire began to emanate from it. The Master of Knowledge was shocked by what he saw and screamed very loudly. Yu Yin reported that he had already used fire to burn this thing once. Then Motsu suddenly walked up and hit the God of Cooking on the head with all his might. Yu Yin adjusted his cap and indignantly asked why he hit him. The Master of Knowledge pointed his finger at him and asked what else he had managed to burn while no one was looking. The God of Cooking's face changed and became covered in small beads of sweat. Yu Yin was very angry, but after clearing his throat and catching his breath, he pulled himself together. The God of Cooking approached Motsu and told him that he did not want to remember unnecessary details. But the Master of Knowledge was serious and said that he guessed what the man had done. Yu Yin looked away, and beads of sweat treacherously dripped from his face. Motsu hit the God of Cooking on the head several times, causing him to develop a huge number of bumps. After this, the Master of Knowledge looked at the bow and asked if this thing was different from the ones Yu Yin had burned before. The God of Cooking realized that he had been found out and that there was no point in him hiding anything anymore. So he jumped to his feet and happily said that this thing was very different. After all, when he set it on fire this time, the bow's reaction was completely different. All the previous times this artifact really did just catch fire and burn. But this time he didn't just burn, he began to devour the fire, as if something had awakened inside him and was trying to satisfy its hunger. The Master of Knowledge was shocked by what he heard and said that this simply could not be. And the God of Cooking laughed very loudly and went back to the onion. He touched it again and began to send his fire there very furiously. Yu Yin shouted loudly at the onion, telling him to eat as much as he could, because then they would see who really lived there. The God of Cooking seemed to be possessed by everything that was happening and could not stop. Motsu looked at Yu Yin and asked if he was worried about what kind of problems they might have. The God of Cooking said that it might be a modification from the great Sunhao, or even a way to bring him back to life. Moreover, Yu Yin and Motsu work together, and they have nothing to fear. The Master of Knowledge really liked what he heard from the God of Cooking, and so he shook his hand very sharply and said that from now on, they would look after the condition of the bow together. After these words, the men began to laugh very loudly and cheerfully. Farrell, hearing these sounds, flinched because his peace was disturbed. Our hero tried to calm down and concentrate in order to gain strength. He turned to the system and asked it for a bench as his reward. But the system said that everything Farrell did was his job, and they didn't have any chairs for him. Our hero laughed, and the system smiled back at him with emoticons. After this, the man exhaled and said that, in general, he could manage without all of this. At this time, the hungry ghost began to slowly come to his senses. Feeling the boy awaken, Zoe grabbed him by the suspenders and looked at him carefully. After making sure that the hungry ghost was okay, she happily exclaimed that she was glad to see him alive. The boy did not understand why he was hanging in the air and therefore began to move his hands very quickly. Here, the hungry ghost remembered all the events that had happened and, covering his face, said that he had let his master down. But Farrell, who appeared out of nowhere, calmed him down and said that he was okay. After all, the hungry ghost, like our hero, encountered this for the first time, so they did not know how to behave. Then Neil approached the man and looked at him suspiciously. The girl said that she was tormented by one question: who the hell is he talking to all the time? Farrell, who had forgotten that there was a living person next to him, felt a little embarrassed. After all, he didn't understand how Neil could see the devil dog, but not see Zoe and the hungry ghost. The girl did not leave him alone and demanded an explanation, but he grinned and said that he was talking to himself. And then, unexpectedly for Neil, our hero put his hand on her shoulder. The man smiled and said that he was very grateful to the girl for her help. Neil threw Farrell's hand off her shoulder with a very sharp movement and said that she did not need his gratitude. The girl was a little offended and said that it was her job because she was a police officer. Our hero's lips spread into a grin because he had heard this phrase from her very often in the past. Then the man scratched the back of his head and, unable to think of anything to say, simply laughed. But Neil was not amused, and she pushed Farrell aside and told him not to interfere with her investigation any longer. But our hero couldn't just let the girl go home, so he grabbed her hand. Neil clearly didn't expect such behavior from the man, and asked what he was doing. Farrell, with complete confidence in his voice, said that the girl had better follow him. Then they both looked at the moon, and noticed that it had changed its color a little again. Our hero understood that they were all still in danger, and the journey home might not be easy. Then the hungry ghost began to break free from Zoya's hands, and screamed that he would devour everyone who got in his way. But Farrell just grinned and asked the girl to calm the boy down. Here Neil again shouted at our hero, saying that he was again in the clouds. The man jumped up sharply because he kept forgetting that the girl couldn't see his charges. Farrell grinned and apologized, saying that they didn't need to go far from each other anyway. But Neil crossed her arms and turned away from our hero, and said that she was not going to listen to him. Then the image of a huge dog that almost ate her appeared in the girl's memory. So, realizing that without him she would have been dead long ago, Neil silently followed Farrell. The girl walked alongside him and said that he was right, and that it would be better for them not to go far from each other. Our hero grinned and asked why she suddenly decided to listen to him. But Neil didn't answer his question, because she knew it was just sarcasm. Farrell asked how she got there, but the girl replied that she should ask him what he was doing there. So they walked home talking, but both tried to forget the image of that sinister dog. Neil followed our hero straight to his house and entered the entrance. Entering the elevator, Farrell exhaled, realizing that they were no longer in any danger. The door to the apartment was opened by Christine, who was clearly not happy to see their guest. Zoe and the hungry ghost hid and watched what was happening. Everyone sat down at the table, and there was a very strong feeling of tension in the room. Yu Yuin also watched everything that was happening and called it all a mortal battle. Motsu completely agreed with his friend, and noted that it was still good to be alive. Unable to stand such a long pause, Neil banged on the table and announced that she had had enough of all this. After all, she's not going to hide here just because it might be dangerous outside. After these words, the girl got up from the table, and reminding everyone that she was a police officer, left the apartment. Christine also couldn't stand it, and pointing her finger at Neil, who had left, asked who that annoying woman was. Farrell covered his face with his hands and said that none of this mattered, and asked the girl not to scream like that. But Christine was clearly not satisfied with our hero's answer, so she also got up from the table. The girl was very angry, and so, slamming the door, she also left the apartment. The man was left alone at home, and he had time to think about why they had managed to get out of the temple so calmly. Farrell knew that his enemies were preparing some kind of trap for him, but he had to get ahead of them. Suddenly, there was a knock at the front door, and our hero realized that they had come for him. Not knowing what to expect, the man gathered his strength and walked to the door. Taking hold of the handle, Farrell really hoped that this wasn't another sinister dog. Zoe and the hungry ghost were already standing behind our hero, and were in full combat readiness. When the man opened the door, he was horrified by who he saw there. Farrell screamed that he never thought that this woman was on their side. Our hero underestimated his enemies because they do not miss a single opportunity. A terrible-looking woman said that she did not understand what the man was talking about. After all, she just came to collect her rent money. Farrell didn't expect such a turn of events, and the woman asked in bewilderment why else he thought she had come here. Our hero gave his landlord the required amount and promised not to forget to pay everything on time anymore. After this, the man closed the door and in despair suddenly fell to the floor. Farrell's face was blank and he looked very upset and dejected. Here our hero stood up and started shouting that he didn't understand where all his opponents were, because he wanted to fight. The hungry ghost watched his master's actions very closely, and thinking that the man was rejoicing in his victory, he began to jump with him. Zoe stood silently and watched without emotion as the boys frolicked. Farrell, who had thus released all his stress, sat down on the floor again and told his subordinates to go and have a look around. Zoe and the hungry ghost informed our hero that they would be happy to fulfill his request. Our heroes jumped out the window, and Farrell shouted after them to check if there was anyone nearby who could see them. The man was finally left completely alone, but he understood that all this calm looked very suspicious. And then a bright light came on in Farrell's room, and someone's silhouette began to appear. It was a man whose face was covered by long hair, and he reported that our hero had done a good job. Farrell wanted to approach the stranger to take a closer look, but he realized that he could not move. So our hero very loudly and very angrily asked the man who he was. But the stranger, without giving his name, said that it doesn't matter who he is, because what's much more important is who Farrell is. Our hero looked very carefully at the man and did not understand what he meant. The stranger grinned and said that what mattered was who Farrell would be in the future. Our hero said in a completely calm tone that in the future, when he restores hell, he will be the new Satan. The man froze after hearing the words and very slowly began to open his face. A bright light began to emanate from the stranger, and Farrell was eager to see the appearance of the enemy. But then the flash of light became so bright that the man's silhouette could not be seen. Our hero was blinded, and closing his eyes, he very quickly turned away from the rays. The light faded a little, and Farrell, gathering all his strength, turned and looked towards the stranger once more. The man grinned again and said that our hero was not even able to look at him. After this, the stranger began to move his hands, and again covered his face with his hair. Our hero exhaled, and again began to watch all the man's movements very carefully. And he in turn said that over the past years, among all the successors of Satan, only Farrell was able to see him. Our hero became very embarrassed and said that he was not so wonderful. The stranger said that despite the fact that Farrell could see him, the man had never met such a weakling as him. Our hero's expression suddenly changed, and he realized that he was clearly not going to be praised now. At this point, Farrell got really angry and said that he actually heard everything. The stranger reported that our hero simply could not look him straight in the face or approach him. Farrell became even more angry after all these words and clenched his teeth. Our hero pointed his finger at the man and told him to tell us why he came here. But the stranger stood there, looking at Farrell without emotion, and did not utter a word. Then he, just as silently, turned around and began to walk away from our hero. Farrell shouted at him not to dare turn away or walk away when he was being spoken to. But the stranger only grinned again and replied that he saw no point in communicating with our hero now. After all, with such abilities, Farrell won't even remember this conversation. But our hero promised him that he would do the same thing to the man that he had previously done to others. The man began to disappear and said that unfortunately he could not stay here for long. All that remains for Farrell is to work hard and rebuild hell on his own. He will wait for a new meeting. Our hero opened his eyes and realized that he had had another nightmare. The man sat down on the bed, couldn't catch his breath, and so grabbed his heart. Beads of sweat were running down his face, and Farrell didn't understand what was happening to them. Our hero looked at himself and did not remember how he ended up in his bed. He began to remember all the recent events, but there was some emptiness in his head. The man was overcome with very strong anger, because this had never happened to him before. And on top of everything else, he developed an uncontrollable desire to become stronger. Farrell decided that there was no time to put off his transformation, so he got out of bed. Having dressed, he quickly got drunk in his parallel world, which was called Hell. Here our hero noticed the Master of Knowledge, who was standing with his back to him. And without thinking twice, Farrell told him that he had come to ask for help in gaining new strength. Yuyuin expressed his joy that our hero had finally decided to come to his senses. Mo-tsu turned to the man and asked why he had such an unexpected request. Farrell thought about the Master of Knowledge's words and fell silent for a while. Then our hero looked away and replied that he himself did not know, but for some reason he wanted to become stronger. Mo-tsu didn't really like the man's answer, so he just looked at him silently for a while. Realizing that Farrell was serious, the Master of Knowledge sighed in resignation. Then he said that the desire to become stronger is of course good, but there is one but. Yuyuin threw his apple up and said that his colleague simply didn't understand these issues at all. Mo-tsu looked very carefully at the god of cooking and adjusted his glasses. Yuyuin raised his hands up and a very bright light began to come out from there. And then he said that the same could be safely said about himself. Here, an apple that was thrown up unexpectedly hit the god of cooking on the head, and he lost consciousness. Farrell, who had been watching all this very carefully, was perplexed. Here the Master of Knowledge took out a pointer and a board, on which he wrote some formulas. Our hero heard Mo-tsu tapping his pointer on the board and turned around. The Master of Knowledge said that Yuyuin was right, and he certainly wasn't very good at such things. But nevertheless, he is always ready to come to the aid of his young master. Mo-tsu knows for sure that there are two proven ways to become much stronger. The first way is constant battles with stronger opponents, and there is another way that is no less effective and, of course, mandatory. This is constant and exhausting training of your physical body and strength. At the same time, the Master of Knowledge told Farrell that unfortunately, he was no help to him in battles. But as far as training goes, he has something very useful for our hero. After these words, Mo-tsu released some kind of energy ball at Farrell and began to read a spell. Our hero did not resist, and a bright flash of light passed through his entire body. When the light disappeared, Farrell froze in anticipation, but nothing happened to his body. Then our hero felt terrible pain and screamed very loudly. Farrell's body changed, became very small, and there was some kind of cocoon around him. Mo-tsu approached our hero, took it in his hands and said that all this is called an energy saver. After this, the Master of Knowledge casually snapped his fingers. Farrell's body returned to its normal state, and he fell to the ground with a thud. Motsu said that our hero most likely already understood that the cocoon would help him save energy. Farrell started screaming that he didn't understand what kind of energy saver this was, because as soon as he moved, he was exhausted again. But the Master of Knowledge snapped his fingers again and answered our hero that he understood absolutely nothing. After the click, Farrell found himself back in the cocoon, and Motsu said that the main task was to prevent him from moving. After all, in order to perform any action, he will have to put in more effort. Fighting the energy saver will have the same effect as physical training. Motsu called the cocoon a brilliant invention, and Farrell smiled nervously. After this, our hero became very angry, and, breaking out of the cocoon, hit the Master of Knowledge on the head with all his might. There was no trace left of the cocoon, and Farrell was sitting on the floor, very angry. Our hero opened his eyes and looked up, with beads of sweat running down his face. Then the man shouted that he had to fight and began to transform. The armor covered Farrell's body. It was obvious that he was in pain, and he clenched his fists. After this, our hero transformed back and, out of breath, began to breathe heavily. Motsu and Yu Ying watched all this with their mouths open, spellbound. The Master of Knowledge rubbed his chin and said that it was all good, and Farrell dealt with the cocoon very quickly. Then he pointed his finger at our hero and said that he saw potential in him. After this, Farrell's body began to glow, and he became afraid of what Motsu had prepared for him. But then the glow disappeared, and our hero landed very quickly and deftly on the floor. The man's clothes changed completely and became more stylish and suitable for him. The Master of Knowledge ran up very quickly and brought Farrell a huge mirror. Our hero began to admire himself and could not believe that he had become such a handsome man. Motsu pointed his finger at the man and said that he liked his changes. Farrell, however, was embarrassed, but replied that he too was delighted with his new image. He stroked his silky hair and began to smile very sweetly. Then our hero clapped his hands and sincerely thanked the Master of Knowledge. The man said he didn't expect to turn into such a handsome man. Motsu smiled mysteriously and said that it was nothing to him. After all, he himself is a handsome man and has a great understanding of style. After these words, the two men laughed. But then Farrell hit the Master of Knowledge on the head with all his might. Our hero said that new clothes do not change the fact that he is angry with Motsu. Here the man realized that he seemed to have become stronger and moved faster. The Master of Knowledge rubbed the bump on the back of his head and asked if Farrell felt his movements were less constrained. Motsu took out his pointer and again tapped it very loudly on the board. The Master of Knowledge said that our hero's cloak is a regular form of energy saving. And so now the man trains continuously, although the effect is not as powerful as from the cocoon. Then Farrell looked at the system screen and said that everything was clear to him about training now. He is grateful to Motsu for them, but now is the time to talk about battles. Our hero turned to the screen and asked if there were any new tasks for him. The system made a very surprised expression with emoticons, clearly not expecting this question. Frel and the Master of Knowledge looked at the screen in silence and bewilderment, waiting for an answer. The system, after waiting a bit, wrote on the screen that it had a task. Our hero didn't immediately see what was written on the screen and sighed hopelessly, but then he looked at the system in shock, not immediately believing what he read. The man looked at the screen with disbelief and asked again if there really was a task for him. The system, this time without thinking twice, answered him that of course there was. Farrell opened his mouth in surprise and asked to be told what the mission was. The system said that our hero needs to go to the cemetery and investigate the anomaly there. The man was happy and didn't care even if it was all just a trap. He was very much looking forward to any task, and with a smile on his face, he promised to sort everything out. Farrell, without thinking twice, headed into the real world to go to the cemetery. Our hero looked out the window and decided that it would be better to set out at night, especially since he needed to wait for Zoya and the hungry ghost. Then, unexpectedly for the man, Neil entered the apartment with a stack of papers. The girl said that here were all the documents he asked for from her. Farrell walked up to the stack and asked if she wasn't forbidden to show them. But the girl said that all this information is publicly available, and she simply collected all the most important things for a man. Our hero said that in that case he was very grateful to her and would definitely repay the debt when he had the chance. But Neil replied that she should be thanking Farrell for everything he had done. The man became embarrassed and said that he was only doing what he had to. But the girl clearly did not agree with him, so she abruptly hit the table with her fist. The policewoman began to cry and said that it was her duty to protect people. Our hero clearly did not expect this from Neil, and looked at her in great surprise, and the girl clarified whether she understood correctly that the documents were needed to investigate the incident in the mountain village. Then the policewoman asked if there were many such creatures in their world. Farrell didn't want to lie to her, but telling the truth would be stupid, so he simply said that he didn't know yet. He understood that hell had been destroyed long ago, and he was afraid to think how many souls were unjustly killed here. The girl sighed and said that she understood how dangerous all this was. But our hero reassured her, saying that he was not afraid of this and would take care of everything. Neil sighed very sadly and somehow hopelessly, saying that she understood everything. After this, the girl slowly got up from the table and said that it was time for her to go. Farrell, looking at Neil, promised that he would now take her to the station. But she waved her hand at our hero, saying that everything was fine and she would get there herself. The girl walked very quickly to the door and turned the handle to open it. But then she asked the man if she had really been helpful to him. Our hero grinned and began to remember the battle with the huge dog. Farrell remembered how Neil had brought him the altar, without which he could not have done it. But the policewoman did not wait for an answer from the man and left, and he, looking out the window, very quietly said that she had helped him a lot. The girl walked very slowly down the street and did not understand what she was doing. Then Neil suddenly remembered the terrible dog and our hero who fought with it. The policewoman began to cry, covering her face with her hands, and said that she had to protect people. The girl was hysterical and began banging her head against a tree to somehow pull herself together. Realizing that she had cut her head open, Neil stopped and shouted that she was a police officer. And pulling herself together, the girl said that she had helped Farrell a lot back then. And heading towards the site, she said that she just needed to work harder in the future. Meanwhile, Zoe and the hungry ghost returned home and were surprised by the appearance of their owner. He, without wasting any time, pointed out to them the papers that Niall had brought him. And looking at his friends, he said that since they were all gathered, it was time for them to set out on the mission. Farrell, along with Zoe and the hungry ghost, quickly moved to the cemetery. It turned out to be absolutely empty, and there was a dead silence on it. Our hero did not understand why the system sent him here. The man was even upset for a while that the enemies were not waiting for them. Farrell took the hungry ghost off his neck and said that they always work at night. But it seems to him that there are absolutely no people in this place even during the day. Our hero said that they came here to investigate, so they need to start somewhere. An idea came to the man's mind and he chuckled, realizing that it was brilliant. He picked up the hungry ghost, who looked at his master as if enchanted. Farrell grabbed the boy's arm very tightly and swung as hard as he could. Then our hero very sharply threw the hungry ghost forward and said that they would start with him. After that, the man waved his hand at the guy and asked him to examine everything very carefully. Zoe watched all this and waited for the fact that all this could be another trap. Some time passed, but the hungry ghost was not seen or heard. Zoe was very scared for him, plus she didn't sense any souls in the cemetery. The girl looked at Farrell, and he began to smile at her nervously. Zoe, unable to bear the tension, said that she would also go and look around. Our hero was very happy that all his subordinates were trying so hard. But closing his eyes, the man realized that it was time for him to get down to business too. Farrell opened his eyes very wide, connecting his yin-yang vision. Our hero also did not see any suspicious ghosts that could be in the cemetery. The man did not understand what was happening, but he felt that danger was somewhere nearby. Farrell looked around and saw black smoke in one place. Our hero very quickly headed there, even though he understood that it might be dangerous there. Zoe and the hungry ghost also noticed this black smoke and ran towards it. Smoke was coming from the ground, but there was absolutely no one near it. At this point, the hungry ghost made a serious face and decided to come closer to sniff him. The boy found the smell coming from the smoke very familiar, and without thinking twice, the hungry ghost opened his mouth and tried to eat the smoke. But Zoe, who was nearby, extended her clawed hand towards the boy. The girl pulled the hungry ghost towards her and told him that he needed to stop biting everything. Farrell stood there in bewilderment, closing his eyes and trying to feel at least something. Then Motsu appeared and, observing everything that was happening, asked our hero what he was feeling. But Farrell looked at the Master of Knowledge and said that he did not understand why the system sent him here. Motsu, looking at our hero, reported that the place was permeated with a feeling of hostility. Farrell tensed up very much and activated his Asura armor, fearing an attack. Yuyuin reassured our hero by saying that there was clearly no one in the cemetery. The Master of Knowledge turned to the God of Cooking, saying that he felt some strange tension. And then it dawned on Motsu where all this negative energy was coming from. The Master of Knowledge broke out in beads of sweat and shouted that he understood everything. Yuyuin stood with his eyes lowered to the floor and said that Motsu finally got it. The Master of Knowledge was shocked by everything that was happening, and opened his mouth in surprise. But then Motsu became furious and asked in bewilderment how this could happen. Farrell overheard the conversation between the God of Cooking and the Master of Knowledge, and asked what was wrong. But then a very bright light appeared in front of our hero, and he screamed in horror. The man was transported from a parallel world to hell and almost fell to the floor. He rubbed his head and asked why his charges had dragged him here so suddenly. Then Farrell saw that Yu Ying had hit Motsu on the head, and he had lost consciousness. After all this, the god of cooking took out a cigarette and lit it very nervously. Then he looked at our hero and said that he had simply calmed the Master of Knowledge for a couple of seconds. Farrell, however, was simply furious, and so he threatened Yu Ying with his fist. Then he pointed his finger at Motsu and said that the god of cooking seemed to have calmed him down for the rest of his life. After this, Yu Ying put his hand on our hero's shoulder and told him not to pay attention to it. After all, the reason why the Master of Knowledge was so agitated is much more important. Farrell opened his eyes in surprise, realizing that something was wrong. The god of cooking said he sensed hostility in the cemetery, but there were no souls there. Our hero looked at Yu Ying in surprise and asked if all this wasn't good. But the god of cooking replied that if the underworld were in excellent condition, then everything would be fine. But now everything is completely different, and this is what worries the man. The thing is that hell has not existed for a very long time, and has only just begun to recover. Farrell was shocked by everything he heard, and with wide eyes asked what Yu Ying meant. The god of cooking made a serious face, and said that our hero clearly didn't know how they got here. Farrell replied that he had a couple of guesses after what he saw in the temple. Yu Ying lowered his eyes to the floor and, smiling sarcastically, said that our hero's guesses were correct. After all, if you look very closely, they are just pathetic insects, and they were simply stuck in hell, which has only now begun to slowly recover. And the fact that Farrell can summon them doesn't mean that he has any special power. However, this means that our hero is able to pull people out of the cycle of reincarnation. Farrell cried out in bewilderment, saying that they never had a chance to be reborn. Yu Ying grinned and covered his eyes with his hand, realizing that our hero was right about something. Farrell, thinking that he had offended the god of culinary arts with his words, asked him for forgiveness. But Yu Ying smiled and said that our hero had nothing to apologize for, because the disappearance of hell was not his fault. The man looked at Motsu and said that now it was probably clear why he was so angry. Farrell still didn't understand what the god of cooking was telling him, and Yu Ying explained that there are people who are much less fortunate than them. After all, they have earned a good reputation during their lifetime, and have the opportunity to get into the afterlife through their own efforts. But ordinary people will disappear completely over time, and reincarnation will make them completely new people, without sins. But there is another terrible category of souls that wander the earth. And the god of cooking paused and shouted that this category is embittered souls. After an unjust death, these souls do not enter the afterlife and wander in the mortal world. Farrell froze in bewilderment and began to go over in his head the information he had just heard. Yu Ying said that under normal circumstances, there are two ways to dispel embittered souls. All this always happened with the help of hell, and with the application of force to souls. But thanks to Farrell, the god of cooking learned another equally important method. Our hero looked at Yu Ying and asked if they could help souls like he did. The god of cooking said that he and Motsu could do it, but he didn't see the point, since they couldn't be helped anyway. Farrell was shocked by what he heard, and looked at Yu Ying with great surprise, and he said that he meant that if you cast out spirits by sacrificing yourself, they will not accept it. The god of cooking picked up Motsu from the floor, and said that he would use this guy as an example. After all, if he'd been told at the time that he could save 100 souls if he sacrificed himself, he would have done it without hesitation. There's just one big problem, but all these actions are meaningless, because all these souls do not need any sacrifices for their liberation. After all these poor souls want is just an apology. Farrell covered his eyes with his hand, realizing that he could have thought of this himself and understood it. And Yu Ying said that they can't do anything, because no matter how great the wish, they won't save them. As a result, even our hero, listening to all these words now, is not able to do anything. Farrell looked at the god of cooking and asked him in surprise what he meant. Motsu came to his senses and said that if our hero tries to repeat those actions, his heart will become unholy. Then the Master of Knowledge looked at Yu Ying and said that he actually hit him quite painfully. The god of cooking smiled and said that all this was done for his own good. Farrell looked at the men very suspiciously and asked what they were hiding from him. Motsu and Yu Ying froze for a moment and did not know what to answer our hero. The Master of Knowledge asked the young master if he knew why the god of cooking was holding him back. Farrell looked at Motsu in bewilderment and did not answer him. After a long silence, our hero gritted his teeth and asked the Master of Knowledge to tell him the truth. Motsu said that it does not matter whether it is an ordinary soul or an embittered one. Yu Ying added that when the soul disappears, its resentment and anger disappears along with it. And the absence of souls in the cemetery now has only one explanation. Someone is clearly holding all these souls and using their anger for their own purposes. Farrell finally understood everything and paused for a moment, thinking it all over. But then he smiled sharply and sarcastically, saying that, in his opinion, all this was wonderful. After all he had heard, he realized that the upcoming battle would be completely different. Our hero headed back to the cemetery, adding that he would like to kill Yu Yuin and Motsu. But he was not in the mood right now, and when he returns, he will definitely demand an explanation from them. After Farrell left, the Master of Knowledge turned to the God of Cooking and asked when he became so talkative. But Yu Ying grinned and replied that Motsu didn't know what exactly he had in mind. The Master of Knowledge said that at this rate the owner would hate them. The God of Cooking replied that all this was better than letting Farrell die. After that, Yu Yuin approached the bow and began feeding it with fire again. Our hero, full of determination, and in anticipation of the upcoming battle, returned to the cemetery. There, someone he had absolutely not expected to see was already waiting for him, smiling happily at Farrell. Our hero looked at the man very carefully and a little surprised. It was Carol who said with a grin that Farrell was clearly furious. Our hero silently looked towards the man and noticed that he did not come alone. Carol decided to go down to Farrell and running quickly jumped down. The man threw up his hands and said that our hero probably just didn't like all these wails of pathetic spirits that he heard. Then he added very sarcastically that this is how the sobs of souls sound in the afterlife. Then souls began to leave Carol's body, and he admitted that he could hear them too. Especially after all these souls fall into his tenacious hands. Farrell rubbed his neck and replied that the only people who get mad are those who can't do anything. And our hero believes that the soul must really be angry, but he is not. However, Farrell does not understand why Carol is so calm, because he is clearly a non-entity. Suddenly, huge wings grew very sharply behind the man's back, and he flew up. Carol, with a very crazy expression on his face, shouted that our hero was talking too much. Farrell was amused by all this, and he simply and calmly smiled. And then, approaching his enemy, he said that he was good not only at talking, but also at being responsible for his words. Carol clearly didn't expect that our hero became more confident and seemingly stronger. And Farrell, without wasting any time, delivered his first and very powerful blow to the enemy. The man flew back a few meters, but before he could respond, he saw a black hand in front of him. Our hero grabbed Carol's face with his hand, which was in Asura's armor. Through his fingers, Farrell looked at his enemy very seriously and without emotion. Carol screamed in pain as the veins on his face bulged from the force of the compression. Our hero's face showed no emotion, and she said that a man could twitch as much as he liked. Farrell reported that Carol could not escape his grip, and that is exactly how those souls felt. Here the man's companion approached our hero from the side, and it was she who should no longer be alive. The girl stepped between Carol and Farrell, loosening his grip and throwing his hand to the side. The companion very quickly grabbed her owner and jumped away with him. Our hero looked at his hand in great surprise, and realized that since their last meeting the resurrected bug girl had become stronger. Farrell grinned and said this fight was getting more interesting. Carol was very angry, and looking at our hero, he did not understand how he became so strong. Then the hungry ghost approached Farrell. Zoe flew up, and they all looked at their enemy together. Our hero exhaled and said that Carol must pay for all his actions. Farrell walked up to the man, who looked up at him in horror. Our hero asked Carol if he could imagine that he now looked like a pathetic monster that no one recognized. The bug girl did not wait for her master to be attacked and began to attack. But then Zoe and the hungry ghost stopped the monster, telling her not to dare interfere with them. Farrell was glad that his friends stood up for him and remembered that he was not fighting alone. Our hero took a swing and said that Carol, alas, could only rely on one single woman. After these words, the man's lips spread into a smile and he looked at Farrell. Dodging the blow, Carol flew up and said that he was glad to see such aggression. Our hero didn't understand what just happened, and so he simply froze in place. Farrell looked at his enemy, not understanding how he managed to escape. Carol, however, said that he had to admit that our hero's new skills impressed him. Farrell looked at the man and asked him if he wanted to try them on himself. The enemy got angry and said through his teeth that our hero really did have a very long tongue. Having landed on the ground, Carol stood still and did not attack Farrell. Our hero said in surprise that he would not let the man go just because he was scared. Carol grinned and said that it was not about that at all, and he was not a coward. After all, the man just wants to change the opponent for our hero. Then something happened that our friends clearly did not expect, because Carol and the bug girl switched places. Farrell looked at his opponent in great surprise, still not understanding how she had survived. But in the end, he had almost no time to think, because almost immediately the girl attacked him. Our hero was, of course, stronger than her, and with one movement of his hand, he stopped the beetle. Carol said that a real man would never run away from a battlefield. Zoe and the hungry ghost who were near the man decided to attack him, but he just smirked at all this, because he liked their determination. Carol said that now was the time to test what Farrell's minions were capable of. Our hero was very scared for his friends and glanced in their direction. Here the bug girl attacked him again, but he fought her off without losing his composure. Farrell had been watching the hungry ghost's battle with Zoe very closely, and so he wanted to get rid of his opponent. Without thinking twice, our hero very sharply jumped back from the bug girl. But for some reason Farrell felt strange and had a feeling that something was wrong. Almost immediately our hero was attacked again, but he managed to defend himself from it. The man realized that the blow was delivered by a girl, and he was very surprised that she moved so quickly. The enemy clearly did not analyze the situation and continued to attack. But our hero managed to parry this blow very quickly because he was clearly stronger. Farrell was confused as to why the girl had become so strong and joked that she must be fed fertilizer. After this, our hero calmly exhaled, hoping that his opponent had finally left him alone. But the tension did not leave the man, and he understood that Carol was still undefeated. It turned out that the bug girl had not calmed down and decided to attack him from behind again. Our hero managed to assess the situation and think through his next steps in his head. Farrell was very fed up with all this and very quickly turned to his opponent. The man's hands appeared to contain the Undertaker Modi and he pointed it at the girl. But she didn't stop and was still very serious. Without thinking twice, our hero pulled the trigger of his shotgun and fired at her. But Farrell was clearly not satisfied with the result, and he said the piece of junk was highly praised. The bug girl remained unharmed, and our hero reported that the shotgun was useless. Then Motsu appeared and started shouting that it wasn't his weapon's fault that Farrell couldn't hit the target. Our hero realized that it was really his fault that his weapon didn't work. The man began to think about what to do, and decided that first of all he needed to block the girl's movements. But Farrell was distracted from his thoughts by loud sounds coming from behind him. Our hero turned around and saw that the hungry ghost was lying unconscious, and Carol had some kind of fire in his hands. After this, the man grabbed Zoe by the neck with all his strength and threw her aside. Carol shouted very angrily that Farrell's minions were really weaklings. Our hero was furious and did not understand what kind of fire was in the man's hands. Here Farrell realized that he had been distracted by this fight in vain, because he had forgotten about the bug girl. And she, without wasting time, attacked him and dealt him a strong blow to the face. Our hero flew several meters to the side and even lost consciousness for a while. But he managed to come to his senses before he landed on the ground, and so he braked. Farrell looked up and was shocked by the strength of his opponent. Meanwhile, the girl could not calm down and struck again. This time our hero managed to react and leaned back to avoid the blow. As the girl flew over the man, they came face to face. Screaming that the bug girl was really pissing him off, Farrell punched her in the stomach. She flew several meters up and lost consciousness from the force of the impact. The girl, without coming to her senses, very quickly fell to the ground, right in front of Farrell. Realizing that his opponent was defeated, our hero jumped very high. The man jumped a few meters to the side and, having grouped himself, landed on the ground. When the dust cleared, Farrell was already standing on the ground, full of strength. Carol, however, watched all of his opponent's movements very carefully. The hungry ghost, who had come to his senses, took advantage of this and struck his blow. Carol clearly didn't expect this, and so he very quickly let go of Zoe's hand from her neck. To gain time, the man flew up very quickly, escaping from our heroes, and Zoe, together with the hungry ghost, watched all this very carefully. Carol's actions made the child very angry, and he shouted at him not to dare run away from him. But Zoe, as if reading his mind, touched his shoulder and asked him not to follow the man. After all, they needed to find out what kind of fire their enemy had in his hands, and for now, it was very dangerous to get involved with him. Carol chuckled when he heard Zoe's words and said that he would never have thought that she was capable of using her brain. Then a fire appeared in his hand, and he asked if they wanted to know where this flame came from. The hungry ghost got angry and said that if they asked him about it, he still wouldn't tell them. But Carol laughed heartily and loudly, promising to tell them everything as soon as they asked him a question. The fire in his hands never went out, and he laughingly decided to reveal its secret. Carol reported that this flame uses souls as fuel. Zoe and Farrell were shocked by the information they heard, and at the same time angry. Carol laughed and said that the stronger the anger of our heroes, the more pain the fire of burning souls will bring to their bodies. Farrell looked at the man and said that sooner or later the fire of rage would kill him too. Carol looked at our hero with a crazy look and told him to take care of himself first. Farrell didn't immediately understand what the man meant, and so he looked at him in great surprise. But almost immediately he felt a sharp pain from the strong blow that the bug girl dealt him. Zoe and the hungry ghost were very scared for their master, but Carol looked at them and said that they should think about themselves. The man distributed the flame between his hands, and the fire began to grow very quickly. Zoe and the hungry ghost knew they were about to face something unknown, Carol meanwhile directed all the flames at them, and feeling terrible pain, our heroes flew to the side. The man grinned and said that in battle you always need to use your brain. Farrell recovered very quickly, and adding that fists were still needed in battle, he hit the bug girl. She fell to the ground unconscious, and this time, in our hero's opinion, she was defeated. Carol approached the girl and, saying that she was worthless, crushed her head. He then added that her blow should have deprived Farrell of his fighting strength. But that did not happen. Our hero rubbed the place where he had been hit, and said that the enemy clearly did not appreciate him enough. Carol grinned and said that all this was not true, because he understood that Farrell was a strong opponent. Then the man kicked the bug girl and she flew away, and he told her to finish him off. Our hero could not calmly watch all this, and made a promise that Carol would die in agony. The man turned to our hero and said that he talked too much. Carol was clearly very angry, because he expected the battle to end much earlier. The man looked at Farrell and was about to deliver his next blow. But then he was attacked by Zoe and the hungry ghost, who had come to their senses. Carol was clearly prepared for this, and said that Farrell's henchmen reminded him of cockroaches. He grabbed Zoe by the hand and the hungry ghost by his braid, and informed them that he expected nothing less from them. The flame appeared in the man's hands again, and with its help he threw our heroes aside. The shockwave was very strong, but Zoe resisted with all her might. The hungry ghost crashed into the girl, but she was even glad that she softened the blow. The girl and the boy were very angry at Carol, and wanted to take revenge on him as quickly as possible. The man put his hand to his forehead and said that they had very funny faces, and he added that the souls had exactly the same look before he burned them. The hungry ghost took out his chain, which he aimed at Carol, but he very deftly managed to dodge. Then the man very quickly and sharply grabbed her, thereby immobilizing her. Fire appeared in Carol's hands again, and it began to spread very quickly along the chain. The fire reached the hungry ghost, and he screamed very loudly in pain. The chain simply burned in the guy's hands, leaving him with a huge, severe burn. The hungry ghost was very angry, and rubbing his injured hand, he glanced at Carol. The man, seeing this, said that he would never get tired of this angry look from his victims. Then he added that our heroes greatly amazed him by returning from the temple alive. Meanwhile, the bug girl came to her senses again and attacked Farrell again. He was very tired of all this, and without sparing his opponent, he dealt blow after blow. Once again, when the girl lost consciousness, our hero exhaled heavily. Then he looked at Carol and said that he was simply afraid of his return. The man rose above the ground again and replied that this was not at all the case. In fact, according to him, he felt very happy about it. Carol looked at Farrell and said that he had a chance to kill him with his own hands. But then Zoe, remembering that she also had power, very sharply directed a beam of light at their enemy. Carol clearly didn't expect this, but he stood motionless and didn't make a sound. At the sight of the impact, a huge ball of dust formed, behind which nothing could be seen. Zoe and the hungry ghost looked in the direction where Carol had just been, hoping that they had managed to neutralize him. But then a man's silhouette appeared in a cloud of smoke, and his loud laughter was heard. Their enemy was completely intact and looked towards our heroes with a grin. The hungry ghost was beside himself with anger and even showed his teeth. Zoe quickly put her hand on the guy's shoulder and asked him not to get upset. After all, the girl understood that this was all the man wanted from them. Carol sat there with a relaxed look, holding his fiery flame in his hands. Zoe and the hungry ghost knew that the man was about to strike again, and Carol just laughed and said that for him, our heroes are just his toys, who spent their remaining strength and are now not even able to attack him. The hungry ghost rushed towards their enemy, but Zoe managed to stop him. Carol jumped up very quickly and bounced several meters to the side. The man was very amused by how our heroes became enraged, and he said that he would be happy to see the look on their faces when they found out what the ghosts had managed to do. Farrell quickly pulled out Modi's Undertaker and aimed it at Carol, but the man connected his flame and snatched the weapon from our hero's hands. Farrell said that it seemed like Carol really did hate him. The man began to laugh in a very terrifying manner and said that this was not so. Then he grinned and added that he didn't hate our hero, and he just really wants to tear Farrell into little pieces. After these words, the bug girl came to her senses and looked very angrily at our hero. Without thinking twice, she decided to attack Farrell again and headed straight towards him. This time, our hero managed to dodge her blow by jumping very high up. Carol watched all this and said that insects should fight insects. The man added that Harris, killed and thrown away like trash, was also an insect to him. Carol expected Farrell to die in that temple like a good boy and for them to just grab those souls. But instead, our hero somehow miraculously defeated the souls and is now walking around here. Farrell didn't answer the man at first because he was striking the girl again. But as soon as she was immobilized, our hero looked at Carol and was surprised that he knew everything about souls. The man rubbed his head and grinned and said that of course he knew about everything. After all, the information that little policewoman knows is also available to them. Carol looked at our hero with a smirk and was ready to attack him. But Farrell was very angry at what he heard and was preparing to repel the attack. The man said that they were actually professionals and knew information about all souls, and even more so about those embittered people who were in the temple, because souls are truly the best fuel for them. And judging by how strong Farrell has become, that dog helped him grow up. Carol added that this meant they didn't have to worry about the blood river activating, and promised to deal with our hero in no time. The man directed his flame at our hero, but he managed to dodge. Farrell began to rethink what he had heard from Carol and wondered what this bloody river was. The man realized that he had said something unnecessary and began to think about what to say in response to all this. But then he realized that our hero would die soon anyway, so it didn't matter what he had managed to find out. Carol put his hands together and began to read some strange spell. After this, a huge flame appeared in the air in the form of a terrible raven. Farrell clearly didn't expect this, and for a moment he stared at the flames as if mesmerized. And suddenly the fiery raven struck our hero with all its might. Zoe and the hungry ghost were very scared by this and froze in horror. When the smoke cleared, Farrell stood up and asked Carol if he really thought he was that easy to kill. The man clearly did not expect our hero to survive, and to prevent him from striking back, he rose even higher. Carol said angrily that Farrell should have been dead a long time ago, and he added that the three masters were too interested in activating the bloody river. Otherwise, Farrell would not have been able to get out of that underground city alive. Our hero chuckled and said that it seemed like the bloody river meant quite a lot to his enemies. Carol stood there, with a very serious face, looking at Farrell, and the hungry ghost took advantage of this. But then our hero gestured to his friends not to do anything for now. Zoe grabbed the hungry ghost's scythe and stopped him, saying that the master told them to wait. And Carol, not noticing anything around him, continued his story, saying that the river was certainly very important to them. And it is so important that Farrell was allowed to live until this moment. Our hero put on a serious face, because he believed that he had defeated his enemies in a fair fight. Carol continued to say that Harris was a useless piece of trash because he couldn't even stop Farrell. If the man had not trusted him that day, he would not have left the underground city and would have finished off our hero. It turned out that Harris not only failed to kill Farrell, he also allowed the girl to be wounded. So much so that Carol had to send it away for repairs, losing our hero in the process. Then the man added that when all this was over, the master's plan would begin to be implemented. Carol went on to say that no matter how much trash Harris was, his job was to get rid of Farrell. And when the man failed, another mine was thrown at our hero so that he would not get underfoot. Carol added that, judging by the new power, the plan failed, and all this only benefited Farrell. Our hero lowered his eyes to the floor, and all this time stood silently and gathered his strength for the fight. But Carol didn't shut up and said that with such armor, Farrell would be more suited to the image of a villain. And then he added that our hero did very well in the underground city, fooling everyone. He believed that, in essence, his leadership had led a goat into their own garden. Farrell digested everything that had been said to him, and asked again what mine he was talking about. Carol was amused by the fact that our hero knew absolutely nothing, and he reported that what they had planned was risky. After all, even this entire cemetery where they were located is a whole minefield, and the fire in his hands is a pure product extracted from this place. Farrell, looking at his enemy, asked what the bloody river was. But Carol replied that even if our hero was one step away from death, he still would not tell him. After this, the man shouted that it was time to stop asking questions and turn our hero into ashes. Carol chuckled and said that Farrell came to the place of his death of his own free will. After this, the man collected the flame in his hands and directed it towards our hero. But Farrell was ready for this, and managed to jump aside in time. Carol said that he wanted to punish our hero as soon as possible, so he did not wait long. Farrell sat on the ground and, looking at his enemy, suddenly realized one important point. Our hero clarified whether he understood correctly that Carol came here with Bug without warning anyone. The man looked at Farrell very seriously and asked what difference it made whether he had warned anyone or not. After all, for the destruction without permission of such a small bug as our hero, he will clearly not be punished in any way. Carol was very angry about all this, and he sent beams of flame towards Farrell again and again. But our hero very deftly dodged every blow dealt by his enemy, and then he said that he just wanted to understand whether he would have time, after dealing with the man, to destroy his organization. Carol chuckled and told our hero that he was too self-confident, because he couldn't do anything to him. Farrell clearly didn't like all these words, and he froze and his face changed. Then he said that he was capable of many things, for example, killing Carol here and now, But the man was clearly very serious and again directed the rays of flame at our hero. A bright flame flew rapidly towards Farrell, and Carol shouted that he would see who would die first. But our hero was not afraid of all this and shouted that he was tired of all this. Farrell's body was completely covered in Asura armor, which reflected the light flying at it. Our hero was very angry and said that he had already heard enough information, and now it's time for him to finish with Carol and the whole company he hates. But his opponent, feeling Farrell's strength, very quickly flew up. Our hero laughed and asked if it upset Carol that someone like him could surpass him. After all, in the past, Farrell seemed like just a piece of trash that was crushed. But now they have changed places, and our hero will now crush the man. After all, for such a cynical, shameless, and crazy person as Carol, being trampled by Farrell is clearly a tragedy. But no matter how much it upsets him, he is weaker than our hero, and therefore deserves to die. The contrast between strength and weakness clearly frightens the man, so he hides behind loud words. But the more Carol talks, the more Farrell learns the information he needs. And at least now our hero is definitely not so hopeless. Of course, he has some questions left unanswered, but Farrell knows he will find them at Group X headquarters. Carol got very angry and replied that our hero talks a lot, but all this will not help him survive. After this, the man clasped his hands behind his back and began to build up the flame in them again. The bug girl lay unconscious on the ground and slowly began to come to her senses. Farrell watched his enemies, waiting for them to strike next. Then our hero began to slowly change his appearance to human, saying that Carol still would not be able to kill him. The man, seeing all this, was happy, because he understood that without armor, Farrell was vulnerable, and our hero seemed to be deliberately irritating Carol by saying that he was only capable of talking and running away. Meanwhile, the bug girl, having come to her senses, ran towards Farrell again. He, of course, noticed it immediately, but stood completely motionless. Zoe and the hungry ghost shouted at our hero to be careful. Farrell knocked the girl aside with one blow and said that Carol was so self-confident only because she was protecting him. Our hero, very quickly and with all his strength, hit the bug girl in the face. She again lost consciousness for a while and flew several meters to the side. Carol, observing this, said that if Farrell wanted to kill her, he first needed to deal with his ward. Having come to, the girl realized that her face and head were completely restored, and without thinking twice, she again headed towards our hero to attack. Farrell was surprised by his opponent's full recovery, and said that Carol seemed to have confidence in her. The man, watching the fight, asked our hero if he even understood who he was fighting with. Carol said that this was a great achievement of their organization, second only to the Bloody River. Farrell, however, tried not to get distracted too much and concentrated all his attention on the fight. And the man continued by saying that they wanted to break Harris mentally and then drain all the divine blood from him. Farrell took a break from the fight and digested what he had just heard. And then the bug girl delivered her blow, from the force of which our hero flew to the side. Farrell was in terrible pain, and kneeling, began to remember the events in the underground city. He remembered the huge number of bodies that were stored there, and realized that Harris had killed them all. Carol continued, saying that they mixed the girl's blood, boiling with anger and suffering, with Harris's unique blood. And they got this perfect and unique girl who was used as a puppet. Farrell destroyed one of them in the underground city, but it was the newly created bug girl. Carol added that thank God his organization had more than one such puppet. And the most terrifying thing about it is its practically inexhaustible vitality and continuous growth of combat power. Farrell couldn't be distracted any longer and wanted to finish the girl off quickly, so he struck blow after blow. Carol said that if our hero considers her to be the one who was in the underground city, he will suffer great damage. The girl fell to the ground, and with horror and anger in her eyes, she looked at Farrell. And he, not expecting another attack, struck her again. Our hero very abruptly grabbed the bug girl by the hand, thereby immobilizing her. Then Farrell threw her with all his might, very high and far into the sky. And when the girl fell in front of him, our hero said that this puppet really surprised him a little. Farrell, without thinking twice, kicked the girl away from him. Then, our hero approached the girl's body again and asked why Carol thought he was going to deal with him personally. The man grinned and asked Farrell how he planned to defeat him then. Our hero said that they needed to forget for a while about his unreasonable confidence in the bug girl, and to remind Carol of one very important detail, namely, that he did not come here alone. The enemy laughed and asked who Farrell was referring to, if not his pair of weaklings. Meanwhile, Zoe had already silently crept up to Carol and was behind him. And our hero took out his shotgun and pointed it at the bug girl and shot her. Farrell said that Carol clearly underestimated his allies, and after these words, Zoe and the hungry ghost began to act. In the hands of the man, the flame of souls began to flare up very brightly again, But then the hungry ghost jumped very quickly and greedily swallowed this fire. But that was not all, and Carol felt a very sharp and strong pain. Farrell, watching all this, said in a calm tone that he had warned the man. Zoe, who had been behind Carol the entire time, finally landed her blow, piercing their enemy right through. The man fell to his knees in terrible pain, realizing that he had lost his vigilance while talking. Carol couldn't get to his feet, and Zoe watched him with a sly smile. Farrell recalled that the man told them to stop underestimating him, although in the end, Carol did exactly that to our heroes. Farrell said he believes fear and self-confidence can be very blinding to a person, and anger always makes people do various thoughtless things. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost was kneeling on the ground, with flames coming out of him from the souls he had swallowed. Farrell, without thinking twice, approached the boy and began to stroke him, trying to take away the pain. But all these manipulations did not help the hungry ghost, and he never came to his senses. Our hero picked him up and decided to take him home to help him there. But then he looked at their enemy and said that the battle could not be won by talking alone, and he sincerely does not understand how Carol hoped to defeat him without engaging in combat. Farrell realized that the man's fear of him simply did not allow him to fight fairly. Carol clearly didn't expect that he would be able to hurt his bug girl so badly, and their enemy also did not attach due importance to the fact that his allies would so strongly desire to kill him. Farrell began to stroke the hungry ghost again, realizing that the flames were causing him great pain. Zoe looked at her friend and really wanted to help him somehow. Our hero took all the flame from the hungry ghost's body and clenched it into his fist. Farrell said the pain the boy was feeling was nothing compared to what he was feeling from Carol's impunity. Therefore, the man will definitely die here, in agony, paying for his sins. Our hero looked in the direction where all the power of the released flame was concentrated, and with a sigh he added that this was even too easy a death for someone like Carol. But nevertheless, Farrell couldn't help but notice that the man was still useful. After all, he made him understand how many more villains live in this world, and who he needs to stop next time. Our hero watched very carefully the flames that were spreading more and more throughout the cemetery. Farrell was very angry, and said through his teeth that Group X would answer for all the troubles they had managed to cause. Zoe began to worry about her master, and that the flames were about to reach him too. But our hero, waving his hand at her, calmed the girl down and said that he was okay. Farrell removed the Asura armor from his hand, and touched the flame with his hand. Carol lay unconscious on the ground as the fire began to consume him completely. Our hero turned his head, looked at the bug girl, and thought that there was a chance of her recovery. So, without thinking twice, he took out Undertaker Modi and decided to completely destroy the X-Group puppet. Meanwhile, in a parallel world, the bow burst into flames. Farrell was about to shoot the girl, but the flame coming from the bow went straight at her. Our hero silently watched all this, and did not immediately understand where this bright light was coming from. The bow, meanwhile, completely consumed the girl's body, but after that the fire in it did not go out. Our hero froze in bewilderment and tried to analyze what had just happened. Mosey started shouting that Yu Yin would get into trouble because of this, and he started asking for help to stop all this. Farrell looked up and realized that the god of cooking, along with the master of knowledge, did not want him to destroy the girl's body. Most likely, this is all because Harris's blood flows through her, or the man is actually still alive. Our hero closed his eyes and decided that none of this was important to him. Meanwhile, Undertaker Modi also went back to the parallel world, and Farrell thought that on the whole, it didn't matter to him what secrets his charges kept from him. Here, a flame from the souls flew to our hero's hand and, without causing him pain, began to penetrate into him. Farrell smiled and said that now they each had little secrets from each other. Then our hero looked up and asked the Master of Knowledge if he was okay. Mosey looked out from the parallel world and shouted that he was okay. Adding that he could handle it, the man very quickly returned back to Yu Yin. Then, from the parallel world, screams began to be heard that the onion needed to be somehow restrained so that it wouldn't eat anything else. Farrell listened silently as the men discussed how a ghost could eat so much, and after that, shrugging his shoulders, he wished his charges a good time. Our hero decided to return to his business and approached Carol's body. Farrell knew the man was dead, but he didn't understand why he couldn't see his soul. Our hero began to remember the words of Mo Tzu, who told him that souls would disappear without a master. But souls like Carol's clearly don't disappear so quickly. Farrell realized that he had been the king of hell for so long, but had hardly seen souls. Our hero plunged into a long thought process, not understanding why this was happening. But then Farrell suddenly realized that next to him was the one from whom he could get all the information. Our hero turned and looked at Zoe and said that he had a question for her. The girl did not understand how she could be useful to her master, and looked at him in great surprise. Farrell felt a little uneasy and said that Zoe didn't have to answer if she didn't want to. After this, our hero gathered his strength, swallowed convulsively, and asked if she remembered Brian. The girl was horrified by the mere mention of her and her sister's tormentor and murderer, named Zixi. Farrell smiled nervously and said he just had a few questions. He added that Zoe can simply remain silent if she feels upset. The girl was silent for a while and thought about her master's question. And then, saying that Farrell was truly a kind person, she began to cry. Our hero looked at the girl in great surprise, speechless. Then Farrell grinned and said that it was good that Zoe thought so. The girl laughed in response and agreed with him that it was indeed good. Our hero said that then he would ask her directly if she knew about Brian's other victims. Zoe looked at Farrell and didn't understand why he was asking her such strange questions. The girl was silent, and our hero realized that she definitely did not know about the other victims and had not seen them. Farrell said it only just dawned on him that without hell, it takes some time for an ordinary soul to disappear. But the soul cannot disappear without a trace, and therefore, Group X catches all these souls so that they become material. But our hero realized that lately he hasn't seen any souls at all. Farrell knew there was something fishy going on, and he had to work hard to restore hell. Our hero told himself that he shouldn't think too much about it now. After all, over time he will understand what happened to hell and how to restore it. In the meantime, Farrell must focus on the organization behind Carol, and rid their world of all these terrible monsters as quickly as possible. Sometime later, when our heroes were already at home, two people landed in the cemetery. It was a man and a woman, and they were both members of the Dragonfang team. The leader of this team looked around and started shouting very loudly that they were late again. While the man was beating his chest, a girl named Feng Qi walked towards Carol's body. The team leader realized that there had clearly been a battle here and someone had died in it. The man calmed down, slowly turned his head, and cast his gaze at the place where the body was. The team leader approached the girl and saw that there was almost nothing left of the dead man. The man closed his eyes, trying to feel at least some energy, but apart from the terribly disgusting smell, he didn't feel anything else. At the same time, the team leader was very familiar with this aroma, and he had a feeling that he had smelled it somewhere before. The girl, who had been silent until then, said that her brother's clothes were lying on the ground. And then the man realized that it was not just a stranger lying on the ground, but Carol. Looking at the girl, he asked with horror if her brother was really so disgusting in her eyes. Then he made a terrible face and added that all this was simply disgusting. The leader of the group calmed down and once again realized that it was Carol's smell and body. He and the girl were glad that they finally had some kind of clue. Meanwhile, Farrell and his friends were already at home. Our hero looked very carefully at his hands, which were touched by the flame. He wanted to tell Mosey that some of that fire had entered him, but he immediately imagined the master's face. Farrell realized that he was about to have a very serious conversation, but for now, he wanted to take care of the hungry ghost, so he placed it in a kind of energy ball for safety. Our hero told Zoe that when the boy woke up, he would be fine, but for now she needed to stay here and watch him. Farrell knew that Carol had taken Bug Girl and was acting on his own without warning anyone. Therefore, the management is clearly not yet aware that they both died today. Farrell had the advantage of surprise, but the puppet was important to Group X and they might start looking for it soon. Realizing that he needed to act quickly, our hero smiled and turned to Zoe and said that he needed to leave. He asked the girl to stay with the hungry ghost and take care of him. Farrell didn't waste any more time and headed off somewhere with great confidence. Zoe didn't understand what her master was going to do because he was walking straight into the wall. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, in a high-rise building, there was a very interesting conversation. At the window stood the apothecary Azure Stone, together with the master of the Southern Ocean, Xiao Yi. The pharmacist asked the old man why he had acted so strangely at such a critical moment. The Southern Ocean master responded because he found everything a little strange. The two souls that the Blood River must use were born in the underground city. Azure Stone asked the question that the replacement for these souls is not already in place. Xiao Yi replied that in the end, these souls were just a substitute for the soul they actually needed. After saying these words, the Southern Ocean Master took out Christine's personal file and placed it in front of him. Farrell left the house, determined to find out who was in Group X by any means necessary. After all, only he will dare to challenge these monsters and defeat them. Our hero did not know where exactly the center of evil was, and therefore, he connected his yin-yang vision. Farrell saw a dark spot in one of the buildings and realized that this was where Group X's weak spot was. Our hero decided that he simply needed to destroy the Blood River to cause the most damage. But it would be too stupid to enter through the main entrance. And concentrating, Farrell began to think about what he should do. Our hero came up with a great idea and was very happy about it. Farrell reactivated his renewed and insightful yin-yang eyes, beginning to scan the building's layout. The man decided that he needed to enter through the security guard's service entrance. Approaching the door, he knocked on it, and realized that he needed to steal a uniform and change clothes so as not to arouse suspicion. There were guards outside the doors who clearly wouldn't let him through so easily, so he came up with a plan. Farrell very confidently pulled the door handle and quickly opened it. Our hero entered the room, shouting that he had a surprise for the guards. After that, Farrell pushed one of the guards aside with all his might. One of the men looked very carefully in the direction of our hero, not understanding what was happening. Farrell ran very quickly through the locker room, knocking down all the guards. Our hero flew around the room and one by one hit the men, making sure that they all lost consciousness. At this point, the keys to the uniform locker flew out of one of the security guards' pocket. Farrell caught them with a quick movement of his hand, but he had to stop to do so. Our hero looked around and saw that all the men were lying on the floor unconscious. Farrell reached into one of the lockers, took out his uniform, and put it on. Then our hero took off the clothes of all the men, tied them up, and sat them in a corner. He decided to leave the men to rest in the locker room, since they clearly didn't need to get involved in this matter. Otherwise, he would have had to risk people's lives, and most likely they would not have survived. Farrell was ready to face his greatest enemies, but he didn't know where to start. Then a man crept up behind our hero and called out to him very loudly. Farrell didn't hear them sneak up on him and jumped in surprise. The stranger came closer to Farrell and put his hand on his shoulder. Our hero did not understand how he was exposed, because it seemed to him that he was invisible. The man said that he came here because his boss asked him to bring more people. Farrell breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that he had not yet been declassified. But the stranger did not leave him alone, saying that he needed to go and look for other guards. And then he looked at our hero and said that he looked somehow strange. At this point, Farrell felt uneasy, because he didn't want to fight with ordinary people who were not guilty of anything. But the man still wouldn't calm down and began to study our hero very suspiciously. Farrell had already slowly begun to gather his strength and was ready to enter the battle. And the stranger said that he understood why our hero was behaving this way, because he was a newbie. Our hero stood there in bewilderment, and the man began to laugh at him very loudly. The stranger reported that Farrell had arrived at their work just in time, and having told our hero to follow him, he slowly walked down the corridor. As he walked down the hallway, the man told Farrell that he didn't know what was going on in their building. But in the underground pipe there is always some strange noise, although there are no blockages there. Our hero became very tense when he heard this, but he didn't ask the man anything. The stranger expressed his concerns that these were small animals that could be crawling there, so he needed to go down and check. The man gave Farrell a protective suit and said that he would go with him. But our hero did not want to go down there, as he was afraid to fight someone without his friends. The stranger looked very carefully at our hero and asked why he was hesitating. The man put on a suit and said that even though the pipe was not used to drain wastewater, it was not clean, and that's why they both can't go down into it without protective suits. Farrell only now realized that the man was going to go there with him, and the stranger added that he brought our hero here, so he cannot leave him alone. Farrell looked at the man and realized that he, quite unexpectedly, turned out to be a good person. Our hero knew that in the pipe, in fact, there was something that they were not ready to face, because it could be a river of blood. Farrell knew he couldn't let the stranger take that risk and decided to punch him to knock him out. At that moment, the man said that he had made one very important decision. Our hero didn't know what the stranger meant, and so he became a little tense, and the man, leaning towards Farrell, reminded him that he was only a newbie here. Your hero pressed his lips together, afraid of what he would now hear from the stranger's lips. And the man added very cheerfully that our hero was not familiar with the road to the pipe, and therefore he would follow him. Farrell clearly didn't expect the stranger to be willing to risk himself and go into the unknown first. Here tears began to flow from our hero's eyes, because the man really moved him to tears. The stranger looked at Farrell and said that the newcomer seemed nervous. Our hero's face immediately changed, as he understood that it was the man who should be nervous here. And unable to contain his emotions, Farrell shouted for the stranger to stop thinking about him like that. The man felt very uncomfortable and a little ashamed, so he let out a nervous laugh. The guard said that he was glad of our hero's fearlessness, because he had never been there before, and, in theory, should be afraid of the unknown. Then the stranger opened the basement door and said that he would go first, and Farrell could join him after he changed his clothes. Our hero unfurled the protective suit and thought his updated yin-yang eyes were handy, but he didn't use them. Moreover, he understood that he had to save enough energy for the upcoming battle. So, after changing his clothes, Farrell decided that for now he would go after this guy. The stranger asked our hero not to lag behind and always stay close. Farrell scratched the back of his head and said he would try not to disobey the order, and together they walked down a long corridor that led straight to the pipes. Meanwhile, on the roof of another house, two people were standing on the street and looking at the moon. It was raining outside, and the girl, stretching out her hand from under her umbrella, was catching the drops. Feng-Chi grimaced and said that everything around was simply disgusting. The team leader laughed and replied that with the girl's strength, she should hate this weather. But on the contrary, he himself is very powerful on rainy days. Therefore, he would be happy to take care of Feng-Chi, because he is also a brother to her. The leader of the Dragon Fang team took the girl in his arms and rose into the air with her. Farrell thought he heard some strange noise, so he froze for a second. The stranger turned to our hero and asked what had happened to him. Farrell had completely forgotten about the man, so he laughed very nervously, reporting that everything was fine. And so the two of them continued their journey down the long corridor in search of the blockage. This entire basement resembled an unrealistically huge labyrinth, and one could get lost in it. The team leader and his sister very unexpectedly also found themselves in this corridor. The man began to look around and recall the latest events of the day. He and Feng-Chi flew to the roof of the building where Group X was located, and then somehow they ended up together in this strange place. Feng-Chi silently walked up to the wall and touched the stone that was sticking out of it. The team leader was very scared by this and quickly headed towards the girl. He told her that they had just arrived here and that they had better not touch anything. Feng-Chi reported that the building was actually very strange and it was not a wall. The team leader looked at his sister in great surprise, not understanding what she meant. But he didn't wait for an explanation from her and decided to touch the wall himself. When the place he touched changed, the man realized that they were in the magic circle of the southern seas. The team leader didn't understand that they were able to be transported here without leaving any traces. The girl was silent, but then decided to check something and looked at her hand. After that, she informed her brother that there was a huge energy consumption going on here. The man thought for a moment and replied that indeed, such a powerful magic circle could not be created in an instant. Plus, it takes a lot of effort to maintain this magic circle. The man understood that the troops of the southern seas had indeed not retreated so easily. At this point, the team leader turned his head to hear what Feng-Chi had to say to him. But the girl didn't even listen to him, but simply walked silently down the long corridor. Feng-Chi said that she was going to take a walk and explore the place they were in. The man ran after her, telling her that now was not the best time for a walk. After all, something serious is clearly happening here, and trouble could happen to them. The girl said that she simply could not leave him here alone. The team leader did not expect such care from his sister, and was even touched when he heard this. Feng-Chi looked at the man very seriously and said that he couldn't handle all this alone. The brother still couldn't believe that she was worried about him, so he remained silent for a while. But then the team leader got angry and said that all this was not true. Meanwhile, on the other side of the basement, Farrell and his companion came to a door. Our hero looked around and was very surprised that it was so spacious here. He noted to himself that this place was very strange, and that there was clearly something there. The guide informed Farrell that the building was very large, so it was quite normal to have such a spacious basement. Meanwhile, loud footsteps were heard in another part of the dungeon. In the basement, there were our heroes, already well known to us, who came to help. After all, Zoe and the Hungry Ghost simply couldn't allow their master to come here alone. Meanwhile, Farrell and his companion were looking very carefully at the door that blocked their path. It had a sticker on it with a very familiar face and a message telling them to start right there. The guide said that the words were written quite well, and the fat man depicted on the sticker also seemed a little familiar to him. Farrell looked at the man very seriously and asked where they should go next. The guide suddenly burst into tears and said that they seemed to be lost. After this, the man took his card out of his pocket and began to study it. Our hero was very surprised by the fact that the stranger had a map with him all this time. Farrell walked closer to the escort and decided to see what was depicted there. When our hero got the map, he said that they did not walk along any repeating corridors, so Farrell couldn't find the problem looking at this strange map. The guide reported that our hero was simply holding the map upside down. Farrell felt uneasy and closed his eyes, trying to collect his thoughts. Then our hero said that none of this mattered, because they really were lost. Here the guide grinned and said that all this was completely untrue, and in fact they weren't lost, he just wanted to take a walk here. Farrell realized that the man was clearly trying to get out of the situation in such a stupid way. Then suddenly the man fell to his knees and burst into tears, saying that he really didn't know how to get out of here. Our hero realized that he shouldn't have relied on this guy, and he began to think about how they could get out of this situation. Farrell watched the escort and didn't know what to do now. Meanwhile, in another part of the basement, the ghosts of warriors jumped out of nowhere. The team leader and his sister did not expect this and froze for a moment. Realizing that they were about to be attacked, The man screamed very loudly. Feng Qi answered her brother in a very calm tone that it was a green ghost. The team leader looked down at the floor and said that now was absolutely no time for jokes. After this, the man very abruptly grabbed his sister and ran down the corridor. Meanwhile, the ghosts were clearly serious and followed them. The team leader did not understand where these strange ghosts came from, or why they appeared. He opened his palm and saw there a black stone, which he had previously found in the basement. The man remembered that the ghost soldiers appeared after he removed the stone from the platform. Looking at the light, it seemed to him that this thing looked absolutely empty. But the team leader decided to first take his sister to a safe place and then think about the stone. Meanwhile, Zoe and the hungry ghost continued to walk around the basement in search of Farrell. Suddenly, the girl heard a very strange but painfully familiar sound. She turned her head and saw the hungry ghost eating something from the platform further down the corridor. Zoe got really angry and shouted at him that there was nothing to eat there. The girl flew up to the hungry ghost and began to shake him, demanding that he spit it all out. While Zoe was struggling with the guy, something incredible happened, and the floor beneath them became hot. Our heroes, noticing this, froze for a while, not knowing what to do. Meanwhile, in another part of the basement, Farrell and his companion also found a platform with a stone. The man bent down and began to examine the find very carefully. The guide understood that this stone contained something very amazing. Farrell, however, saw nothing remarkable in the find, and so stepped aside. But suddenly he heard a very strange and loud noise coming from the platform. It was the escort who was shouting and running towards our hero. Farrell froze, not understanding what was happening and what had frightened the man so much. But what he saw also horrified our hero, and he realized that he had to run. The stone that was on the platform suddenly increased in size and rolled towards the men. Farrell shouted at the attendant and asked where this thing came from. The man answered him that he himself did not know why the stone had grown to such a size. Our hero immediately realized that his companion had lost his temper and had touched something he shouldn't have. Meanwhile, in another part of the basement, the team leader fought the ghost warriors and trapped them in stone. He beheaded them one by one very easily and soon gained victory. The man was very serious, and when it was all over, he was sitting on a mountain of corpses, holding one of the warriors' heads in his hands. Realizing that he was no longer in any danger, the team leader breathed a sigh of relief. But then it dawned on the man that his sister had disappeared somewhere and was not around. He understood that he couldn't leave Feng Qi alone for long, because in his opinion, she couldn't stand up for herself. Therefore, he decided not to delay any longer and go in search of his sister. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost had also lost Zoe and was walking down the corridor alone. During his journey, he was amazed that this basement was very amazing and even had lava in it. But then the guy began to drive these thoughts out of his head, realizing that now he needed not to admire the basement, but to look for Zoe and Farrell. Walking a few more meters forward, the hungry ghost came across a girl he didn't know. It was Feng Qi who, without saying a word, simply walked past the guy. The hungry ghost was also in his thoughts, realizing that he was separated from Zoe because he ate the stone. But then it suddenly dawned on the boy that some girl had just passed by him. He turned around very slowly and decided for himself that he had to catch up with this stranger. Meanwhile, Zoe was all alone in a place that was engulfed in flames. The girl did not understand what happened to this place and where the hungry ghost had gone. Then Zoe heard a very strange noise behind her and slowly turned around. It was the leader of the group who, having arrived at this place, stopped and looked around. Noticing the girl, he grinned and asked who she was, an enemy or a friend. Zoe didn't answer the man, but she was prepared for him to attack her now. The sounds coming from the basement were so loud that they could be heard up to the top of the tower where Xiao Yi was located. He was not alone there, and next to him stood an apothecary named Azure Stone, who reported that they had some rats. The master of the Southern Ocean realized that opening the bloody river was not so easy. Xiao Yi said that they might really need help with this matter. Azure Stone said that he can handle it all himself, as he believes that it only requires a little effort. The pharmacist realized that he had already made several attempts to stop everyone in the basement. He had already used stone pressure, ghost soldiers, lava mountain, and separation. But alas, all these traps did not stop them, which could indicate that the array became weaker after long-term use. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost caught up with the girl he met in the basement. Looking at her, he realized that Feng Qi didn't look like an enemy, and that she might have ended up in this place by accident. The girl, who had not paid attention to the boy before, suddenly looked at him and asked what he was doing. The hungry ghost, not expecting the girl to see him, froze for a moment. He understood that she was an ordinary living person, not a ghost, but he didn't understand why he became visible to her. Because ordinary people don't notice his presence. Without thinking twice, the hungry ghost jumped away from the girl. The boy froze, realizing that this was not just a person in front of him, and fearing that she might attack him. The hungry ghost noted to himself that the girl's expression had never changed. The boy began to think that she was clearly not afraid of him, and that he posed no danger to her. Meanwhile, Azure Stone moved to a corridor where there was lava on the floor. He saw in it the group leader and Zoe, who froze and looked at each other inquiringly. The pharmacist realized that more than one group of people had come here, and perhaps they would kill each other. Zoe and the group leader still didn't move, looking at each other, waiting to see who would attack first. Here the man, feeling something strange, closed his eyes and touched his head. Opening his eyes, he said that he did not want to fight the girl, as he felt there was a stronger enemy here. After these words, the group leader turned and looked at Azure Stone, who was standing to the side. With a sharp movement of his hand, the man tried to grab the apothecary, but he managed to jump away. Zoe was very surprised that Azure Stone was so fast. At this point, everything around lit up with a bright blue light, and the group leader took out his weapon. The man told the pharmacist that he could smell it from several kilometers away. Azure Stone said that the group leader deserves to become the star of the next generation of Dragon Fangs. The girl froze when she heard the already familiar name that she had heard from Christine's parents. Meanwhile, the group leader was pleased to hear the apothecary's praise, and while he was showing off and praising himself, the blue light began to intensify. Here the group leader realized that he was missing something, and when he opened his eyes he did not see the apothecary. Azure Stone took advantage of the situation and stepped aside, glowing very brightly. Gathering all his strength, he released it on the group leader, saying that without his sister, he was nothing. The man told Zoe that he did not consider her his enemy, and would not allow her to be harmed. With a sharp movement of his hand, the group leader took out his weapon and prepared for battle. He took his spear and waved it, causing a shower of stars to fall upon the apothecary. Azure Stone stood motionless and said that all this was still not enough. The apothecary made a combination of his fingers and cast a spell that made his body as hard as glass. Azure Stone's gaze changed dramatically, and a protective field appeared around him. Realizing that his attack had not worked, the group leader became very serious. The man rubbed the back of his head and realized that defeating the apothecary would not be so easy. Azure Stone said that if the group leader no longer planned to attack, then it was his turn. Zoe and the man stood and looked at the apothecary, thinking about their next move. The girl couldn't stand it and decided to attack, but the group leader blocked her path, saying that all this could be dangerous. After all, the man realized that the famous elder from the south was also in this building, and he sent the apothecary to kill them. Zoe didn't understand what the group leader meant, but she knew that this man was very serious. The girl decided for herself that she must help the man defeat Azure Stone. Zoe and the group leader were serious and prepared to attack. The pharmacist did not hesitate any longer. He made a combination of his fingers again, and a flower appeared in his hand. Azure Stone extended his hand with the flower forward and began to read the binding spell. After this, with a sharp movement of his hand, he released the flower towards his enemies. The group's leader clearly didn't expect their enemy to be so strong. Without thinking twice, he pushed Zoe away to protect her and take the full brunt of the blow. The leader of the group took his spear and pointed it forward to repel the apothecary's attack. The man fought, and he was doing a great job of parrying all of Azure Stone's blows. The bonds that were supposed to bind Zoe and the group leader were shattered into tiny pieces. The apothecary's face was expressionless, although he knew his attack had not worked. The leader of the group exhaled, but realized that he was facing a rather serious opponent. Azure Stone looked at the man and said that he fought very well. After these words, the group leader gripped his weapon tighter and prepared for a new attack. Immediately after that, he swung his spear and jumped towards the apothecary. But Azure Stone was not at all confused, and a new flower appeared in his hands. When the spear touched it, the flower increased in size and reflected the man's blow. The leader of the group clearly didn't like this, and it was clear from the expression on his face that he was angry. The apothecary did not wait to be attacked again, and launched a beam of light at his enemy. The leader of the group managed to dodge, but the blast wave threw him aside. The man quickly tensed up and began to break with his spear. The tip of the spear dug into the ground, helping the group leader take control of the situation. After that, the man, taking advantage of the situation, turned around very sharply and decided to strike Azure Stone. But the apothecary dodged the blow very easily, and his expression remained just as casual. After this, the apothecary, without thinking twice, made another combination of his fingers. The leader of the group understood that this would not end well, so he froze in anticipation. There was a bright flash of blue light, and the ground began to crumble into small pieces. From the crack that appeared there, a huge stone began to grow very quickly, on which the leader of the group found himself. Azure Stone looked at him and said that the guy had good reactions. After this, the apothecary approached this stone and touched it with his finger. The leader of the group felt the structure beneath him begin to shake. After this, the stone broke into small pieces, and the man quickly flew down to the ground. Azure Stone made himself a shield from the glowing flower in his hand, and shouted to the group leader that all his attacks were absolutely useless. As the man fell to the ground, he realized that he could not dodge the apothecary's attacks. So he decided to act in a completely different way, and very quickly he began to spin around his axis. The leader of the group understood that by doing so, he would reflect all of Azure Stone's attacks and return them back to him. The man was very adept at parrying all the blows that were inflicted on him. At the same time, the apothecary stood motionless, without straining, and was completely unharmed. At some point, he got really tired of all this and decided to cast a new spell. It was clear from the expression on Azure Stone's face that he was very serious. The apothecary increased his attack on the group leader, but he dealt with it. The man put in more and more effort and gradually became exhausted. But he didn't even think about giving up, so he kept getting caught in the funnel every time. The team leader deftly parried all the blows that Azure Stone dealt him. The pharmacist, observing him, said that he could only defend himself and nothing more. The leader of the group did not like Azure Stone's words and told him not to talk nonsense. After these words, the man concentrated and directed a beam of light straight at the enemy. The pharmacist clearly did not expect this, and without having time to parry the blow, he flew to the side. But then the group leader's face changed, and he realized that something was wrong. The body he pierced with the beam was not real and began to dissolve. Zoe, who had been watching the battle until then, suddenly screamed for the man to turn around. The team leader, hearing the girl, turned his head very sharply. Behind him he saw the apothecary, safe and sound, who was already preparing to attack him. The apothecary made another combination of his fingers and cast the spell of the ice hand. The team leader, clearly not expecting all this, screamed very loudly. The man was in great pain because a huge ice beam was directed at his back. Because of all this, the team leader lost his balance and fell to his knees. But the man was not going to give up, and so, having overcome the pain, he quickly got back on his feet. Enraged, he held his spear and turned around very sharply and attacked Azure Stone. But the apothecary was clearly much more agile than him, and managed to jump to the side. After that, Azure Stone's body also dissolved into thin air, as it was not real. The team leader was very angry when he saw that it was an illusion again. The pharmacist stood behind the man and again made a combination of his fingers. A bright flash of light engulfed the team leader, but he managed to regroup. Azure Stone looked at him and asked how much longer he would run away from him. The team leader grinned and replied that he was capable of more than just that. After this, the man stretched out his hand and, concentrating, directed his power into it. Touching the floor, he and the walls began to become covered in ice. As a result, Azure Stone stood in a completely frozen room. The team leader then grinned and said that he was just trying to change the situation. At the same time, on the other side of the basement, the hungry ghost finally decided to approach the stranger. He asked the girl her name very confidently, but she stood there with a casual look and remained silent. Zoe, who had been watching the fight all this time, began to look around. The girl did not understand why the temperature in the basement changed so suddenly. She looked at the walls, ceiling, and floor. Everything was covered in ice. The team leader and Azure Stone stood opposite each other, not saying a word. But then the man couldn't stand it any longer, and asked the apothecary how he liked the icy hell he had created. Azure Stone looked very closely at his hands and was surprised that it all worked. The team leader grinned and said that he had frozen magma more than once in his life. And now, when the temperature in this room has become comfortable, the man can use all his strength. Azure Stone became serious again and said that he would now check if this was true. After these words, the apothecary made a new combination of fingers and directed the new flower towards the team leader. The man did not defend himself, and stretching out his hand in response, he gathered all his energy. After that, he smirked and said that he didn't want to see any more useless tricks. Clenching his fist, with a flower that he also made from energy, the man said that he wanted to deal with the apothecary quickly. Then he added that the sooner Azure Stone stopped him, the better, because later he might regret it. Zoe watched what was happening very carefully and doubted the success of her ally. Meanwhile, Azure Stone, with a relaxed expression on his face, began to fold his hands into a new combination. The team leader grinned and said that this was exactly what he was waiting for. The man immediately began to glow blue and shouted to the apothecary to taste his power. The leader of the group directed all the energy that had already turned into dragons at his enemy. Azure Stone stood still and simply watched everything that was happening. But literally a second later, the apothecary grinned, and the flower in his hand began to glow with a light that scared away the dragons. At that moment, Zoe realized that the team leader was definitely no match for Azure Stone. Meanwhile, the man was spinning more and more energy around himself. But then the group leader's spear suddenly flew down to the ground and hit it. Zoe was very scared of what would happen next, because she understood that the man had no strength left. But then the leader of the group very abruptly ran up to the girl, grabbed her by the hand and dragged her along with him. She asked him, very surprised, what he was doing, and the man replied that they needed to run. Zoe turned around and looked at their enemy, not believing that they could escape from him so easily. Then the girl saw that the place where they had just been began to glow with a bright light. And then all the ice that covered the basement began to crack, and lava began to break through to the outside. As a result, that part of the basement was again engulfed in flames, and the ice crust shattered into small pieces. As they ran, Azure Stone shouted after them that they were too naive to fight him. Having run far enough and found themselves in a more or less safe place, they stopped. The team leader reported that with the help of the array and its power, he was able to buy them some time. Zoe looked at the man very carefully and asked why he took her with him. Because she could turn out to be his enemy. The team leader looked at the girl very carefully and said that he didn't care. Then he turned away from her and said that he still had something to do, so she could go if she wanted. But Zoe decided to go with the man, saying that they had a common goal, to cause trouble for this organization. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost was angry that the girl did not consider him dangerous, and told her that he should not be underestimated. The stranger handed the guy a piece of energy so that he could have some energy. The hungry ghost, without thinking twice, grabbed it and ate it very quickly, saying that the girl seemed to be a very good person. Then he asked the stranger why she had come to this basement, and having swallowed the treat, he added that they most likely had similar goals to defeat the gang. Then he smiled and said that he would be glad to help his new friend in this matter. The girl looked at the guy very carefully and asked if he was alone here. Then the hungry ghost exhaled and said that he had come here with his sister. He missed Zoe so much that memories immediately began to appear before his eyes. But then the guy added that for some reason they separated, and he doesn't know how it happened. The girl looked at her new acquaintance very carefully, and an awkward pause hung in the air. The hungry ghost, unable to bear the tension, asked where her partner had gone. But without waiting for an answer, he smiled and added that he was ready to help her find a friend, since she treated him to food. The stranger continued to stare at the boy and did not say a word. But suddenly she asked if it was true that the hungry ghost was lost. The guy didn't like this question at all because to him it sounded like a reproach. The stranger leaned over and looked the hungry ghost in the eyes, asking if he was looking for his sister. But then she realized that no, because the boy was clearly very afraid of her. She saw Zoe scolding the hungry ghost for eating everything. The boy began to laugh very nervously, realizing that the girl could read minds, and said that she thought too much. After all, he loves his sister very much, despite the fact that she sometimes scolds him. The hungry ghost walked forward and told the girl that he would use all his powers to help her. A stranger watching him said he was going the wrong way, and the boy stopped. Meanwhile, the corridor, which was covered with ice, began to slowly thaw. The ice cracked more and more, and the lava that was underneath tried to break out. Azure Stone did not stand still and went in search of other enemies. The man was very serious and angry that Zoe and the team leader had managed to slip away from him. Meanwhile, the ice cracked more and more and lava already completely covered the room. Walking along a long corridor, Azure Stone came across a huge stone that had the imprint of a blow on it. The man was very surprised to see this, and realized that there was someone else in this basement. Meanwhile, Zoe and the team leader walked slowly down the corridor and talked. The girl was very interested in learning about the gang the man was a part of, so she asked him questions about it. The group leader clearly did not like this interrogation, and said that there were many other questions she could ask. Zoe answered him that it was important for her to know specifically about Team Dragonfang. But if he didn't want to answer, then okay. Then the girl noted to herself that the guy was not very talkative. But in this world there was only one Dragonfang, so Zoe knew she'd better follow him to find her master and the hungry ghost. The man told the girl that he wanted to know who her master was, because he made them believe that he could defeat Group X. Meanwhile, Hungry Ghost and Feng Chi came across Azure Stone. The pharmacist looked at the boy very carefully and said that he never thought that they would meet here. The girl asked the hungry ghost if he knew this strange man. The boy silently looked down, but from his expression, everything became clear at once. Meanwhile, Azure Stone raised his next flower up and asked the hungry ghost if he had forgotten it. Here in the guy's head, memories of the past began to appear, and he remembered how his dark side left him. The hungry ghost couldn't stand all these memories, and so he grabbed his head to drive them away. The boy's new acquaintance hid him behind her back and asked Azure Stone what he had done with him. But the apothecary did not answer, but only looked very carefully at the girl. Without waiting to be attacked, he decided to act first, and a new flower appeared in his hand. A very bright light emanated from this flower, which it directed at the girl, but Feng-Chi managed to concentrate, gather her strength, and transform. The girl had a huge cannon in her hands, which she pointed at Azure Stone and fired fire. Two energies, fiery and icy, met in the air and began to fight with each other. After playing for a little time, the girl began to transform again, and the weapon disappeared from her hand. But suddenly wings grew behind Feng-Chi's back, with the help of which she rose into the air. The hungry ghost, who had been struggling with his memories until now, raised his head and admired his new acquaintance. Meanwhile, Azure Stone continued to make combinations with his fingers, and the number of flowers kept growing. When there were too many of them, they all broke into small pieces of ice and headed towards Feng-Chi, but then they were immediately resisted by fire, and the girl managed to jump aside. The ice flows were defeated by the fire, forming small fireworks before they could reach Feng-Chi, but there were so many of them that one managed to skillfully slip through the defense. The girl did not expect this, but she understood that she needed to do something urgently. Her wings quickly transformed to provide her with protection. They formed a triangle, in the middle of which a bright red light was burning. This light rose above Feng-Chi and the hungry ghost, immersing them in a huge ball. All the ice flows that flew in their direction crashed against this barrier. Azure Stone, with a completely empty look, changed tactics and began to use a different combination. He grabbed the ball that was hiding our heroes from him and began to spin it. Feng-Chi, however, did not lose her composure and extended her hand towards the center of the triangle from which the light emanated. From there, the girl pulled out a stick that was glowing and was clearly charged with something. Feng-Chi lifted it up and used her power to push away the Azure Stone's energy. Then, the hungry ghost shouted very loudly for the girl to be careful and turn around. Feng-Chi didn't understand what was happening, and so she simply froze for a while. Azure Stone was already standing behind her, holding a huge ice sword in his hands. The hungry ghost couldn't let the girl die, so he grabbed his hairpin, struggling with the pain. She immediately turned into a scythe, and armed with it, the boy, without thinking twice, jumped towards the apothecary. Azure Stone was so carried away by the girl that he didn't notice all this. So the hungry ghost managed to deliver his blow, and the apothecary flew to the side. But while the man was flying, he managed to make a new combination of fingers. After that, a huge ice sword flew towards the hungry ghost at full speed. The boy was full of determination and was already preparing to repel the attack. The ice sword flew at a furious speed and the hungry ghost swung. But suddenly a huge fear appeared in the boy's eyes, because he did not expect what happened. The sword suddenly turned into a huge ice flower, which was struck by the hungry ghost. Azure Stone looked at all this and saw that the flower had split. Half of it flew towards Feng-Chi very quickly, but she managed to block the blow. Zoya's face changed dramatically and she suddenly froze for a second. The team leader looked at the girl and asked if she was okay. Zoe answered him that she had some strange and bad feeling. The girl suddenly looked down and said that she was afraid for her friends. Then Zoe suddenly rushed forward and the team leader asked her where she was going. The girl answered him very quickly that they just needed to speed up. The team leader ran after her and said that he would solve everything as soon as he received the device from his sister. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost stood waiting for another attack, and drops of black blood spread across the floor. Azure Stone looked at him very carefully and said that a big change had occurred in the boy. The hungry ghost grinned and asked the apothecary to stop talking nonsense, because he didn't know him. At that moment, he grabbed the tip of the sword, squeezed it with all his strength, and the blood flowed from his hand even more intensely. Here the hungry ghost, taking advantage of the fact that Azure Stone was very close to him, swung his scythe. But only the apothecary managed to make a new combination of his fingers. In one of his hands, a bright light appeared, and in the other, a new flower began to appear. After this, the apothecary simply disappeared, and the sword remained in the hungry ghost's hand. So when the boy swung his scythe, he missed Azure Stone. The pharmacist spread his arms out to the sides and began to attack both the hungry ghost and Feng-Chi at the same time. And while the boy was fighting with the ice sword, the girl stood in the ball, which protected her. All this resistance dragged on for some time, and then suddenly clouds of dust arose. It was Feng-Chi, because she understood that they would not be able to defeat Azure Stone, and therefore it was necessary to fly away. But the apothecary was not going to give up, because he did not want to let his enemies go. Meanwhile, the girl grabbed the hungry ghost, and they flew away together. But suddenly Feng-Chi felt a blow to her back and realized that they were too late. Azure Stone landed his attack very precisely, completely immobilizing the girl and the hungry ghost. Then the apothecary delivered another blow of his own, which sent the boy flying aside. Azure Stone couldn't let another pair of enemies slip through his fingers. He was very happy that he was able to stop the hungry ghost with Feng Qi. After that, the apothecary very slowly shook off the dust and decided to finish with all this. Azure Stone came very close to the girl and looked at her carefully. He was clearly determined to get rid of Feng Qi and the hungry ghost, so he swung his sword. But his plans did not come true so quickly, because he encountered resistance. It was the hungry ghost who had woken up and could not let the girl die. He cut Azure Stone in half, but alas, it turned out not to be his real body. Therefore, his scythe simply cut through the air, leaving only smoke after the attack. The hungry ghost heard footsteps behind him and turned around very quickly. It was the apothecary who swung again and was about to deliver his blow. The boy knew he had to act quickly, so he took out his chain. She very deftly wrapped herself around Azure Stone's body and at first glance immobilized him. But the apothecary's fingers were free, and he made a new combination. The hungry ghost, who was holding the chains in his hands, suddenly screamed in pain. Azure Stone stood motionless and watched all this, and the chain lit up with a green light. The flame heated up the chain very quickly, and the hungry ghost experienced terrible pain from all of this. The chains burned completely, and the boy realized that all this was familiar to him. After all, he had already seen this green flame when he fought with Carol, and apparently Azure Stone was in league with him. The apothecary still stood motionless, and the hungry ghost decided to attack. He swung his scythe and leapt towards Azure Stone. But the apothecary did not hesitate either, and pulled his ice sword towards himself. The hungry ghost had not yet managed to strike, but Azure Stone had managed to force his weapon to attack. The ice sword flew around them and decided to attack the boy from behind. The hungry ghost saw this and managed to change the trajectory of his attack. The boy was very determined and was not going to back down at any cost. He also realized that he would have to make every effort to cope with all this. Meanwhile, the sword flew towards the boy, gaining momentum and speed. He gripped his scythe even tighter in his hands and swung it very hard. At this time, the sword had already reached the hungry ghost, but did not manage to damage it. After all, his path was blocked by the boy's scythe, who managed to parry his blow. But the sword was not going to retreat so easily, and again attempted to attack, but this blow was also repelled. The boy with the scythe rushed forward, and each time he managed to block the path of the ice blade. It felt like the whole fight lasted forever, but neither of the opponents thought of giving up. At one point, the sword decided to attack the hungry ghost from above, but it didn't work either. The boy dealt a powerful blow to the ice blade each time, but it never broke into pieces. Azure Stone stood silently and watched everything that was happening, and the hungry ghost understood that he could not lose this battle. The pharmacist understood that he had finally come across his old friend, who had forgotten him. But since it was the one he thought of, Azure Stone was thirsty for revenge. The man, without thinking twice, immediately made a new combination of fingers. The hungry ghost was very afraid of what else his enemy was capable of. The pharmacist had already managed to use his strength and tie the boy's hands. After this, the man took back the sword and decided to strike again with it. To do this, Azure Stone again made some combination of his fingers. The sword turned very quickly and headed towards the hungry ghost. The boy could not move or fend off the blow, so he decided that this was the end of his life. Meanwhile, the master of the Southern Ocean sat at the top of the tower, looking at some paper. It turned out to be Christine's personal business, and the man circled her photograph with a pen. Then Xiaoyi folded his hands in front of him and thought about something very seriously. The man looked closely at the girl's photograph and realized that she was exactly the one he needed. Then suddenly and very loudly, the clock in the office began to strike. This noise distracted the Southern Ocean Master from his thoughts, and he looked in their direction. The man saw that it was already 12 o'clock and didn't understand why Azure Stone hadn't solved their problem yet. Here he looked away, and for a moment thought that perhaps something had happened to the apothecary. Xiaoyi closed his eyes and went into meditation, hoping to see what was happening in the basement. But only when he opened his eyes did the man realize that he had seen nothing. The master of the Southern Ocean reached for the phone to send someone to find the apothecary. But he immediately changed his mind, because if the one who defeated Azure Stone was in the basement, then there was no point in sending more people. After all, there is a man who is still preparing for the awakening of the bloody river. The hungry ghost was completely immobilized, and the blade flew towards him. Then the boy's scream was heard very loudly, and his black blood flew everywhere. Azure Stone stood very close to the hungry ghost and held the hilt of the blade. The boy did not understand what was happening, and the apothecary, meanwhile, pulled his sword out of his body. Black blood was running down the hungry ghost's face, and there was a huge hole in his forehead from the blow. Azure Stone, however, very slowly and without unnecessary emotion, wiped the blood off the blade of his sword with a rag. Then he threw it in the hungry ghost's face, and his sword disappeared very quickly. The pharmacist slowly turned around and decided to leave the basement, leaving the boy with Feng Qi. The hungry ghost was still alive, and falling to his knees asked why Azure Stone didn't just kill him. The apothecary paused and thought about this for a moment, then turned to the boy. Azure Stone told the hungry ghost to consider this payment for sparing him in the past. Then the apothecary slowly walked down the corridor and told the boy to leave here. The hungry ghost did not understand what had just happened, because he did not remember his past. The boy closed his eyes and saw his second self inside, who sarcastically asked what it felt like to be let go. The hungry ghost was silent, and the shadow asked him to say at least something, because it was he who saved his life. Then the entity grabbed the boy by the face and looked at him very carefully. And then she added that the hungry ghost did not need to forget him, because they were one. Meanwhile, up above, the Southern Ocean Master felt very ill and clutched his heart. His hands began to age very rapidly, and he realized that this body could not support the one inside for long. Then the man laughed very loudly and added that all this was temporary. He leaned his elbows on the table, banged his fist on it, and said that he would soon get rid of all this. When he felt better, he looked up and thought about Christine's brother. He began to read his personal file and understood that he would definitely have to be gotten rid of. Xiaoyi knew that the Blood River would finally open soon, and asked to invite Christine to his office. The girl was taken from her home and brought to the office. She walked down the corridor and recorded a video for her subscribers. Christine said that the place she was heading to now was the office of the Cloud Group president. The guard turned to the girl and asked her to temporarily turn off the broadcast. The girl turned off her phone and walked into the office where the master of the Southern Ocean was waiting for her. He asked her if she knew why she was asked to come here, and Christine replied that she was there to promote their company. Xiaoyi replied that for advertising he could find someone else, and then he added that he invited the girl to talk about her parents. Christine clearly didn't expect to hear all this, so she was very surprised. Then she looked at the man very carefully, and asked how he knew her parents. The Southern Ocean Master slowly drank his tea, and said that her parents were quite famous people in archaeology. And as a person interested in this, he is concerned about what happened to them. For some reason, Christine laughed very nervously and said that her parents had disappeared a long time ago. The Southern Ocean Master made a very surprised face and asked how this happened. The girl looked down at the floor and said that they had discovered something great, but alas, they had not returned home. Xiaoyi looked at Christine very carefully and thought that his notes said the same thing. But then he very unexpectedly asked if the parents had left anything valuable for the girl. Not expecting this question, Christine raised her eyes and looked at the master of the Southern Ocean with great surprise. The girl withdrew into herself, thought, and began to remember the day when her parents went on an expedition. The Southern Ocean Master watched Christine's changing expression and asked what happened to her. But she laughed very nervously and replied that she was still little at the time, so she remembered almost nothing. Xiaoyi slowly poured the girl some tea, and she said that she hadn't thought about the importance of all this. The Southern Ocean Master's expression changed, and he asked seriously how he and his brother survived without their parents. But for some reason Christine didn't respond to all this, but only laughed nervously again. Realizing that the girl would not answer his questions so easily, Xiaoyi offered to give her a tour of his company. Christine exhaled and happily accepted the man's invitation to go for a walk. And from the face of the Master of the Southern Ocean, it was clear that he was planning something bad. Meanwhile, in the basement, Hungry Ghost and Feng Qi were lying on the floor, and the boy's second essence stood and watched them. Then the shadow turned to him and asked if he liked the feeling of helplessness, because he could not do anything without it. The Hungry Ghost became very angry and asked his essence to shut up. The shadow smiled slyly and said that it was time for the boy to stop suppressing him and not forget about his past. Then the entity added that if the Hungry Ghost did not accept it, the owner would definitely die. The boy understood that if he died, there would be no one to protect Farrell and Zoe, and he could not allow this. So the Hungry Ghost exhaled, gathered his strength, and stood up on his feet. The boy, without thinking twice, picked up his chain again, and understood that he needed to get rid of their enemy. He decided that he had to win at any cost, and do what he least wanted to do. The Hungry Ghost let his second essence into himself, and stopped resisting it, saying that he was the most important and strongest of his friends. The boy unwound his chain and directed it towards the apothecary. The chain of fire reached Azure Stone, and it all clearly caught him off guard. The Hungry Ghost's weapon began to wrap around the man very quickly, immobilizing him. Meanwhile, the boy did not hesitate, and taking his scythe in his hands, he jumped towards the apothecary. But Azure Stone freed himself from the shackles and managed to get his sword, which he used to defend himself. From the blow of the boy's fire scythe, the ice blade began to split into small pieces. The Hungry Ghost struck the sword again and shattered it completely. Then the boy stood up and grinned and said that Azure Stone had fallen into a trap. But then suddenly all the fragments of the blade began to rise up from the ground. Then they slowly began to unite into icy and very sharp flowers. There were a lot of them, and they all surrounded the hungry ghost, preparing to attack. Azure Stone, feeling his advantage in the battle, said sarcastically that the boy couldn't handle it. But the hungry ghost did not lose his composure and began to create fiery rays. Then he looked out through this fire, looked at the apothecary, and replied that this was not an obstacle for him. The boy very quickly began to shoot fire and destroy flower after flower. His movements were very fast and precise, and Azure Stone simply had no chance of winning. When every flower was shattered into tiny pieces, the hungry ghost looked at his enemy. The pharmacist was shocked by what he saw. His expression changed, and he said that all this was simply impossible. The boy didn't wait for Azure Stone's next attack and snuck up behind him. Then he grabbed the man by the head and slammed him against the wall, saying that his bald brother would be next. The hungry ghost asked the apothecary if he was willing to give up his dream, and he replied that he was not. Azure Stone remembered his past, where he stood on the mountain with his brother, and promised that they would use God's hand. Then he returned to the present, feeling a sharp pain in the area of the flower on his forehead. Blood flowed from there, and the drawing itself began to glow with a blue flame. The apothecary gathered his strength and clenched his fist and struck the hungry ghost. The force of the blow sent the boy flying to the side, and he was glad that Azure Stone had finally decided to give it his all. Then he looked at the man and sincerely admired that he had achieved such a level of control over his strength. The hungry ghost went back in time and remembered his first meeting with the apothecary. Then Azure Stone looked different, and the boy said that he had come to kill him. He also said that a moment on this mountain was equal to thousands of years in the mortal world, and the apothecary grew old while he meditated. Azure Stone saw his reflection and was horrified, because he had only just reached premium understanding and had only been here for a short time. At this time, a bright sunrise began on another mountain, which illuminated everything around. Meanwhile, the hungry ghost had already raised his scythe to the apothecary's head and was about to strike. But then Azure Stone's forehead lit up red from the rays of the sun that fell on it, and he said that he was not ready to leave this world. The boy was shocked by what he heard, because never before had a mortal dared to fight a reaper. The pharmacist began to turn red, and replied that he was not going to miss the meeting with his older brother. Then Azure Stone, with a sharp movement of his hand, tried to push the reaper away, but he managed to hit him first. The pharmacist did not have time to defend himself and was thrown to the side by the force of the blow. Azure Stone lost consciousness and fell down the mountain he had just been sitting on. At some point, the apothecary touched the ground, and the impact was so strong that dust rose up around him. The reaper also came down from the mountain to see what had happened to the man. Azure Stone lay face down and did not move. It seemed as if he was dead. But this turned out not to be so, and raising his head, the apothecary said that the power of hell was very weak, and his elder brother, when he breaks through the limits of human capabilities, will defeat them all. Then he added that he would soon die, and asked the reaper to give his brother his power. His punisher's chains fell to the ground, because all these words made him very wary. The reaper remembered that he had already heard exactly the same phrases from his second essence. So he decided to leave Azure Stone alive and fully restored his powers. The reaper said that it was too early for the apothecary to leave, as a man with such an obsession should be able to achieve more. After that, he added that the next time they meet, the man must prove that he was not given this chance in vain. Azure Stone and the hungry ghost both returned to reality and continued their fight. The boy looked very carefully at the apothecary, and he didn't look so pitiful. The man gathered his strength and began to fill with his icy energy. The hungry ghost looked at him and only grinned, finally meeting an opponent of equal strength. The boy decided to attack first, and holding a scythe in his hands, he ran towards the man. Azure Stone said that since their last meeting he had become stronger because his older brother had taught him how to break through. The pharmacist raised his hand and added that he was now less vulnerable, because his cells had the ability to regenerate. After these words, a renewed ice sword appeared in Azure Stone's hand. The pharmacist looked at his enemy and said that his dream must definitely come true. The hungry ghost replied that no mortal would ever surpass him. The men prepared their weapons and pointed them at each other. The hungry ghost grinned and asked the apothecary to show him what he could do. Azure Stone, however, became angry and said that he had paid him his debt and would no longer spare him. Here a very strong and serious fight broke out between the men. The scythe and the ice sword hit each other and sparks flew everywhere. Two elements, two energies, ice and fire collided, and no one was going to retreat. Then the hungry ghost said that if everything the apothecary said was true, then he could really kill him. The ice blade and the fire scythe clashed again in battle, and it was unclear who would win. The boy added that no matter how strong Azure Stone was, it was important to also have speed and skill. But according to the hungry ghost, the apothecary does not belong to any of these types of skills. The pharmacist looked at the boy and replied that his strength alone would be enough to defeat him. And as long as his elder brother is alive and teaches him all this, then everything is fine. But the boy noticed that the man's skill type had been forcibly converted into a strength type, and without knowledge, it was impossible to use it. The hungry ghost jumped aside and said that the apothecary's blows did not carry any true meaning. Azure Stone also flew to the side and noted to himself that the boy was telling the truth. After all, having forcibly broken through to the power type, the apothecary could not fight for too long, and he needed to finish the fight quickly. Azure Stone knew he had to gather his strength and fight on. But in order to finish the fight faster, he simply has to use a prohibited technique. The pharmacist prepared for the attack and mentally asked his older brother for forgiveness for what he was about to do. Azure Stone looked at the enemy and realized that after using the technique, the array would not be protected, and this would affect the other world. But the apothecary's thoughts were interrupted by the hungry ghost, who asked him to fight with all his might. Then Azure Stone struck very sharply with his ice sword, and the boy did not have time to answer him. Then the pharmacist had a bunch of hands, and in each of them was an ice flower. The hungry ghost clearly didn't expect such a turn of events, so he froze. The blade of the fiery sword touched his neck and burned the boy badly. The hungry ghost couldn't believe his eyes that this was really happening. But without waiting for the apothecary's next blow, the boy jumped to the side. But then something very strange happened, and the ground in the basement began to shake. Up in the city, the Group X building very quickly began to collapse and go underground. Azure Stone said that at first he did not want to cause too much harm to the earthly people, but changed his mind for the sake of his brother. Then, unexpectedly for the apothecary and the hungry ghost, the wall in the basement began to crack, and in the room there was a man who said that the noble and beautiful phrase of Azure Stone was just empty words. It turned out to be the commander of the 6th Dragon Fang army group, named Fengdu. The apothecary and the hungry ghost were not expecting to see him there, and the man apologetically added that his friends had some minor problems. Then he looked again at the men and told them to continue their fight and not pay attention to him. He came here only to create a barrier and stop the leakage of their energy. Then he laughed nervously and said that he would rather leave this task to his younger brother. Fengdu left the basement, thinking that Feng Qi, although unconscious, would be able to read the energy and find out everything about the men. The hungry ghost said that they would talk about the strange guy later. But Azure Stone's skill was indeed very interesting. The boy noted that this was not some type of skill breaking through to other types, but rather the pressure of force. The pharmacist understood that none of this mattered, because a new problematic guy had appeared, and the problem with him needed to be solved. So he offered the hungry ghost to determine the outcome of their battle with just one blow, and he agreed. The boy looked at the apothecary and said that letting him go was the right decision, because now they were equal rivals. After these words, the two men rushed into battle, and the two energies clashed with each other. The ground around them shook, and a huge cloud of dust rose up as they fought. When it all cleared up, the hungry ghost could be seen sucking the life energy out of the Azure Stone. The boy looked at the apothecary very carefully and said that he liked this battle. But then, unexpectedly for the hungry ghost, someone stabbed him in the back. If you look at the location of the people on the map, Xiao Yi and Christine were still at the top. Hungry Ghost, Feng Qi and Azure Stone on the right, Zoe and Team Leader on the left, and Farrell and his escort at the bottom. Let's return to our main character and how he and the man ran away from the huge stone, saving their lives. Farrell turned around in horror and looked at what was rushing straight at him. His escort had no intention of stopping and ran very fast. But Farrell remembered that he was Satan and should not be afraid of this stone. But when he stopped, a strange platform suddenly appeared under his feet. Our hero, standing on it, began to go very quickly down, underground. Farrell didn't understand what the hell was going on in that basement. Here our hero's body suddenly turned around and he was already flying head down. Farrell fell for so long that he even managed to group himself and change his direction of flight. And finally he landed in some strange place where something similar to rockets was stored. Our hero hit one of them very hard, but did not lose consciousness. Farrell caught his breath, and then began to very carefully examine the area, not understanding where he had ended up. Here the man on one of the strange buildings saw a stone that was chasing them above. Our hero transformed himself using his Asura armor and grabbed the strange stone, hoping to destroy it. But Farrell couldn't do it, because the object turned out to be much stronger than he thought. Here, unexpectedly for our hero, his armor slowly began to change. The man let go of his find, realizing that his body was aging very quickly. But alas, this did not stop the process, and the energy of the stone had already captured Farrell. The room began to glow with multicolored light, and this energy simply absorbed our hero. Meanwhile, in the parallel world, Mozi and Yu Ying did not understand what was happening. Then Farrell's soul suddenly appeared before them, and the god of cooking realized that he had grown old and died. The Master of Knowledge reported that their master's soul was almost destroyed, and the rainbow spell was to blame for everything. Then Farrell noticed Yu Yuin laughing at him and ordered him not to do it again. Our hero wanted to hit the god of cooking, but he said that his body was now useless here. Then Yu Yuin turned around and said that he went to make some preparations that would be useful to them later. Moza grabbed Farrell and dragged him in an unknown direction. The man told our hero that the rainbow spell could absorb other people's souls, and those who are killed by this strange spell will be sent to hell forever. However, this time the victim is Satan, which makes his salvation much easier. Farrell didn't even notice how they approached the lake, and having finished his speech, the Master of Knowledge threw him into the water. Our hero's body began to sink, and Mozi said that Satan's soul was different. But then the Master of Knowledge was horrified, because he did not expect what happened. All the souls that Farrell had absorbed and that were in Asura's armor burst out. The body of our hero itself very slowly began to sink to the bottom of the lake. All the souls were torn into pieces and began to attack the Master of Knowledge. And they even somehow managed to injure the man quite seriously. He jumped away from Farrell's body, and again found himself wondering how all this had happened. Mozi watched what was happening from the side very carefully. Meanwhile, the souls that had escaped from the armor began to spin into a whirlwind and began to glow very strangely. The ghosts clearly had no intention of stopping, and formed an ever larger circle. With each new turn, the light from there became brighter and brighter, and it all looked quite frightening. Farrell's body slowly floated under the water, showing no signs of life, and Yu Yuin, noticing all this, froze in horror. The light emanating from the souls was so bright that it began to illuminate the entire parallel world. In the end, it completely absorbed the souls that came out of the armor, and it felt like the whole thing was about to explode. The Master of Knowledge did not know what to do, so he simply watched what was happening. Farrell's body had almost recovered, but it was still motionless, and the god of cooking also stood motionless. Suddenly, the tree that was in hell began to grow leaves, and the divine bow simply exploded. After this, our hero stood up and approached Moji, who said that all this was beyond his understanding. Here, Yu Yuin looked at the Master of Knowledge and said that the bow that they had studied for so long simply took and broke. Moji didn't say anything to the god of culinary arts, but simply wiped the blood from his forehead. Farrell emerged completely from the water, and Yu Yuin was shocked that his body had fully recovered. The Master of Knowledge noted to himself that our hero was now without a soul. Farrell was on his knees, his hands beginning to wrap around invisible bonds. Our hero's legs were also wrapped in some kind of energy coming from the lake. Farrell couldn't move, and the men realized he couldn't see the strange ropes. Our hero resisted and began to scream that he couldn't get up. The Master of Knowledge, together with the god of cooking, decided to come to his aid, but they also failed. Mozi understood that he was being held by a spirit that had just left his body. It differs from the strength type by its repetitive physical training. It also differs from the spirit of agility, in that the more it is focused, the more it can be used for meditation. And then I remembered that the spirit of speed requires complete identity of the soul. Now, the Master of Knowledge needed to figure out what type Farrell's soul had transformed into. Moza looked at his master's body and didn't understand what to do with it now. The Master of Knowledge had a thought that he also wanted to restore his youth, but only together with his body and soul. Here our hero could not stand it any longer, and having connected Asura's armor, he tried to get to his feet. But nothing worked for him, and half of his body just started to tear apart. The Master of Knowledge and the god of cooking were shocked by what they saw, not understanding what was happening to their master. Farrell, kneeling, told Mozi and Yu Ying that he must overcome all of this and become the true king. Meanwhile, our hero's companion continued to run away from the stone, but the threat had long since disappeared, and the corridor was completely empty. But the man still continued to run very fast because he was scared to death. Here the escort decided to look back and saw that Farrell was not next to him. The man stopped and blamed himself for losing the suspicious guy. Suddenly he saw a pillow under his feet and realized that it was camouflaged equipment. Touching him, the stranger found himself in a room with an elevator and quickly headed towards it. The doors there turned out to be mirrored, and the man saw his aged reflection in them. The escort exhaled and took off his mask, which revealed Brother Christine, named Chen Sen. Meanwhile, the elevator doors opened and he entered, and his sister came out of the second door with Xiao Yi. But unfortunately it happened that they passed each other without seeing each other. Chen Sen held an artifact in his hands, which for some reason began to glow. The man understood that the spellbreaker would only react this way to the power of the dragon's fangs, which meant that they were close. At this point, Chen Chen began to calmly meditate and scan the entire building he was in. After that, he opened his eyes and decided to turn to his past. He remembered how the Captain General entrusted him with this difficult task. His superiors said that those who covet his Dragonfang power are already here. Chen Chen promised to find these enemies at any cost, and now he has finally found their trail. But the man had to hurry because he could not miss such a chance. Brother Christine ran down the corridor as fast as he could, hoping to catch the Dragonfang team off guard. But then, suddenly, the silhouette of a man he knew appeared in front of Chen Chen. Christine's brother stopped and was a little shocked by such a quick meeting. It was Feng Du who asked the captain that it would be better not to go there, as it would be fun there. But Brother Christine had no intention of retreating, and immediately prepared for battle. Chen Chen said that he was appointed to the position by the Captain General, and it was not his fault that Feng Du was weaker. The commander of the 6th Army laughed and said that he did not expect to hear all this from his former colleague. He admitted that he was almost in love with Chen Chen, and if they fought together, their enemies would be doomed. But it doesn't matter now, because he must preserve his strength until the Captain General arrives. Chen Chen realized that he shouldn't have wasted his time on Feng Du, since the Spellbreaker's reaction had weakened now. Here, Christine's brother looked at the end of the corridor and remembered the commander's words that there would be something fun ahead. Suddenly, a very strong and loud roar was heard in the room, and from the huge blast wave, the team leader flew out of the fireball. Chen Chen jumped up and caught his colleague, not expecting to find him in such a state. The team leader landed very slowly on the ground and was completely exhausted. Then he looked at Chen Chen and told him to be careful. Christine's brother grabbed his colleague and jumped back with him, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that in front were the disciples of the Elders of the South, who came here to fight. And they fought with Zoe, the Hungry Ghost and a member of Feng Qi's team, and clearly defeated them. Among the disciples were Wood Luanzi, Metal Zheng, and Water Deheng. There was also Fire named Yi and Earth named Sheng. The Hungry Ghost looked at them very carefully, not understanding why they decided to attack now. At this point, Feng Qi looked in the direction where her brother had jumped back and realized that he was very badly injured. Chen Chen, without thinking twice, decided to come to the rescue and defeat the disciples of the Southern Elders together. Brother Christine began to look around and examine his allies very carefully. Metal Zheng turned to Hungry Ghost, ordering him to retrieve Master Azure Stone's breakthrough brain. The boy told him that he would have thought about the offer if he had been asked politely, but now he would never give it to them. Zheng told the boy not to blame them then, because the teacher told them that if they met a strong enemy, they would not be able to win. So it's time for them to use the Super Magic Circle, which will give them power that even a master cannot handle. Here, all 5 disciples of the Southern Elders stood in a circle and began to charge themselves with power from each other. They began to unite all their energies in a friendly manner to become even stronger. And then all this combined force was directed at the Hungry Ghost. The boy, along with his brother Christine, did not understand how people could have such power. Zoe, who had been watching all this before, understood that they simply couldn't cope without their owner. Meanwhile, Farrell, who was still in the parallel world, heard the girl's call, and he understood that his friends were in danger, and they needed his help. Our hero gathered his strength and began to fight with invisible ropes, but he just couldn't do it, and Farrell was already in despair. Yu Yuin said that their master's new armor was weaker than the previous one, so he couldn't handle a simple obstacle. Mosey also reported that it means that the spirit of the divine bow, which possessed Farrell, is losing to his human form. Or maybe the reason is that the rainbow spell was stronger than they thought. Yu Yuin looked at the Master of Knowledge in surprise, as he had just realized that the soul from the bow had passed into the body of their master. Mosey looked very carefully at the lake, which for some reason began to change color. And then suddenly, a window of the Book of Life and Death appeared over Farrell's body, which offered to summon Guiguchi. But our hero replied that calling the most powerful man during a period of warring states was a bad idea. And why did the system call the Book of Life and Death now, when Farrell didn't order it to do so? After these words, the man began to rise and said that he was Satan and the owner of this place, so he himself would decide who to call. Farrell gathered his strength and began to fight the invisible bonds very actively again. Meanwhile, in the basement, the Hungry Ghost took the brunt of the attacks from the Senior South students. Zoe looked at her brother in horror, and Feng Qi didn't expect that he saved them all. After the attack by the Senior South disciples, the basement building was almost destroyed. The Hungry Ghost, meanwhile, could not move, and was almost falling into a coma. But the Luanzi tree decided to finish him off. Fire Yi also thought of attacking the weakened boy, because they needed to get back the Azure Stone's penetrating weapon. And they intended to do it right now, when their enemy could not answer them. Brother Christine was shocked that the Senior South students were attacking someone who was already immobilized. Therefore, without thinking twice, Chung Chen decided to protect his new comrade. He parried the blow of his enemies and asked where their dignity had gone. With one movement, he threw Luozi and Yi in different directions, completely incapacitating them. The senior South students lost consciousness, so they didn't even resist. Water Deheng said that the decisive blow to the hungry ghost should be dealt by a handsome man like him. And after these words, he did not hesitate and began to attack the exhausted boy. But Chen Sen said that handsome guys also lose, and appearance doesn't matter here. Brother Christine thought that he didn't even have to use a weapon to fight these losers, and that was kind of strange. Here Metal Zheng, who looked quite frightening, decided to enter the battle. Christine's brother realized that this was the leader of their team, and perhaps he was someone to be wary of. At this point, Metal Zheng spun his shield and pointed it at Chen Sen. Brother Christine suddenly jumped forward and found himself behind his enemy. Chen Sen, with one movement of his hand, shattered the shield that was directed at him, but a new one immediately appeared in Zheng's hands. Brother Christine looked at this very carefully, and did not understand whether he should be wary of all this. The disciples of the Southern Elders reported that it was time for them to use the guard again. Water, named Deheng, came to his senses, stood up and wiped his cheek, on which there was a wound. Meanwhile, his colleagues, Luanzi Tree and Yi Fire, were already taking out energy scrolls from their pockets. Metal Zheng and Earth named Sheng also followed suit. The water named Deheng did the same and pulled out a scroll with his energy. The man looked at his enemy and said that he would now pay for everything he had done. After that, he stretched his hands forward, and the tips of his fingers began to glow. The scrolls merged into one whole and began to form into a large robot. Deheng applied another force, causing the head to appear, and also attach itself to the body. Then all 5 of them released even more of their energy to finally form the robot. And when it was completely created, God's protector stood before our heroes. Chen Chen, Zoe, and Feng Qi were horrified as a multi-human puppet stood in front of them. The girl understood that she had never encountered such a strong enemy, and the ghostly puppets were nonsense. Feng Qi looked at her brother and realized that their equipment had been destroyed. The girl looked at their enemy, and admiring him, she realized that he would not be defeated so easily. Deheng noticed the heroes' astonishment and, grinning, said that they had nowhere else to run. The disciples of the Southern Elders filled God's protector with more and more of their energy, and when it was fully charged, the robot finally decided to strike. He flew at an unrealistically high speed, and none of our heroes even had time to move. Deheng smirked again and told them that their strength was worthless against God's protector. But all this did not suit the man, and he wanted to finish with our heroes as quickly as possible. So he ordered God's protector to use his lethal fists. Feng Qi froze in horror, and Christine's brother grabbed Zoe and pulled her aside. The place where our heroes had just stood simply exploded from the force of God's protector's blow. Deheng was clearly dissatisfied with the result, so he decided to use their true powers. And the disciples of the Elders of the South again connected their energy to the robot. After this, God's protector decided to use a secret skill called Dark Imprisonment. The ball that was in the robot's hands grew to a huge size, and Chen Chen realized that things were bad. Brother Christine shouted to his team to hide and not touch the thing. The basement very quickly began to collapse, blocking the exit for our heroes, and the ball began to grow larger and larger. Deheng smirked and looked at Chen Chen and said that he and his friends would not be able to leave. The disciples of the Elders of the South reported that they needed to save their master and return what belonged to him, and they directed even more of their energy into God's protector in order to complete their mission. The fire named Yi laughed and said that they were the young generation who were capable of many things. Therefore, it was very stupid to underestimate them and consider them weak. Meanwhile, Azure Stone sat by the rock, completely exhausted. The fire named Yi called their master to him, and he fell right at his feet. The water named Deheng grinned, saying that their teacher was finally safe and would soon join them. Zoe and Chen Sen turned back and saw that their path was completely blocked by rocks. Brother Christine was wounded by God's protector, but he realized that they had nowhere to retreat. Zoe was paralyzed with fear because she understood that they would not leave here alive. Chen Sen looked at Feng Qi and noted to himself that the girl lacked combat experience for this fight. Then he looked at the hungry ghost, who lay unconscious and without strength. Chen Sen realized that he would have to fight, and he had to end all of this as quickly as possible. Deheng looked at Christine's brother and said that he needed to obtain the Azure Stone's breakthrough brain at all costs. And to do this, the man needed to apply his energy again and direct it towards God's protector. The robot began to act very quickly, and Chen Sen was surprised by its unreal speed. Brother Christine understood that with every passing second, God's protector was becoming stronger. But there was nowhere to retreat, so Chen Chen accepted this fight and tried to fight back. God's protector was very strong, so it was very difficult to resist him. But Chen Chen still tried because he simply had no other choice. God's protector activated his skill called Lethal Fists. The force of this blow caused Christine's brother to lose consciousness for a second and fly to the side. Chen Chen was very badly injured and knew that he would not be able to defend himself with one hand. Dai Heng told the man that they could have just given them the Azure Stone breakthrough brain in a friendly manner, and there would have been no battle. But it was too late, so she ordered God's protector to finish off Christine's brother. Cheng Chen still didn't think of giving up so easily, and stood up again. Brother Christine used one of his skills called Dual Sword Guardian. His clones quickly surrounded him and began to distract the robot, and the man dealt him a sharp blow. Chen Chen directed his energy and tried to cut off the God's protector's head. A strange colored blood gushed from the robot's wound, and his head fell to the floor. But the fight didn't end there, because the head suddenly grew again. Dai Heng said that God's protector may not be that smart, but he is not killable. Then he turned on his energy again and added that not everyone can be as stunningly handsome as he is. Dai Heng was getting fed up with all this fighting and said that he would now deliver his finishing blow. God's protector once again activated his secret skill called Absolute Dark Imprisonment. But then the rubble, unexpectedly for everyone, exploded, and all our heroes were thrown to the sides. And from above, out of nowhere, a familiar human body began to fall. Chen Chen looked up, not understanding what was happening around him or who it could be. A girl was flying from above, unconscious and therefore not resisting. Chen Chen opened his eyes wide in horror, because he recognized the flying person. It was his sister named Christine. The man remembered his sister's laughter, and her image appeared before his eyes. Chen Chen couldn't believe his eyes, because he hadn't seen her since he left home. Here, images from his childhood, when their family was still alive, began to emerge in the man's head. But now on the girl's body there was an image of a very strange sign. Chen Chen remembered that the vice captain had shown him a drawing of this seal. It was used to restrain powerful forces, to limit them from doing evil, and now the girl's body was very weak and exhausted, so she could die. But Chen Chen didn't have time to catch his sister, and it was God's protector who did it. And Dai Heng reported that there was currently a demon in the girl's body, which was being held back by a seal. Then he added that only Azure Stone could drive out this evil when he came to his senses. Chen Chen turned around and looked at his enemies very seriously. Without thinking twice, he became angry and attacked God's protector, using all his energy. From the force of his blow, the robot flew to the side and did not even have time to answer the man. Chen Chen didn't even think about retreating, and directed even more of his energy towards the God's protector. A sword appeared in the man's hands, which he wielded very skillfully. A light emanated from him that cut God's protector into pieces. But he couldn't hesitate, because Christine was falling to the ground again, and his brother caught her very deftly. Tears began to flow from Chen Chen's eyes, because many years had passed since the day he left his family. The man never thought that their next meeting would be exactly like this. He covered the girl with his cloak and promised to get her out of here. Chen Chen looked at his sister again and didn't understand why his enemies did this to her. And then, suddenly and out of nowhere, someone shot Christine's brother in the chest. Dai Heng said that Chen Chen seemed to have forgotten his very important words and underestimated his opponent. After all, God's protector is completely invulnerable and has puppet mastery. And even if you grind it into powder, the robot will return to its true form. This unexpected shot came from under the cloak lying on Christine's body. Picking it up, Chen Chen saw that there was the hand of God's protector there, which had wounded him. And then she very deftly stood up in place, and Dai Heng announced that this was the end. Chen Chen's body, motionless and completely exhausted, fell on Christine. The man began to remember his childhood and the day when his grandfather came to visit them. Chen Chen reported that mom and dad seemed to have quit teaching at the university and were going on a trip. He overheard that what their parents were looking for could give them the power to rewrite history. At this point, Chen Chen turned to his sister and told her that he wanted to find this artifact first. The man left the girl alone in the field and told her that he was going to search for her. Finally, the brother shouted that the next time they met, he would be a superhero who could protect her. And when he finally becomes very strong, he will definitely return to find his sister. The man returned to reality, and Christine began to come to her senses and opened her eyes. And before his death, Chen Chen said that after so many years, he did not become a hero and could not protect his little sister. The man looked at Christine one last time, asked for forgiveness, and tears began to flow from his eyes. Christine sat down on the ground and realized in horror that she had just witnessed her brother's death. Then the girl remembered her last meeting with him, and he promised to return and protect her from everyone. She came back to reality and tears flowed from her eyes, and her hand reached out to Chen Chen. Christine again remembered her childhood, when her family was still together and lived happily. Then, unexpectedly, a stranger came to their parents and handed them an important package. It was after this that the girls and her brother's father began to work very actively. Christine always tried to get her parents' attention, and Chen Chen asked her not to interfere. The girl's brother had no idea what their father was writing about, but after that he always became very angry. And then one sunny day the man received a letter, and he happily reported that his dissertation had been published. The father got a promotion at work, and their family decided to move to a new house. Arriving at the place, the girl saw a butterfly on the street and happily ran after it. Mom turned to Chen Chen, asking him to look after her sister as she might get lost. The girl's brother, without thinking twice, said that he would go get Christine and bring her home. At that moment, the girl was stopped by some bad guys who insulted her family and told her that no one would play with her. Chen Chen saw all this and became very angry and knew that he would definitely protect his sister. Meanwhile, one of the guys had already grabbed Christine by the hair and told her that in addition to washing the fruit, she also needed to wash herself. Suddenly, Chen Chen flew up to him and hit him in the face with all his might, ordering him to close his mouth. Here, the leader's friends told the girl's brother that now they simply had to kill him. A fight broke out between Chen Chen and the bad company, but it was not immediately clear who was winning. After all this, Christine came home with her beaten brother. Her parents were horrified by what they saw and decided to punish them. Christine couldn't look at Chen Chen without tears, and he told her that as long as she was nearby, no one would touch the girl, because he had won. The days passed slowly. Brother and sister spent more and more time together, and in one of those happy moments, a bat hit Chen Chen's head. The brother fell down, losing consciousness, and a group of hooligans asked if he really considered himself the hero of their yard. But they didn't wait for an answer, and raising their bats up, they began to beat the boy. Chen Zhen, shouting for them not to touch the girl, covered her with his body. When the boys finished beating up Christine's brother, one of them announced that he was the only hero of the yard. After this, the company left the courtyard, and Chen Chen asked the girl if she was injured. Christine immediately burst into tears, and her brother said that this bully could not be a hero. After this situation one day, Chaitsen left home, seeking power, promising to return as a superhero. But the boy didn't realize that he had always been his little sister's protector, and now she had lost him. The girl hugged Chen Chen's lifeless body, not paying attention to the hands of God's protector reaching out to her. The robot's arm was already very close to Christine's body, and Deheng said it needed to be cleaned. But the plans of God's protector were not destined to come true, because then Farrell returned to the basement. Here, our hero's hand very slowly touched the robot's head. The energy of God's protector began to very calmly penetrate Farrell's body. The man stood calmly and did not particularly react to what was happening, but only when all the energy of God's protector was absorbed. He said that he was waiting for an explanation. The disciples of the Elders of the South did not understand where Farrell came from and why he had such a powerful aura. Here Deheng told his friends not to waste time, because if they did not heal Azure Stone, they would not win. The man concentrated, and a large energy ball appeared in his hand. He pointed it at his friends and told them to give it their all. The disciples of the Elders of the South also gathered their strength and began to give out their energy. After this, the body of God's protector began to be reassembled from fragments. Deheng suddenly screamed and changed the robot's form, adding a divine weapon to it. And now the divine protector was finally fully collected and full of energy again. The robot pushed off the ground and jumped very high, all lit up. The God's protector let out his terrifying roar and was about to attack our hero. Farrell said that it seemed there was no other way to begin their promise, and he would have to fight. Our hero extended his hand forward, and a small ball of energy came out of it. Farrell said he would have to use this to start a dialogue. Then our hero directed all this energy at his enemies, and it began to grow. The divine protector, without thinking twice, decided to reflect this blow by directing a beam of light at Farrell. But our hero didn't even feel the robot's attack, and his energy ball grew larger and larger. After this, Farrell began to slowly spin his ball in a circle. As a result, the fireball grew to such enormous sizes that it covered the entire space. The energy consumed everything around, and our hero's enemies simply had no chance to win. The divine protector's body began to break into small pieces. As a result, a very strong explosion was heard in the basement, which came from the energy ball. Our hero stood motionless and asked Deheng why Christine had a strange seal on her body. The disciples of the Elders of the South were wounded, but were slowly recovering. Deheng turned to our hero and told him not to pretend to be invincible. Here the disciples of the Elders of the South surrounded Farrell, preparing to attack him. Our hero noted to himself that the energy of light had begun to condense in their dantians and was about to explode. Farrell quickly dealt a blow to each of the Southern Elders' disciples and approached Deheng. With a sharp movement of his hand, our hero hit his enemy in the stomach. Deheng was thrown to the side but still alive. saying Farrell's kick had not worked. Our hero took the man's life energy and examined it very carefully. Then he held the ball up to Daheng's face and said he was not going to kill him. Farrell threw the man's energy behind his back and immediately exploded it, destroying it. Then our hero said that even if everyone around him dies, he himself will go to hell and will wait for all the souls there. Farrell's new aura was behind him, and Daheng lay exhausted at our hero's feet. Our hero noted to himself that this aura from behind felt completely different. Suddenly the ground around began to glow purple and crack. Daheng tried to raise his head and greet his master. Farrell watched this very carefully and asked who was coming towards them. Daheng reported that this was his master, who would easily destroy our hero. The silhouette of an unknown man in black clothes suddenly appeared in the distance. Our hero noticed that his hands could not stop shaking, but all this only amused him. Meanwhile, the unknown man came even closer to all our heroes. To Farrell's surprise, the man disappeared, but immediately appeared behind him. He asked our hero if it was really him who had fired the very powerful blow. Daheng looked at his master Lu Li and asked for help. He began to beg him to give him back the energy that Farrell had stolen from him. Lu Li bent down, picked up Daheng's body, and looked at him very carefully. And calling his student worthless, the man cut his body in half. Daheng's eyes were filled with horror, as he clearly did not understand why his master had done this to him. The disciples of the Southern Elders were no less shocked by what was happening. Farrell looked at the man very carefully and asked who he was. Christine, watching everything that was happening, could barely contain her nausea. Lu Li looked at the girl very carefully and said that there was a part of the dragon tooth aura in her body. Our hero, turning to the man, told him not to dare touch Christine. Farrell warned Lu Li that otherwise he would no longer hold back from getting rid of him. But the man clearly did not listen to our hero, and was already approaching the girl. Farrell became very angry and said that apparently Lu Li did not understand the words. The man turned around very sharply and looked very carefully at our hero. Farrell was angry and walked closer to Lu Li, preparing to attack him. Our hero grabbed the man's hand very strongly and pulled him sharply towards himself. And with the next blow he pierced the chest of his new enemy. But Liu Li didn't cry out in pain, but merely laughed, saying that his power had 3 forms. The man said Farrell had to show him more and recreate the feeling of God's hand approaching. Our hero did not understand what Liu Li was talking about, because the only thing that mattered to him was that he did not offend Christine. Liu Li told Farrell that if he wanted to see more, he needed to open his eyes wider. Here our hero dealt the man a very strong blow, but he withstood it very steadfastly. Then he straightened his head, looked at Farrell, and told him that he wanted him to use his power to 100%. Our hero did not understand how his enemy remained unharmed after such a strong blow. Then he remembered that Mosey said that his strength was divided into 3 types, but he didn't understand what that meant. Lu Li looked at Farrell and told him that it was time for him to attack too. The man's appearance began to change and his body began to fill with energy. Our hero didn't understand what was happening, so he stood motionless. After the transformation, Liu Li became much stronger in appearance, and seeing Farrell's reaction, he grinned. Then he told our hero to prepare for their battle. The disciples of the Elders of the South did not understand what had happened to their master, because they had never seen him like this. Meanwhile, Liu Li very quickly changed his position and found himself behind our hero. He didn't hesitate and swung with all his might and hit Farrell in the face. Our hero did not expect the blow to be so strong and did not have time to dodge it. Flying to the side, Farrell noted to himself that Liu Li had a rather heavy hand. The man said he calls this type of blow a sweeping fist. Here, a crack formed in the ground between them, from which energy began to emerge. She came out more and more, and little by little began to fill all the space around. Our hero looked at his enemy and said that this whole situation was very opportune, because he wanted to check something. And then the men, not paying attention to the flow of energy coming from the earth, rushed to attack each other. And when they touched each other, there was a powerful explosion, and the energy from the earth stopped penetrating. A fight broke out between the men, and Liu Li was the first to strike. But our hero very deftly parried each subsequent blow of his enemy. So far, they fought on equal terms, completely copying each other's blows. Liu Li said that Farrell's speed may be up to par, but his strength is definitely lacking. After these words, our hero grinned and delivered his blow to the man's chest. This all made Liu Li very angry, and he clenched his fist and swung it. The man put all his anger into this blow and directed it at our hero. But Farrell was more agile and managed to dodge the approaching fist. Meanwhile, he himself dealt his enemy another blow to the chest. Liu Li clearly didn't expect our hero to be such a worthy opponent, and Farrell asked him how long the man would continue to use such weak blows. Our hero touched the ground and said that after a long exchange of blows he would demonstrate to him the true power of his armor. Then he stood up, pushed off and ran towards his enemy. Liu Li looked at Farrell and realized that his speed had increased. The man was frightened by this, and without thinking twice, he decided to run away from our hero. But Farrell caught up with him quickly enough and delivered his next blow. He said that thanks to his new armor, the stronger the enemy, the faster he becomes stronger. Liu Li was thrown to the side by the force of our hero's blow and fell to the ground. But after turning over, the man quickly got to his feet. He was very happy, because he had finally found exactly the power he was looking for. Therefore, Liu Li decided to attack Farrell to confirm that he was God's hand. Our hero did not understand what this hand of God was that the man was constantly talking about. But then he looked at Liu Li and realized that he simply didn't have time to think. Farrell immediately took out his energy ball and sent it forward. He began to shoot this energy at his enemy, trying to destroy him. Liu Li looked at our hero, realizing that this was his trump card. The man stopped and said that he had enough strength to parry the blow. Then Liu Li grinned and raised his hand up, putting all his strength into it. Reaching his hand forward, he calmly stopped the energy ball. The energy that our hero directed grew, but did not go further. Farrell looked at Liu Li in great surprise, not believing that he had stopped his punch with one hand. Our hero was very angry, and began to go over in his head all the words that the man had said to him. Farrell remembered that Liu Li told him that he mainly used his fists to fight, and this only meant that the man had not been fighting at full strength all this time. Meanwhile, Liu Li lowered his eyes and told our hero to look very carefully. After these words, the man raised his hand up and began to call upon his powers. Immediately, his hand began to glow and very quickly fill with energy. Then Liu Li clenched his hand into a fist and directed the maximum amount of force into it. Here the man's and our hero's gaze met, and both of them radiated rage. Then Liu Li delivered his very strong blow to Farrell, sending him flying high into the air. From such a powerful force, a huge blast wave was formed, and the earth trembled. This all had an effect on the city, and the captain of the 7th Dragon Tooth Squad, named Su Shu, noticed it. He was very surprised that the shockwave was 10 times more powerful than expected. The pages of the book he was holding began to tear into small pieces. Su Shu looked at all this in horror, not understanding what was happening to her. He put the book on the table and realized that there was no point in continuing to search for energy. The man ordered a meeting, and since the power level had gone beyond control, all captains had to get involved. The 2nd captain named Luo Hui and the 5th captain named Ji Yue were surprised that Chen Chen was unable to take control of the field. And Commander-in-Chief Mo Shu and 4th Captain Xiao Chu realized that their current opponent was different from the past. Meanwhile, in the basement, dust rose from Farrell's landing on the ground. Liu Li went in search of our hero's body, and when he found it, he put it back on its feet. Farrell was unconscious, and the man didn't know if he had defeated him. Here, Liu Li noticed that there was a huge hole in our hero's body, and part of his body was simply missing. The man was very happy with this outcome of events, so he laughed. He understood that this was his true strength that came to him after the breakthrough of God's hand. Meanwhile, Farrell's body began to bubble and fully recover. At this point, Liu Li heard strange sounds behind him and immediately turned around. He saw that our hero had completely regenerated, and he did not understand whether he was really human. The men looked at each other very carefully, preparing for another battle. Liu Li became very angry and said that it was time to finish with Farrell as he was boring him. But our hero didn't even think about giving up and attacked his enemy first. The two men began fighting again, but Liu Li seemed stronger than Farrell. The man very deftly parried all of our hero's blows, putting in all his strength. He smirked as Farrell kept flying away, only to try to attack him again. And once again Liu Li hit our hero and he flew to the side. Each attack left a hole in Farrell's body, but it was immediately restored. Liu Li looked at our hero, realizing that he had the skill of continuous regeneration. But only the man had a trump card that could easily deal with this trick. Liu Li activated his superpower called the Never-Ending Mud Fists and began to continuously attack our hero. Farrell's body was torn into a bunch of small pieces, and it became clear that the man was about to defeat him. From the force of the energy, the building where Group X had previously been located began to rapidly collapse. Meanwhile, our hero's body began to glow very brightly and come together. The new energy that was in Farrell's armor was picking him up piece by piece. Liu Li realized that our hero was the first one who forced him to fight with his fists seriously. Suddenly the man felt a very sharp weakness throughout his whole body. He realized that his body was at its limit, because he had spent 10 times more energy than usual. While the man was coming to his senses, something black appeared behind him and headed towards him. It was the spirit of the Southern Ocean Master, who circled Liu Li's body and said that he had finally waited for this day. An ominous spirit began to burst out from Xiao Yi's body, which decided to take over the strongest human body. The man could not resist all this, and did not immediately understand what was happening. Meanwhile, The spirit said that he had extracted the dragon's tooth and made the blood flow like a river to break through the limits of Liu Li's body. After all, he fought with all his might, and therefore significantly weakened his defense. And now, when Liu Li is at his weakest, this is the best chance to take over the body, and it was worth it after many years of imprisonment. Meanwhile, Azure Stone, who had been lying unconscious all this time, began to come to his senses. He saw that an evil spirit coming from his teacher was entering his elder brother's body. Here, Azure Stone, without thinking twice, jumped up to Liu Li and prevented him from entering his body. The spirit bit the apothecary on the hand and his strength began to leave him very quickly. Azure Stone was horrified, but he could do nothing about it and simply did not resist. The apothecary's body began to age very rapidly and his vital energy was leaving him. The evil spirit did not understand what was happening and looked at Azure Stone in horror. He realized that he had mistakenly begun to inhabit a body that would soon die, like a rotten tree. All this made the sinister ghost very angry, and he growled with anger. He understood that his reincarnation had been disrupted, and he needed to find a new body. He looked at Zoe, the hungry ghost, and Chen Sen and realized that they weren't right for him, just like Farrell's body. Then he looked at the disciples of the Southern Elders and began to evaluate their bodies. At that moment, Luanzi came to his senses and rubbed his head, which attracted the attention of the sinister spirit. He looked at Liu Li and realized that his body had also almost exhausted its vitality. So the opportunity to capture this man's body had already been missed. Without thinking twice, the sinister spirit flew towards Luanzi, realizing that this was his only option for existence. He bit the man on the neck and slowly began to penetrate his body. Luanzi, not having time to understand what was happening, simply could not resist what was happening. When he completely penetrated his body, the man's gaze changed, as did his appearance. Meanwhile, Liu Li resisted and began to use the rest of his energy to survive. The evil spirit ran up to the body of Azure Stone and, realizing that he was still alive, decided to take him hostage. The energy that Liu Li connected glowed very brightly and covered the entire space. Unexpectedly for everyone, a bright blue flash appeared which did not bring anything good. The evil spirit looked at this glow and immediately understood what it all meant. He threw Azure Stone's body aside and decided to hide, because the person he least wanted to see would come here now. Then, the captains of the Dragon Tooth team began to fall from the sky in unison, coming to the aid of their colleagues. And this entire group was led by a commander-in-chief named Mo Xiuyi. The second captain named Luo He and the fifth captain named Ji Yue quickly tied up Liu Li's body and ordered him not to move. Here the captain of the 7th squad, named Suze Shu, reported that this man was the source of energy, but there was no data on him. 4th Captain Xiao Chu turned around and noticed Chen Chen and Christine lying on the ground. The entire crew of the Dragon's Tooth saw that one of their captains was dead and could not believe it. Suddenly, unexpectedly for no one, someone ran very quickly in their direction. This unknown person decided to neutralize Liu Li's body and put some kind of handcuffs on his hands. This stranger turned out to be the commander of the 6th Army Group Dragonfang, named Feng Du. Commander-in-Chief Mo Xiuyi was very angry because he knew that Chen Chen had died in battle and the commander had not helped him. But then something happened that no one expected, and Liu Li broke his shackles and said that he would destroy these people. The man's fists were holding the handcuffs, and this made him very angry. He used all his energy, glowed with a bright light, and Luo Hai and Ji Yue were covered by a blast wave. The 2nd and 5th captains covered their faces with their hands, as the light was very bright. Commander-in-Chief Mo Xiu shouted at them to leave there immediately. Feng Du, who was standing to the side, ran up to Ji Yue and picked her up and ran away from that place with her. The captain of the Dragon Tooth 7th squad, named Su Shu, suddenly transformed and grabbed Luo He with his bionic arm. The girl asked Feng Du if he didn't know about the danger of touching her, and was surprised that he saved her. But the man looked at Luo He and said that he was out of danger, and he was not afraid of Ji Yue's strength. Meanwhile, Su Shu looked at his book and said that Liu Li was too strong for them. The commander-in-chief approached their enemy, but he continued to glow. Mo Xiuyi very slowly and without any fuss removed the glove from his hand. Then, just as slowly, he made a combination of his fingers. The commander-in-chief began to read his spell very confidently, which summoned fire energy to stop Liu Li. Filling his hands with fire energy, he touched his stomach, which had increased in size. All of his strength burst out, and a glass barrier suddenly formed around Liu Li. The man looked very closely at the commander-in-chief, and it was clear from his eyes that he was very angry. Mo Xiuyi also looked back at Liu Li and smirked slightly, as all of his enemy's energy was blocked. But then, unexpectedly for everyone, the man, with a slight movement of his hand, broke the glass protection. The Dragon Tooth team was shocked by what they saw, and couldn't believe that Liu Li had such strength. The commander-in-chief was very angry about all this, and he froze in anticipation. Mo Shuyi was ready to block the man's attack, but for some reason it didn't happen. Liu Li turned around very slowly and walked away from the Dragon Tooth team. The commander-in-chief was even more angered by all this, and he clenched his fists. Liu Li calmly walked over to his brother's body and looked at him. He picked up the azure stone and couldn't believe his eyes that he was dead. Liu Li began to stroke the apothecary and regretted that he could not help him in any way. The man stood up and said that if he couldn't continue on with him, then all this was pointless. He walked towards Christine's body, feeling the energy coming from there, and then took something out of his chest. And this is something very strange. He directed it at the body of a girl who was unconscious. Suddenly, Christine glowed with light, but still did not come to her senses. Liu Li said that nothing mattered to him anymore, and the evil spirit, meanwhile, decided to escape and find a new body. The man took the body of Azure Stone and decided to find a way to bring him back from the dead. Then he turned around and said that if he didn't find a way, he would kill everyone in his path. At this point, the Dragon Tooth team saw someone disappear into the darkness and were very frightened by Liu Li's words. After this, the man and his brother very calmly left the basement. The commander-in-chief saw that there was another guy lying on the ground, and he seemed much more interesting to him than Liu Li. Mo Shuyi put on his glove and said that they needed to return to base and figure out what to do next.